Gardner. Trisha Brandon. Chevelle Bryant. Present. Dr. Tammy Camp.
Present.
Robert Novak. Kristen Plummer.
Present.
And we have one vacant position. And perhaps our other members will join us later, but at this time we have a quorum sufficient to continue. So, in the interest of time and to try to spend our energy on the work that we need to get done today, we're going to reorder the agenda and go directly to the executive.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Brian Francis, Deputy Executive Director for TDLR. First of all, I want to thank you guys and welcome you to the agency. We got a lot of work to do today. The standard and the bar has been set. Last night we went for 11 hours and we expect nothing less from you. Our families appreciate that and we want that. They don't want us home anytime soon. Our Executive Director is William Kingston, and as I said before the summit, he's the one who sets the vision for our agency. He drives us hard, he gives us the resources we need to be successful, and we've had a really good track record of being successful. We've hired very, very smart people to do the work, and we let them free to do it. In the executive office, we're set up with 3 groups. You have the executive office proper with Bill, myself, 3 executive assistants. Then we have the Office of Innovation. They have 3 Six Sigma black belts that are on their team. They are sharp, they are creative. They are not the only C for innovation in our agency. Every employee in our agency is empowered to create and to make changes and improvements. But they do bring along the process improvement elements. They have these wonderful little charts and flow charts, and they're able to do the workflow analysis. It really works out well for us, and it's allowed us to stay ahead of the curve as an agency as things have to be done quicker and faster every day. The other group is the Office of Strategic Communications. They are our A team. They're the Dirty Dozen. They are incredible. Anytime, and seems like it's more and more frequently, that anytime there's a problem that the agency has no clue how we need to deal with it, I just grab it and chunk it over the fence to them. And I let them chew on it, and they come out with some brilliant stuff. They allow us to be sharp and nimble in responding to challenges. That group has our Public Information Officer, it has our Government Relations Officer. It is composed of Tamla Fletcher and Mary Winston and Delia. They are part of the Advisory Board Support Team. Our internal communicator, our 2 guys that are in there for our web team and our social media team. A lot of different pieces in there, but a bunch of sharp folks that get it done. We've got some work to do with the advisory boards in terms of how we're going to move forward. And I just want to give you an idea of what's in front of you, the timelines that we're going to be looking at. So we've got today's meeting where we're starting with the first look at the advisory board, at the draft rules for the speech language pathologists and audiologists program. These rules are going to go through your chewing on today, and we want to, at the end of the day, to take a vote to publish these rules for public comment. They'll go out for public comment, and our staff will then file them with the Texas Register. Let me get the proper date for you. They're going to file them on December 28th. They will then be in the Texas Register on January 8th. The 30-day comment period will run through February 8th. Then we're going to bring you back for an advisory board meeting, and those meetings will run either from, your group is going to be from February 18th through the 26th. So we'll start think about that day, which day will work best for you. And then March 9th, the commission will take up the rules finally and adopt those. That's what your game plan is. At your second meeting, you'll have all the comments that we've received in that 30-day comment period. Here before you, we'll go through those. At that meeting, we're going to want you to vote to recommend that the commission adopt the rules. And I think we'll be very, very comfortable doing that. On that agenda, you'll probably also have criminal conviction guidelines that you'll review, setting the basis of what criminal convictions are appropriate or that we need to look at for your industry specifically. So that'll be in front of you. And then the meeting after that, we don't have the date yet, but the meeting after that will take up the enforcement penalty matrix. And on the staff reports, Ron Foster will touch on that a little bit. So we've got some work lined up for you. I'm excited about what we're going to achieve as a team here together. The transition, here's the latest and the greatest for the transition. The relationship and the effort between TDLR and the Department of State Health Services has been fantastic. I mean, you would expect in the real world, or this new cynical world that we live in, that when you get the word that the program's going to be moved and shifted over, that there's some tension. It didn't happen. Kathy Perkins and her staff have been phenomenal. Katie Bryce has been just amazing in working with her. She has spent hours with our staff educating us on things, going to conferences for the Department of State Health Services, but sharing those nuggets that she's received at the conferences. We've had a number of meetings. We've had dialogue back and forth between the agencies, and it's been so collaborative that the transition is going to be seamless. The transition is going to be effortless, and we're going to make it work. And I guess, Dr. Kemp, that's a little odd. We always say it's effortless. Well, actually, we've been working hard to make it look effortless. So the little duck legs and all that stuff that's paddling underneath, but it's going to look smooth, and I think it's important for the licensees when the handoff takes place that they don't get impacted by any of the stuff. That they're able to have their license, move on, know what the phone numbers are, the emails, how they get in touch with folks, how do I get to the rules. I mean, that's the goal, and we're well on our way to achieve that goal. So here are the things we have to consider, though. We've got no money. We're broke. We're broke for these programs. When a bill is passed, they put out what they call a contingent revenue rider. And it basically says, if this bill is passed, here's the amount of money and the number of employees you can receive to do the work associated with that bill. This contingent revenue rider has not been approved yet. The comptroller has not certified that money. Imagine that we are going there every day begging for the money, and we have. We're sending little kids there to beg for it. Just anyone that we think could be compelling. We have worked very closely with Senator Nelson's office, Representative Ford Price's office, to make sure that they know what the challenges are we're facing, and they have been carrying the water on our behalf. But the money's not here at TDLR, and the money's not at the Department of State Health Services. It needs to be freed up. We know now that the handoff is not going to take place on March 1, 2016, because there's work to do in terms of putting the software and the computer system in place. That's a big endeavor. We know now that it is 7 months. When the money comes here, we have 7 months before it will be lifted up. And so we're hoping that it comes on December 1. And we're praying that it gets here on December 15th. And we'll be ecstatic if it gets here on January 1st. Oh, but January 15th would be a great day to get some money as well. As soon as we get the money, we're going to let you know. But just know that you can start the clock and when that program will transfer. At your February meeting, hopefully we'll have great news and say, oh, we got the money back on December 3rd. So the transfer date is going to be X. July 3rd, or however we want to calculate that. That's where we are, and that's an important issue. I make light of it because there's not much I can do. But we've been doing a whole lot trying to convince people that the money's there and the revenues can be made. Just free it up to us. It was the appropriation. The other issue that's impacting your board specifically is that initially Kathleen Kenyon was appointed to the board. She did not meet the qualifications. She is qualified. She has her 3 C's, but she doesn't have the state license. And so she withdrew her nomination or appointment to the board. At tomorrow's commission meeting, the chairman will make a recommendation for the person to replace Ms. Higgins' spot. So we will get that filled as quickly as possible. As soon as that person's appointed, we will contact them with all the information. We'll bring them up to speed on the discussion for today's meeting, and we'll have them prepared for your February meeting when they arrive. So that is the business, I think, that is in front of you, and I'm available to answer any questions if you have.
So we'll just hear from you as we find out more about the transition, and are we, obviously TDLR can't really communicate with licensees, but hopefully there's a plan to let licensees know, because I think everybody had that March date in their heads, and it
Sure.
obviously won't be March.
Sure, and that's one of the things that we've been working great with the Department of State Health Services with. In fact, we have communicated with the licensees directly. We use the same email notification system that the Department of State Health Services use, GovDelivery. And so the first notice about the advisory board positions, they were generous enough to give us that database, and we used that delivery system for it. But we've also been sending information regarding our meetings, particularly if there's an advisory board that has a composition that overlaps with the board composition at the Department of State Health Services. Midwives is the best example. It's nearly the same board. And so we've been doing dual postings that when there's a board meeting over there, it's also a meeting of our advisory board, so we don't violate the Open Meetings Act on that. So there's a lot of collaboration, and I will get with Kathy probably next week, because this week is all advisory boards for us. So I haven't had a day to do anything else, but we'll definitely get that coordinated, and we'll get word out to folks as we understand things.
Great, thanks, Brian.
Madam Chair, real quickly, Mike Eversman is Chairman of the Texas Board of Licensing Regulation. On behalf of the commissioners, I do want to thank you for your commitment and willingness to serve. I know that it has been a transition for you. It's good to know that you didn't come kicking and screaming, so, which is good. I mean, I think that you're going to find that we got an excellent staff. If you haven't realized it yet, trust me, you will.
I think we've already figured that out.
Well, that's good. That's good to
Great
know.
communication, which is really
Yeah,
nice.
we pride ourselves on that, and, you know, you're experts in your field, and as you'll hear also, we're experts in the field of licensing. And I think that you'll realize that, that as you come through this whole process. But I did want to thank you on behalf of the commissioners for your commitment, your willingness to serve. I know it takes time out of your schedule, and of course, I think, just so you know, I get paid twice what you get paid. But it is a commitment to the state of Texas, and I just want to thank you for that.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I did forget to introduce my boss's boss. It's not good protocol. But I do like to say that if you have any
We'll hear
concerns,
about it. He'll hear about it.
if you have any concerns about being appointed, he's the one to blame. So.
I noticed he had the permanent name tag where everybody else is so.
There it is.
That's it.
Just so you know, that's all I get.
There it is.
Ready to move on to the next staff report?
Madam Chair, if you would like, I've already informed the staff that we're going to delay those staff reports until after we get to the meat of the work,
Great.
which are the rules. So we can go to the rules, or you can even do the history if you'd like, and then we'll pick up public comment, training, and staff reports after we complete the rules.
I'm all about getting to the rules, but I'm happy if someone would like to talk about the history. Is that, I know we have folks who are new to the licensing board, so maybe we should talk about that just a little bit. Our licensure board under DSHS has been in existence since 1984, and started out as a pretty small licensing board, and Katie's a better reference than I am, but I think you're licensing like 18,000 people now, does that sound right? Started out licensing about 5,000, so it's changed quite a bit. It has always licensed speech-language pathologists and audiologists, and then the other levels of licensing, the assistants and the interns who are the people fresh out of graduate school. So that hasn't changed very much. It's changed from a committee to a board over the years. Structure within DSHS has changed, and I think which is leading us to this point. So anybody have questions? Our board structure is going to be very similar as an advisory board, having 3 represent speech pathology, 3 represent audiology, and 3 public members, 1 physician. Dr. Camp is already very familiar with our board, so that structure is going to be very much the same as it's always been. Okay, I think we should get to work.
Let's get to work. Madam Chair, as Wendy Pello approaches the table, she's done an amazing job. I think you guys have already seen in the materials she's provided to you. She has put hours and hours in reformatting the rules, and I just think it's just a model for our agency, the time and effort she's put. And then she stayed here last night for the 11-hour meeting, and she was the second chair for that board. I mean, it wasn't even her primary responsibility. She's just, she's super dedicated. You guys are gonna see that through her work interaction today.
Seeing this work, thanks for all your wordsmithing and organization.
You're welcome. Just for the record, I'm Wendy Pello, Assistant General Counsel. In front of you, this is under tab H. You have the rules that we'll be discussing today. You also have a copy of the DSHS rules. It's a 2-column document just to distinguish from the TLR rules. And we provided that just for a little bit of reference so you can see the rules we've taken away or where they've been relocated. So hopefully that'll be useful. It's not a word-for-word, line-for-line exact repeal and strike through, but it kind of gives you an idea about the major sections or subsections. You also have copies of our Occupations Code, Chapter 51, which is the Commission and the Department's enabling statute that applies to all of our programs, and our procedural rules, which is 16 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 60, and those are procedural rules that apply to all of our programs. And those are important resources for you as we go through that, because a lot of things that were in the DSHS rules that have been removed, the reason they've been removed is because they're in those Chapter 60 rules. So instead of repeating in every single program we have, we look to those Chapter 51 and Chapter 60 rules as the main source. So that helps, and helps standardize a lot of the programs. Those are kind of the resource materials you have in front of you. Just Brian had given you a little bit of background about the process.
Wendy, can you pause just a second? We've got
Absolutely.
Mr. Novak and Ms. Brandon here. Tricia, you down here with us now? Thank y'all so much.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're absolutely fine.
Is that, just to bring it up to speed, we reordered the agenda so that we could spend time on the heavy lifting, I guess, which is the rules. And so Wendy Pello is going to talk about the proposed rules.
And the other, first mention, the other resource that you have in front of you is a handout that's the revised statute that reflects the statutory changes that the legislature made to Occupations Code Chapter 401. It's enabling statute. So we'll have that as a resource as we go through this.
Wendy,
Yes.
could we just hold on one second?
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
We'll take a 5-minute or
Absolutely.
something.
Absolutely. Sorry.
So that Ms. Brandon can hear
Absolutely.
everything too, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, since Dr. Novak was not here before,
Hey, Bob Novak.
See, I'll just breathe and relax.
All right.
so, please.
How you doing?
So, where's the coffee?
I think everybody's back. Okay, so just for the record, note that our 2 board members who were not here when we first called the roll are now here. Patricia Brandon and Robert Novak are joining us at 9:39 as we resume.
Madam Chair, I'll just jump in. Brian Francis, and that's one thing I wanted to remind you, is that as you're going forward, if you'll speak, before you speak, just say your name. The conversation can go back and forth. We are recording the meeting. I informed the chairperson that we are not on real audio. We have some technical difficulties that have disabled that, but we're still recording the meeting as we go forward. Madam Chair, so as we go through the rules, you're going to see that, like I said, Wendy's done a fantastic job of reformatting them and making them easy. I know you and I have had conversations where a lot of people call you because they're like, Sherry, I know that was somewhere in the rules and you got to use your GPS and your compass to find that section. Wendy has done a great job of making it logical and reducing those calls that are going to come to you ultimately down the road. There are other provisions that are out. It was just taken out. And that's something we're going to talk about. I want you to know very clearly that you're going to hear us say, well, that doesn't look good and it doesn't work well and it's not in another statute or program. We've looked at 45 programs that's never been in there. Do not be upset by that. That's the beginning of a dialogue. You know, I expect Patricia or Pat to come back and say, well, Brian, in our industry, it's important because of this. I'm like, well, is it really important because of that? Well, we're going to have that exchange because we want to have the very best. But it is not antagonistic. It is trying to get the rules in a format that allows to be efficient. One of the main goals we had, in addition to just reformatting it, is that this particular program has demanded paper. It has demanded that the staff receive paper for any time there's a supervisor, and the supervisor blows their nose, and the supervisor broke their ankle, and the supervisor can't be there. And so the number that Katie had shared with us early on, there's like 4,530 supervisory statements, pieces of paper that the staff has to look at. You're gonna see that we've taken some efforts to try to say, if we can do that electronically, we wanna do it electronically. We wanna do away with this person must sign and this person must sign. So you're gonna see that. Another wonderful piece that Katie had shared with us in one of our meetings was that the second highest number of complaints in this one particular year was because the intern did not decide to upgrade within 30 days. So the person completes their requirements, and because they didn't send their upgrade within 30 days, that was somehow a rule violation. That doesn't make sense. And so that provision's out. That intern has to upgrade. And if they have to upgrade, they're gonna continue. And if they don't upgrade, then they can't continue to practice. It's not a penalty if they choose not to do it in 29 days or 31 days. It's if they practice without it, that's the violation. The violation shouldn't be that they didn't send a piece of paper within 30 days. So you're gonna see pieces like that, and we'll have a dialogue back and forth. And like I said, Wendy's done a great job of giving you the script of what's taken out, and then the script that you're gonna be working from, which is the new TLR format. But she has these great notes that just makes for great late night reading. So. Wendy, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Brian. Again, for the record, Wendy Pello, Assistant General Counsel. As Brian was talking about the rules and I kind of laid out kind of the resources you have in front of you. What we will be working from is the TDLR proposed rules, the 16 Texas Legislative Code, Chapter 111. It's a discussion draft dated 11/10/2015, just to make sure we're all working from the same document. As we just kind of talked about, we've reorganized the rules to kind of conform to TLR's rule format. We've also, like I said before, we've taken out things that are already in our Occupations Code, Chapter 51, or our procedural rules under Chapter 60, so they're more streamlined. That being said, also if you're looking at the table of contents, you can see that we've, on these different license types, we've reorganized them by license types versus here's all the application materials and here's all the renewal requirements, and everybody needs to sort through those particular sections. We've tried to make it a little bit more user-friendly and group it by license type, and then what are your license requirements, what do you need to apply, and eligibility, issuing the license, renewing. So hopefully it's user-friendly for someone who just wants to look at that particular license and what are their requirements.
If I might interrupt, just
Absolutely.
I want to understand what I'm looking at. My name is Manny Bowden. Would you go over what these documents are again? I have a discussion draft dated 11/10.
Mr. Bowden, if you could get a little bit closer to that microphone for us. Thank you very much.
A discussion draft dated 11/10, and then Title III Health Professions, Chapter 401. Can you tell me just what these documents all represent?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Then maybe I can better follow.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, so I make sure we're all on the same page before we dive into this. The document, it says discussion draft 11/10/2015, says speech language pathology and audiology advisory board. It looks like this. It has like a 4-page table of contents. These are the TDLR proposed rules that we'll be working from today. The other reference materials you have, you had talked about the revised statute. We have the health professions, the speech language pathology and audiologist occupations code, Title III, health professions, Chapter 401, this document here. This is the revised statute, and when I mean revised statute, Senate Bill 202 and actually Senate Bill 219 before that made significant changes not only to Chapter 401, but the other health professions that were being transferred. Texas Legislative Council is in the process of updating that, so if you look on the Texas Legislature online site, you'll still see the old statute, but there'll be notations of this section was amended by Senate Bill 219 or 202. makes it a little challenging because you can't tell yet what those amendments are, and they're in the process of updating it. What we do for our programs is we've gone through that and updated that, incorporated the changes from Senate Bill 219 and Senate Bill 202 into the revised statute. So this is what your statute looks like for speech language pathologists and audiologists. So this.
So in other words, these two documents have been reduced into this document. Is that correct?
Into which document?
The speech language, the health professions.
Yeah, this is the statute, and the other document is the rules. And the
Gotcha.
rules will implement the
Gotcha.
statute.
Gotcha. All right.
Right, and then the other document that also says discussion draft 211 is a 2-column document just showing what the DSHS rules were before. And it's, I think, just kind of visually helpful to see kind of which sections came out. And it's kind of a little, gives you a hint, oh, we don't need that because that's over in chapter 60 or it's over in chapter 51 or elsewhere. So that's just a helpful resource. But what we really will be working today from are the TDLR proposed rules and referring to that revised statute in terms of where did this come from, or what's the statutory provision that we're implementing through these rules. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, and if you have any questions, stop me as we go, so we'll make sure we're all on the same page and understand what we're doing. So we kind of have that restructuring about the license types. When you look at the TDLR rules, once you get past the 4 pages of table of contents, under each section, I've put a note, and it tells you what the statutory provision that's being implemented and what the former, the current DSHS rule is. And a lot of these, if the DSH rule was very long and contained many subsections, we often break that up into smaller sections, smaller rules, to hopefully be more user-friendly in finding a specific item. So instead of one big continuing education rule, you can break it down by, oh, here's the hours rule about continuing education, or here's the records and audits portion of that. So as you go through that, you'll see that. So try to make note of that as well, so hopefully that'll be a helpful reference of seeing which rules came over as well. And then, as Brian said, there's some areas that we do want to discuss and get some more information from you, and we've kind of highlighted that in your drafts, discuss highlighted drafts, so just so we have a better understanding, and as Brian said, just we can, is this necessary, what's the history behind this and stuff, and just so we have a better understanding and be on the same page about that. So I think that just in terms of background of what the rules are, we can just go ahead and dive right in unless anyone has any questions. Okay, again, the first 4 pages of that TDLR proposed rules document is your table of contents. And again, we've broken it, we've got a lot more sub-chapters, but hopefully that makes it a little bit more user-friendly. Starting on page 5 and going through page 5 through page 7 are the definitions. And I note under there, we're taking these definitions right from the statute and from the DSHS rules. We've added a few terms based on the added TDLR and our commission, our executive director. There's some terms that have been amended, and then there's some previous terms that were at DSH that we did not carry over. Things like the board, the state board of examiners, the speech language pathology, and all of that wouldn't be over here. So, I don't know if you had any questions, comments on those rules. And those go from pages 5 through 7.
I have a question. This is Patty Brannon,
Yes.
speech language pathologist. Did you take into account the rules that are in the Texas Register at this point?
Not in this draft. We're aware of that. We do have a copy of those proposed rules. I don't think that those proposed changes were incorporated into here at this point. Those were proposed rules.
And the 30 days ended October 25th.
Right.
So when I went through the document line by line, there are a lot of changes. So, and a lot of large texts that have been moved and sections removed. So, how do you want to handle that?
As you get to them, point them out.
Okay, I have them all marked.
That's great, because, again, as Wendy pointed out, you're gonna see big chunks of things removed because they're in chapter 51 or they're in chapter 60.
Right,
Wendy will be able to
100%.
tell you that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And her notes kind of address that as well.
Especially
then-
page.
Yeah, and then there's some things that have been rearranged, but one of the tenets that Wendy applied to this one was making sure that if somebody was looking at just the audiology assistant requirements, before you would have the requirements and then it would reference 114.16, 114.17, 114.22, 114.29. They're now all in the same section. Audiology assistant, education, experience, examination, here's what you need to do. So it's so we brought them all, we gave words to each of the sections as opposed to numbers that were referenced back and forth.
Good.
So I think you're gonna find most of what you want's there. On the proposed stuff, if there's language that you feel needs to be incorporated in there, bring it up. The advisory board will chew on it. And, we're not gonna say, oh gosh, no, that was done by the other people. No, bring it into the discussion and dialogue, and we'll let the advisory board decide how they want to move forward with that.
Okay, do you want me to bring up the additional definitions?
Sure.
Okay. We have a lot of the definitions revised. Number 2, act. I have to get my a lot of this was on advice of counsel. So Act Texas was removed. It just says occupations code. Some of this is not substantive, so I don't know how you want to handle that.
Let's let you decide, because I think you just hit on it, that if it's non-substantive and there's one way or the other, on that point you're making, saying Texas Occupations Code, we're gonna be able to find it there, or if it says Occupations Code. So that's kind of addressed, so kind of, you know which ones are gonna pop out there. The doozies.
It's gonna take me a while. Assistant in audiology. It was shortened. All of the required to be licensed under Texas Occupations Code, all the way to audiology license has been removed. So it says, because of the new rules, an assistant in audiology, the definition has changed. An individual who provides audiological support services to clinical programs under supervision of a board-approved audiologist licensed under the Act.
So the 111.90 is gonna speak to the supervision aspect, so it reaches to that. The 401 is straight out of the statute, so the originating authority for what an assistant is embodied in that.
Correct.
Are you comfortable with this language?
I'm comfortable with the
Okay,
language. What we removed was, that last half of that definition.
Okay, and so that is your proposal, is to remove that?
Correct.
Madam Chair, we're gonna look to you as she offers those. If we see concurrence amongst the board, then we're gonna say, we'll put it in. If there appears to be some differentiation on it, then we can do it as a motion, as those things are necessary.
So,
Would it be helpful if council had a copy? You have the copy?
I have the proposed, yep, the September 25th,
Okay.
2015.
What about the rest of the advisory board?
We can pause and make copies for
Pause
that.
and make copies. if
I think
that's
that would be
helpful,
helpful,
if that's what we-
because otherwise, there's a lot.
And just be mindful and use your judgment on it, but the advice of counsel there, this is now gonna be the council that's gonna be implementing these. And so, at the end of the day, next year, I'm gonna say, Wendy, how should we move forward on this,
Correct.
and not whoever the other person is?
It's just, all this is sitting in the Texas Register to be voted on by the current board, and so, and we made substantive rules and and then some just cleaning up language. And I noticed when I went through it, kept that language, which, yeah, makes sense. However, we've taken some out and tried to clean it up for reasons.
Sherry
Pardon?
Sibley. Brian, can you tell us, that some of the stuff that Patty's talking about is, to me, the wordsmithing, the housekeeping, cleanup, and our goal today is to develop a set of rules that we can send forward. But does that mean that then we couldn't go back and do these cleanups if we find an alternative wording that we think is better?
Madam Chair, that's a great point. It sounds like most of the comments, particularly the housekeeping and just the tightening up of the language, all of those could be addressed as comments in our publication process. Because if the act definition is in ours, and it will be, then someone can provide a comment. I think it should be replaced with that new definition. If it goes to the definition of assisted in audiology, that would be a viable and real comment that could be received, and the board could take action on that at their February meeting.
So I think today the focus needs to be on what do we think is bedrock? Are there changes in this version, and I've read that version that's posted, that truly change, for example, the scope of practice?
Right.
I think that's important to discuss now, but as far as the exact wording of definitions and that, I don't think that's gonna be the best use of today's time.
We've added a couple of definitions. I probably need to bring those up.
Sure.
Case load.
Absolutely.
Right, good. Yeah, so things that are substantive additions, let's do, but if it's wordsmithing, we've got time to do that later. While we've got this collective body, I think we should focus on truly, what's consumer protection, what
I
actually
agree.
changes practice. So
Yeah, I
let's
agree.
stick to those things.
Would you all still like get a copy of the Texas Register, the proposed rules of reference?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Would it be possible to take a break or get this copy?
Take a little break and get just these made.
Make copies for more.
Sure.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe we are ready to continue.
Ready? Great. Cindy, are you ready?
I'm ready. Right, so we're back on the record again. Wendy Pello, Assistant General Counsel. Now have copies of the proposed rules from the State Board of Examiners of Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. Those proposed rules were published in the Texas Register on September 25th, 2015, and those copies have been distributed to the advisory board members. Who else is?
A question. This is Mandy Vogel. Would you now explain, I understand this is a group of rules that you've gone through, combined them and rewritten them into this set of rules for our consideration, which is based on the statute.
Yes.
So far I understand. What is this document? And how does that fit into these other two documents?
This, or the latest document you have is from proposed rules that the State Board of Examiners, Speech Language Pathology and Audiology from the Department of State Health Services. That group is proposing rules, changes to their own rules. The reason this was distributed is one of the board members was making reference that there had been changes or proposed changes that were going to be incorporated into the TDLR rules, so hopefully this will be a useful reference. But these aren't proposed rules of TDLR, these are proposed rules out of the DSHS, State Board of Examiners.
Mr. Bob, imagine that there are two tracks. Right now, on this track, in this train track, for the Department of State Health Services, the Speech, Language, Pathology, and Audiology Board, that is where it is running. And on this particular track, that document you just received, they're proposing to lay some new rails. We are building a new parallel track that at some point, this one's gonna go operational, and the train is gonna get on this track. We are just simply laying the rails for this new track. They're running parallel.
Brian, I understand. But I suppose that my question is that I assume that you've had this, that you were referring to it. is that correct?
I'm
That
sorry.
you were aware of these changes?
These are proposed changes.
Proposed
They're
changes.
proposed changes.
As well as these are
Right.
proposed changes.
Right.
Okay. My concern is that I, and I assume the other board members, did not also receive a copy of this until now. We're trying to gather information so that as a board, we can respond to the requests of staff to adopt these rules, or to propose the adoption of these rules. I would just, it's a request that for future, that the board members receive all of the documents. There may be a third track. I can't, they may all converge, we may all get on the same track. But until we understand all of the concerns and the input from all of the people involved, how can we as a board perform our job? Just a comment, this is no reflection on your integrity or the credibility of this board, but it is a question that, for me, just for me personally, maybe other members of the board will disagree. I have been in a minority of one on several occasions, so that has no concern. But I just express that concern.
And Mr. Bogdan, I'll respond to it. You received the information that you needed to do your job. That there is no way that we would provide you with someone else's proposal on top of your proposal. We didn't even know they're going to be finalized, nor do we know what comments they're going to receive on their proposal. We gave you the body of rules that you're going to work on, and in that comment period, you may receive the same comments from them, but it's going to generate the same information. To build a proposal on top of a proposal is not how we do our business. We built it on the statute and the rules that are in place today, not rules which may be in place tomorrow, but we built it on the statute and the rules that are in place today. It would have been folly to give you someone's potential proposal of what they think they're going to propose before it was done. And so you have the information that exists today as law and as rule. You have the exact information, the starting point. That's the starting point that we're working from. In the comment period, it may bring out those proposals. It may bring out the same comments. But to start with what we think may happen, that's not our role.
Not to argue upon.
Oh, no, that's okay.
However, just me speaking,
I understand.
I would certainly appreciate as much information of what people are thinking they may or they may not suggest as we go through these rules. I think that is a valid request.
I think that we will fall short of that request every day because we can't know what people are thinking. However, what we do know is that at a public meeting, the public is invited to come and comment on what we're proposing. The public comment period in the Texas Register is set up just for what you're talking about. Is once we get a proposal out there, that's when the public has the opportunity to share what they're thinking, not before we know what they're thinking. So the rules you have in place are based on the law and the rules that exist today. That's what you have to work with. And then you have this wonderful board of talented people that can say, oh, we should bring some more, and that's exactly what Ms. Brandon's doing, and it's appropriate.
All right, any more questions? All right, back to the definitions section. You had noted that there were some definitions that you may want to add. You had some comments on changes to act and assistant audiology, but you said there were some new definitions that you would like to,
Correct.
including in the TDLR proposed rules.
Correct. This is Patty Brannon, speech language pathologist. If you look at 10, we defined caseload. So that's an addition. The other addition to the definitions is number 26, supervisor. All the rest of the changes in those definitions were just cleaning up language.
Any questions about that? This is Sharice and Cyprian. So, the suggestion is to add caseload and supervisor as definitions. Is that reasonable?
This is Patty Brand. The reason that we added those two definitions was confusion on the licensee's part of supervisor, and this came from the Inspector General's office. Supervisor of a company can be a speech-language pathologist and supervise the entire company, versus supervisor that is board approved over an intern or a licensed assistant. So that was, it was a billing issue for Medicaid, so we cleaned that up. That's the history on that.
Any other changes or comments? Go ahead.
Bob Novak, is there proposed language regarding the number of assistants or interns that can be supervised by one supervisor at a given time?
Mr. Novak, we have that later on in the rules, and it's highlighted to at least bring attention to it. I think the number is 4. Yes, sir.
Anything else on definitions? Suggestion to add caseload, definition of caseload and supervisor as those were proposed by the DSHS state board. Okay. All right, moving on to page 7, you're on page 7, subchapter B, the speech language pathologist and audiologist advisory board. This goes on pages 7 through 9, and these provisions were taken from the statute, and they do include a few provisions that are similar in the DSHS rules, and those cross-references are there. Again, it's membership, the duties of the board, terms and vacancies, officers, and meetings, and these are from the statute with a few clarifications and additional language. Any questions or comments on
I
that? Yes.
have a couple of questions, and I know looks like it's taken directly, this is Manny Boatman, taken directly from the statute, so I don't know quite how to address it, but I asked on the membership of the advisory board, I understand the 9 members, I understand the B section, the C section, then how does that apply to public members?
It doesn't, C says the advisory board members appointed under subsections A1 and A2. When you go back to A1, those are the 3 audiologist members, and
Okay.
A2 are the 3 speech language pathologist members,
Okay,
and that's in the statute.
okay, great, thank you. On the section for officers, it says the presiding officer of the commission shall designate a member of the advisory board to serve as the presiding officer of the advisory board for a term of 1 year, et cetera, et cetera. I do not see a provision in case of the absence of the chair or vice chair or the secretary of the advisory board. And I know that's taken from the statute as well, procedurally, just how would that proceed?
Right. We don't have secretaries for our advisory boards, and if in the event of the presiding officer of the advisory board is not able to attend, we usually have somebody fill in for that meeting, but we don't appoint vice chairs. And so that was in the statute, and that's not in the statute. And that's a little different structure, coming from the DSHS examination board.
And so I would assume the chair of the TDLR would appoint a temporary chair in the absence of the chair. Is that correct?
You ask somebody to step in that
just for
to
the
run that
meeting.
meeting.
Okay. And then the duties of the secretary, the duties, I think, are still there. So who performs the duties of the secretary? If there is no secretary, then who performs those duties?
Mr. Bodnar, you may remember from the summit that the team that you have for advisory board support consists of Tamala Fletcher, Delia, and Mary Winston. So the minutes, the information you receive for the meeting, they provide all that.
Okay, I respect that. But the concern that I have is that a board member does not sign off on those minutes. It comes before the board. I assume the board approves the minutes.
They
Or
will.
the advisory board approves.
Yes, they will. They'll approve their
the
minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's good.
That's correct.
But the procedurally, that I would like, and again, I don't know if we can do it because it's not in the statute, at least I don't think it is. I would prefer that a advisory board member review the minutes of staff. Again, not suggesting any impropriety, not suggesting any of that, but I think that is good practice. I think that practice exists on other boards. Why it doesn't exist on this board, I don't understand.
Mr. Bodnar, it does. So at your second meeting, you're gonna receive in your information packet the minutes from this meeting. All the advisory board members will have an opportunity to review that. And then on that second meeting, the agenda, you're gonna have an item that says approval of the agenda. So everyone's gonna be able to put their eyes on that, those minutes.
Again, I appreciate that. I just believe there should be a secretary of the board. That is my gut feeling, and I know the entire board will review the minutes, I understand that. I know the minutes are recorded, that I understand. And I do know we have not only a capable staff, but a more than capable staff of creating good and accurate minutes. I just think procedurally, there should be a board member to sign off for the board.
We'll take that under advisement again. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments on that subchapter about the advisory board? Moving on, subchapter C, examinations. This is middle of page 9 in the TOR proposed rules. This is setting up the examination requirements. The act, what we've designated, needs to be a written examination and the jurisprudence examination, which is a test of the laws, rules of Texas. Again, we've got setting up the written examination, which is the speech language pathology and audiology examination, PRACES exam. If I'm pronouncing that right, it's the national exam. Practice. Thank you. Practice exam. For the written exam. So that sets that out. You'll notice at the top of page 10, C and D, that is implementing the provisions that are currently in the statute as revised by Senate 219 and 202. It's occupations code 401.307 about the failure, so that's up there. We also have section 11 or 111.22 waiver of the written exam requirements. This we've taken from the DSH's rules in terms of the waiver, and I guess this is if you have the certificate of clinical competency, or of competence, excuse me, that you would have a waiver from the exam requirement. And I guess in terms of background, in terms of the certificate of clinical competence, just that, to obtain that, just for our information, that certificate is there clinical examinations, so a written exam, and there's a clinical experience built into obtaining that certificate.
And Sherry, since it was so to hold that CCC, you would have had to pass the very exam that our state requires,
Okay.
and complete clinical component. So
Clinical
that's why
component,
they-
so, okay, both, and that's why both are right. Thank you. Section 111.23, this is the jurisprudence exam, and we are continuing, this is something that DSHS currently already requires, and we are continuing that on in these rules.
Madam Chair, on the jurisprudence examination,
Yes.
you'll hear later on in staff reports, Ray Pizarro and his examination team they're gonna take a comprehensive look at the jurisprudence examination across all the programs. There is a variety of ways that it's being done. One program may require it for front-end licensure, another one requires it for renewal, another one says you have to do it every 4 years for renewal, another one says it can be used for continuing education. We're gonna take a look at the origin of it and see how we can be more efficient in administering that. But today and moving forward, it's gonna look like it's always looked.
Any questions or comments on that subchapter regarding the examinations? Okay. Moving on to subchapter D, this is on page 11. This is where we start with kind of the breakout of the specific license types. There's 9 license types, counting the provisional, and so kind of the first part of this, once we kind of get through the full license, the assistant, the intern, the temporary, kind of for the pathology, hopefully audiology will be a little faster because there'll be some common elements. So again, speech language pathology license requirements under 111.30. We have set out, taken that out from the DSHS rules. And we do have a note for discuss highlighted text, and that starts on page 12. We did have some questions about, I guess it would be B3 about the quarter hour of academic credit, B5 about the applicant who graduated from a college or university is not accredited.
Madam Chair, on B3, again, for one of those consistency elements across programs, we just wanted to highlight that the Education Examination Group will be looking at all, how we're crediting semester hours for all the programs. So we're going to make sure that for the speech pathology program and the orthotist program and the midwives program, that if it's at a university, that we're doing it the same way. We're not proposing to change it here. We just wanted to make you aware that we're going to look at it across the board because semester hours should be, given the same amount of credit no matter which program it's for.
And the B5, the next highlighted section about the graduate from college or university not accredited, the statutes, I guess the first part of these rules talk about being completed at college or university where the program is accredited. So we wanted some more information, I guess, on where this comes from or how this works. And I guess, is there a list of programs that are accredited and universities that are accredited out there?
Right. Sherry Sensibrian. Yes, it's easy enough to obtain a list of all the accredited universities, those that are in process, those that might be on probation, all those different standards. That this particular rule referred to the fact that sometimes people do complete a degree at a university that either was in the accreditation process and then didn't finish, or perhaps loses their accreditation, but the student still got the degree. So then their documentation can be sent forward to the American Speech Language Hearing Association for an evaluation from the CFCC, the Council for Clinical Certification, and they can review it to find out if the coursework and clinical requirements are equivalent to what the standard would be. So that's another way for us to verify that the information, or that the coursework and clinical experiences are what our rules would require.
So it expands the paths for
Yes.
somebody who may be
Right.
in an odd spot.
Yeah,
This
and
gives
we
an
wouldn't want
option.
someone to be penalized because they happened to attend a university where something happened.
Sure.
And they did all that work, but the university loses their accreditation and it affects the individual. So this is another way for them to be approved.
Thank you. That's helpful to just have that background.
I'm sorry, let me just hear that again. We're not talking about a person that's going through a program that's at a university that loses its accreditation. We're talking about a person that's gone through a program that at a university that has accreditation, but may lose that accreditation later. Is that correct?
Well, it's possible that you finish your degree, and at the time you finish your degree, the university, this is Sherry Sensibrian, it's possible to be in a degree program, and because that goes on for a number of years, the university may not be accredited at the time you graduate. So the issue is that you may have taken all the coursework that's required and completed all the clinical work that's required, but if your university either loses or does not hold accreditation the day you graduate, You have the option to ask this counsel from the American Speech Language Hearing Association to evaluate your transcript and indicate if it's equivalent to the work that's required for clinical certification at the national level.
Okay, now, I am a public member. I am not a speech pathologist, I'm not an audiologist. So for me, I need a little just discussion, so in my own mind, I'll understand a little better. Now, what would cause a university to lose accreditation in the speech pathology or the audiology field?
For our field, it's something as simple as losing enough faculty members to not have the proper faculty-student ratio, or there are several things that could cause you to either not meet the standard or to lose that accreditation. And so this rule was written a long time ago in hopes that that way an individual is not penalized if you finish a degree and your school doesn't hold accreditation on the day you graduate. You can still use that coursework that you've had, that clinical training that you've had toward getting your license.
Okay, so that's assuming the student enrolls at a university that is accredited on day one. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. They could be enrolled at a school that's in the candidacy process, because it's a little bit of a catch-22. A university enters candidacy, they also have students at the time with the intention that they will complete their accreditation process, but things can happen, so
Has
that
that
it might
ever
not.
been a problem in actual practice? I mean, I don't know, I may be too detailed here. Has that ever impacted the quality and the practice of speech pathology or audiology within the state of Texas?
Bob Novak, and this is very rare. And it usually relates to a process that's been going on either for candidacy status for accreditation of a new program, or for a program that's been alerted that it's on probation and has to do certain things to come off of probation. And usually that relates to issues of enough full-time faculty and faculty with appropriate credentials. So that's rare. And you might have a student caught in that process of probationary status for a program that was accredited when they entered that program. But they then had their reaccreditation reviewed, and they were alerted that they do not meet certain standards that they need to meet for continuation of accreditation.
And would the student be so informed
Yes, so all the students would know what was going on.
that
Yes.
they appropriate?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Under subsection C, clinical work, we had highlighted some, C 1, 2, and 3 about the different clock hours, and I guess that we were wanting, to have a discussion on that. Changes in those hours of.
Yes, so the
Don't wanna
question
have
is,
discussion.
do we still need to have those 3 buckets? Or can the lowest bucket meet the requirement? Because obviously if somebody can get in 275 if they have a degree in that time period, then 275 is acceptable. And we're not asking to change it, we just wanted to understand why the buckets are there, and also point out, when you have these type of buckets, it adds to administrative review and burden. Because you have to now look at the transcript for the time period, was it here, and I just want to put that out there as an efficiency discussion. No change is needed today, but we will come back and talk some more about why the bucket's necessary and that sort of thing. But it's not something that we're asking you to change today, we just wanted to put it on your radar for you to think about. Our goal is to keep things coming over where they can, so.
Right, D is the supervised professional experience. E is examination. Again, we highlighted this to have a better understanding of passing the exam, past 10 years, and 2 years of the completion date internship. Kind of E, and I think kind of bleeds into F as well, in terms of those timeframes and why they're necessary, where they can head in.
Madam Chair, I imagine that you'll be appointing some workers at some point in time. And
Right.
so the education examination pieces, we would love for that group to kind of work on it they'll be working closely with Ray so we can gain a better understanding of what those provisions are, what's the magic of 10 years,
Right.
and just really be just informed about the history and how these things work for your industry.
Sherry said, Sabrina, I think that will be important too, because the exam changes, and so the current exam is only 1 year old, and that's different from the exam that people took 3 years ago, certainly than 10 years ago, so we should talk about it.
And then on page 13G, again, this was about the waiver. Applicant previously held the CCC may have that certificate reinstated and then apply for licensure. I guess our question was this provision necessary? Is it just important that when they come to apply for licensure, they have a current certificate at that point? So we didn't know whether this was, something that needed to be retained, or if there's something maybe not so obvious to us in terms of keeping that.
Our position is for efficiency, we're gonna look at, does the person hold one today? Whether they had one and it got reinstated, today do they have a current one? And so we're thinking that this is a provision that could come out, because we're gonna honor this C, the 3 Cs that's in front of us, that's current.
No, that's logical.
This is Patty Brannon. I think part of that too is that many years ago, it wasn't as necessary to have their CCC.
Okay.
And people, in order to keep it, had to pay their dues. It wasn't connected to CEs or anything like that. And some people had just let it drop because they didn't want to pay. And so very few people are out there now, I would think, that just have a master's who used to have their Cs, refused to pay. And then it dropped, so then all of a sudden they want to go back and get their Cs, so.
So is the supervisor, is it okay taking that out, or recommendation? All right, moving on to section 111.31. This is the application and eligibility requirements.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response. Are we going to leave it in, or are we going to take it out?
This is Sherry Sincibber, and it makes sense to take it out. There's, as long as they hold currencies, that's the only thing we're looking at. We don't care if they held it and dropped it and reinstated it.
Under section 111.31, the application eligibility requirements, stating section that it's implementing, and we've pulled different sections from the DSHS rules in terms of the application process, the required application materials, criminal history information, waiver, and put this in one section. One thing we do want to note, oftentimes we'll find rules, I'm not going to this situation here, but it'll say the application, you must have an application form, and the application form must contain A, B, C, D, E. We have streamlined that to be, you must submit a department-approved application. Those elements that are specified of what you want in the form can be included in the form, but it's not necessary to include them in the rules. We don't have to, every time we change the form, we gotta go change the rules first. So I think those are elements that we can build into the form without specifying those elements in the rules. And then you'll see that across all these programs, if the applicant needs to complete an application on a department-approved form. So we'll build in those important things that we need to collect, information we need to gather as part of that form. And again, we've got the transcripts, that's number 3 that's highlighted, and we've just addressed that, but it's definitely program not accredited, so pass it.
Wendy, this is Sherry.
This is
one wording. It needs to be worded as it was correctly on the previous page. Council for Clinical Certification instead of Clinical Certification Board. You say it was worded correctly on the previous page, but not in this one.
Thank you.
So look at 3. It says Clinical Certification Board. Change it to Council for Clinical Certification.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we'll make that change throughout if it
Okay.
appears this way. Thank you.
And Bob Novak, in number 2 at the end, communication, communicative sciences. In terms of, should that be communication sciences and disorders, with an S on the end of disorder, communicative, it's very rarely spoken of in terms of communicative disorders. So I think we need to really make sure that that reflects the best generic description.
So we'll make that change throughout too, where, because this has already showed up a couple of places prior to this. And so, Dr. Novak, are we saying an S on the end of science and an S on the end of disorder as well? Sciences and disorders?
Communication, sciences and disorders.
And disorders.
And disorders, and S in the end of disorders.
Yep.
And it should be communication. And we'll make that throughout.
That's probably gonna get the most comments in the comment period.
Right.
I like struggling through the word communicating. I like that.
Okay, and again, 4 is, 5, just so, at the bottom of that page, and then we'll just goes on to the next page of the elements there.
I'm sorry, this is Manny. I know this word has come up before, and I am not seeing it in definitions, but it's kind of like everyone else here knows what it is. Praxis. And what does that mean? A practice exam.
Sherry Sensiberian. The Educational Testing Service administers a number of tests for different professions, but the Praxis series includes the professions of speech pathology and audiology. So it's the national exam for our fields.
Should that be included in definitions then?
It's on page 9.
It is there? Okay, I just didn't see it.
111.21A, and it has that exact language, the national examination administered by the education testing service.
So that
At the very bottom of the page.
Oh, okay, well, that I did see, but I was trying to figure out what the letters, if that was short for something. But I couldn't figure that one out. So that's what that means.
I had that same opportunity as well. I was like, okay. So I actually went to their webpage and kind of looked at it a little bit.
Back of the page, top 14, we've highlighted number 6. This is if the internship is completed out of state, assuming that there are requirements on the supervisor supervising that intern in terms of having the supervisor's intern transcript, and then if that state required licensure, a copy of the supervisor's license, and if the state didn't require licensure, a copy that this, or a statement that the supervisor held the CCC, at the time of the internship. I'm just trying to get some background on that and how that actually works, because it would be, I guess the supervisor providing that to the applicant who's then turning that in.
And Wendy, I'm getting a nod from Katie, that's how it works. Katie Bryce is the Department of State Health Services Executive Director for this particular program. She's in the audience, so she's also available to come up to the table and answer any questions if you have. Thank you, Katie.
And then we had highlighted just first, noting that was something different. The applicant's actually submitting something from somebody else as part of their application, and just getting a better understanding of that provision.
This is Patty Brannon. I think we wanted it commensurate with what we require from in-state. Because in-state, they have to have a license in CCC.
Okay. Thank you. And then the rest of the information, the exam score, successfully pass, completing the jurisprudence exam and the fee. Under what is C is the fingerprints, that must be submitted for the full license. And then under subsection D, again, I guess we have the waiver of clinical experience examination requirements, and we had already talked about that having that certificate meant you'd already taken the exam, but you'd also met clinical requirements as well. And for that one, in the DSHS, the current rules, it was kind of set out as a separate section, separate from the speech language pathology license and the audiology license. we had built that, it seemed to only apply to those two licenses, not the assistants and the interns and the temporary, so we built that into the full license, the speech language pathology license and the audiology license. So in doing that, if they have, that they currently hold the CCC, the CCC, there's certain documents that we carried over from the DSHS in terms of signed letter, verifying that they hold that certificate, the transcripts, and then we did have them submitting required documents and fees. And it refers back up to the list under B1, which is still having to submit a completed application on department approved form, still having to pass the jurisprudence exam, and still paying the fee.
And just to reiterate and be clear that the changes made again in section 2, E2 and 14, it says communicative sciences or disorders.
Right.
So it should say communication sciences and disorders. So wherever this happens in this document, it should be changed.
Yes, sir, we'll make it throughout.
Okay.
Absolutely.
A question, this is Manny Bodnar. On the question of fingerprints, it says on a prescribed form by DPS. Are those fingerprints, are they notarized or just, and again, I can't imagine this being widespread. Quite frankly, if it exists at all. But just trying to close the loop for misuse in the set of providing fingerprints.
They go to a location and provide fingerprints in person. DPS or one of the contract
Oh, so they
vendors.
go somewhere. In
Yes,
other
sir.
words, you just can't have a form, put a fingerprint, there's a procedure.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the last time, I think it was back in '62 when they used an infant's fingerprint, but I'm joking. I'm joking. No, they go to the location to get it done, so it's really tight in person.
It does not need to be addressed in the rule, it's just known.
It's known, but also when they go to our webpage, or today when they go to the Department of State Health Services webpage, they have guidance and direction on where to go, who the vendors are, and how to get it accomplished. They'll have the same thing when they come here to TDLR. When you pull up the application on our webpage, you're gonna be able to click on it, and it's gonna say, you get fingerprints for this one, here are the steps you need to take, here's what you need to do, how you need to do.
And again, that is for certain license types, and this is one of those. Any other questions on section 111.31? This is kind of a big section with application of eligibility. Moving on to 111.32, this is still speech language pathology license, but issuing the license. Pretty straightforward, issuing a license, name, license and expiration date. And then just we will issue duplicate licenses. Any questions on that section? Comments? Moving on to section 111.33, this is the license terms and the renewal. This license is valid for 2 years, the date of issuance, and then renewed every 2 years. Here again, we have submitted the renewal requirements, hopefully an easy checklist format that will be user-friendly in terms of what needs to be submitted for a renewal. And you'll see that under subsection C in terms of the renewal application, passing the criminal history background check, the 20 hours of CE, which will, it's in a later section, complying with the CE audit process, if they're selected for an audit, and the fee. And we've got some provisions about denying the renewal. Also, note on the top of page 16, subsection F, about the DSHS rules had rules about late renewing a license. We'll see this later on in the fees. TURs has a late renewal as well. I think our timeframes are a little different. An applicant or a licensee can late renew 1 day late to 90 days, and it's 1.5 times the license fee. And then it's from 91 to 18 months, which is a little different from other agencies, which usually 1 year we go to 18 months, and that's 2 times the license fee. And then we also have a very late renewal from 18 months up to 3 years, and that's upon approval of the executive director. So what you're seeing here in section F is referral back to our chapter 60 rules, which apply to all our programs, and those sections are talking about the late renewal fee structure in terms of the time periods, and then also the late renewal fees.
Madam Chair, I'll just really quickly on that extended leg renewal provision that we have, TLR is the only regulatory agency that has it in the state of Texas. My boss, probably about 4 years ago, people were coming in 1 year and 1 day. And we found out that there were a lot of folks, particularly in the cosmetology program, to where their significant other was relocated or deployed to another state. They came back 2 years, and they had to start back over. And he was like, this is just getting ridiculous. People don't get done that quick. Our statute provides for us to have that late renewal provision that goes up to 18 months, and then even a little bit longer than that. The person still has to do their continuing education before they come on board, but it allows them to start where they left off as opposed to starting at the very beginning of the process. So it's just something you should know.
This is Tammy Camp. I actually like that, having been part of the previous board and been on the complaints. There were many complaints that dealt with this, and this would completely take that away and makes a whole lot of sense.
It really works, except for now, every now and then we get 3 years in 1 day. But they're far and few between, and those situations have dropped probably 90%, 95%. So thank you very much for that.
Ms. Patty Brannon, so are they allowed to practice within that 18 months?
Absolutely not. The expired license requirement is still there. It's an expired license until they renew.
Okay.
And you'll see that reflected in subsection G right below that. A person whose license is expired may not practice or engage in speech and language pathology. Just extends the time for them to renew late without having to completely start the whole process over again.
It has
Just
to,
about right, so the grace period goes away, that is now in place, the 60-day grace period.
Right, these
Where
are,
they could
yeah,
continue to practice.
right, that is not incorporated into those rules. It's an expiration date, you'll have the late renewal fees, but yeah, there's not a grace period. With our license renewals, and Brian can help me here on the timeframes, but they're sending out notices way in advance of your license expiration date to give you the opportunity to know when that.
We also got the statute amended to allow us to send out renewal notices via email. So our process is to send them out 60 days via email saying you need to renew. And then 45 days if they have it saying, hey, you still need to renew. And then at 30 days, we do the postcard saying, you know you still need to renew. Your license is about to expire in 30 days. So we really reach out to them. In that email, they have the ability for most of our programs to do it electronically from that email and go right there and do it online. So.
this is Patty Brannon, I'm just throwing this out so you'll know, expired license, in our profession, you bill for third-party payment, so insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, so that can be a big issue.
So a person with an expired license can or cannot?
Cannot,
Well, yeah, they should.
cannot.
They should not.
This will make it clearer because our licensees have had that 60-day grace period, and yet they can't bill, and their employer may send them home the day their license expires, but then they want to argue, but I have 60 days grace. Well, Medicaid doesn't care about your 60 days grace in your license.
So we're lining up with that.
So it makes, yeah, it'll take some education of licensees, but in the long run, it'll make things much cleaner.
Absolutely. And we will work very hard to get the word out, particularly as we start moving towards, getting that second meeting, and as we get closer to the program transferring, we're gonna have some what's new. Here's what's new. You can do this, this, and this, and here's what you can't do that's new, and we'll really, really hammer with getting the word out. We don't want to catch anybody in the lurch,
Right.
but we do want to have some very fine, clear lines.
Any other questions or comments on that subchapter D? Moving on to subchapter E, these are the requirements for the intern in speech language pathology. Meet the requirements, we've got the education requirements under subsection B. Retain those 36 hours, 24 hours, I believe those are right out of the statute as well. We then, we've already talked on page 17, that's another thing, that we've highlighted it before, we talked about the issue, we won't bring it up again, so whatever the decision was earlier on, like, for example, the quarter hour of academic credit, considered 2/3 a semester hour, we didn't make any changes, but again, the same comments would apply, or whatever the decision is, so on that. We don't have anything highlighted then, and we've we're visiting some of the things, and this with, I think with both the intern and the assistant, mix it up. In the current rules, a lot of the requirements were go see what the full license is under subsection A through C or A through D. This, we just built this in, so you'll see a lot of repetition, maybe through these, it makes it a little longer, it makes them self-contained. So you've got the same things with the clinical work under C. Again, they've got the 10 years issue in D, which will be later discussion. Continuing on in F, master's degree. Under G, the intern plan and agreement of supervision. I think this, Brian alluded to this earlier, this is one of those places where we start seeing a lot of paper and lots of forms and approvals, different stages, and that's something I guess we would like to discuss with the advisory board in terms of, do we need approval at all these stages? Is there notification at these stages? Is it, does it need to be in a particular form?
Madam Chair, Brian Francis, I'm sorry, when I didn't.
Go ahead.
So the language that you have in front of us, this is completely in honor of Katie in bringing this to our attention at the first extensive discussion we had with the Department of State Health Services. Again, this is where the paper keeps flying back and forth. There's a burden on the supervisor that's back in the office. There's a burden on the agency, and people are wondering why things aren't getting processed quick. It's because of the paper, which is too much paper to look at. And technology should allow us to be a little bit more efficient in how we handle this. When you look at letter G, the second line, submitted in a manner prescribed by, you're gonna see some wording like that. You're gonna see a couple of other sections that say, oh, the department may establish a process by which to submit, do X and Y. We have not changed the points on which you have to send the information, but we are hinting that we're gonna change the process by which you do it. Our goal, as we start bringing the technology over, is to build a supervisor web page where they can just type in the hours, type in the change, send the notice electronically. That's our goal. May not be up on day one, but this language is going to position us to do that. And we think it's going to be a burden off of everybody. And if we just have to be selfish, it's going to be a burden off of us. But I think the supervisors and the folks in the field are going to appreciate it as well. So you'll see several different lines where it says sign. We're going to have language that says sign means an electronic signature under Chapter 322 of the Business and Commerce Code and all that good stuff. We're going to get there, but that's this new language. I'm grateful for Wendy of putting it in there because I just threw it in my horrible penmanship. But I'm more grateful for Katie because we've had some conversations about this, and so this is going to be the Katie monument that we're going to put up. This is her birthplace on this thing.
So this, and I think most part of this is taken all from DSH's current rules. Internship requirements are about 18, go on. Not having any highlighted things here, so stop me if you've got a question about any of these sections or if you had made notes if I want to talk about this. So, extension request,
Under I, you'll see signed by both the intern and the supervisor in a manner prescribed by the department, so that's hinting to there may be an alternative way. It's going to be the same way until we change it, but these are the places that we think technology can assist everybody.
you get to page 20, there's some next highlighted list changes. Prior to implementing changes in internship, approval from the department is required. We had highlighted this in terms of just a discussion and for our information, is there a need for prior approval at these stages? Is it notification? What is for the reasons that we need to have prior approval?
Sherry, since they're bringing, Patty, we have something to add. The biggest thing I think we wanted to check on was to be sure that if the intern changes supervisors, that they change to a supervisor who would be approved by the board. And sometimes there are supervisors who would not. Patty, is there another big change that we would want to know?
This is Patty Brennan. If they've got more than 4,
Oh,
you gotta,
Okay.
you gotta.
that's
keep
right,
up
they
with
might
that.
change to a supervisor who's approved but is already supervising 4, which is the limit.
That's great, because what we can build into the technology is when a person's adding somebody, they have those edits built in there. It says, oh, you already have 5, can't do it. You're not eligible, because we want to build a database of everyone who's eligible today, and that person can automatically go through it. So we're going to build in some of those edits, but that's good to know, because I hadn't thought about that one. And that's my maybe, and the 5th person.
Yeah, and the thing is we, in the rules that are currently in the Texas Register, we took out that exception for more than 4.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's still in there right now.
It's proposed.
Ooh. Party time.
And you're saying, currently the board approves the supervisor, it's not just a supervisor that's licensed, but there's other requirements about it.
The consanguinity
No.
that can't be related to,
Going through
must
that
have the master's
evaluation
degree
first
instead of the
in terms of-
bachelor's degree, those sort of
Exactly,
things.
making sure that the supervisor has all the credentials, none of the relationship, doesn't already supervise 4 individuals. So there's.
And that's why I wanted to kind of know what went into
Right.
the approval, what was in
Yeah,
what you're
there's
looking
several
at.
things, which is part of the reason why it's not just a sign off for Katie, it's like you have to check all those before you approve. Katie wanted to comment?
May I make a comment?
Please, if you come to the mic,
Okay, first.
that'd be great. Thanks for being here, Katie, we appreciate it.
Katie Bryce, Executive Director. Another thing that goes into that is that to be an approved supervisor, you have to have a master's degree. And there are some people who, we don't have their education, their transcript on file because they've been licensed for so long. So we have to go through the archives and library to pull their transcript, which is a big delay. So if, when you're building this database, if you could have the education tagged with the person to be like a filter, then that would be really helpful and speed things up.
And Katie, I know that you guys showed us some information to where today you guys are adding that into that comment field
Right.
if they have that, but it's
Mhm.
still the ones going back, so
Right.
we'll definitely build it in.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
And if you look at that same page at the bottom, at page 20 under Q, this is the language that Brian was referencing, is notwithstanding the supervision provisions above, the department may establish procedures, processes, and mechanisms for the monitoring and reporting of the supervision requirements. And that's kind of a broad encompassing language that kind of all these changes that we would like to do in terms of the reporting and the monitoring, hopefully streamline the process.
Madam Chair, if I could, Brian Francis, on page 20, if you could go up to L3, we have modified some language in there. We felt like if it's the same supervisor, same hours, nothing else has changed except for the location, then we change it to notify the department in the manner prescribed by, as opposed to sending a form and having it signed and that sort of thing. So that is a change from the current process, but we felt like those circumstances didn't require something bigger, that it should be, oh, here's the new address.
Right, the board would never reject an application because of
Yeah.
the location of your employment.
So you're really just notifying us about the new location. Your relationship has not changed.
Thank you for bringing that up. Any other questions or comments on that section? Ends at the bottom of page 20. Moving on to page 21, section 111.41. This is the intern speech language pathology license. This is the application eligibility requirements. Similar to what we saw in the previous license, we've got the list of required documentation that must be submitted for that application, including the department approved application form, copies of transcripts, the exception under 3, and 4 is if the graduate degree has not been officially conferred, original certificate copy of transcripts. 5 is the coursework and clinical experience form. D is the intern plan and agreement supervision form. Again, this is signed by both applicant and the proposed supervisor, and if there's a way we can streamline that in the future, we'd like to do that. And again, the jurisprudence exam and the fee. And for this license type as well, there is fingerprint requirement. The statute is requiring fingerprints for licenses issued under the statute, so that still applies. Any questions, comments on that section? Section 111.42 is again the issuing the license. It's very much the same. Substitute the license that's being issued. It's the same throughout all the license types. Under section 111.43, this is the license term and renewals. This is, you'll see two highlighted notes, and we had a question there. Notice that the intern license was 1 year. I guess that was a question since the full license and the assistant license were each 2 years.
This is Tammy Camp. I can speak to that just from some things that had happened previously. What the intern would be practicing, that license implied that you were having some sort of supervision. And what would happen, that internship could last anywhere from about 9 months to most of the time it would be less than 1 year. And so what was happening is interns were, when it was left at 2 years, they were continuing to practice under their internship license, but they were no longer practicing as, quote, the intern with that supervision and things like that. So we were hoping that by moving that down to 1 year, they would be more careful about not continuing to practice after they completed their internship without upgrading to a full licensure.
Sometimes we gotta help them. That helps. I mean, what the air conditioning contractor program, when we first arrived here, had a 3-year license. Well, you kind of forget to renew it. You just do. 3 years goes by and you don't remember to renew it, and so that makes perfect sense. We just wanted to get a handle on it. There's some other questions and math that we're going to share with you guys in regard to the 1-year license for the intern that would come up under continuing education.
This is Patty Brandon. One other comment I'd like to make is sometimes interns, when they're in the process of getting a full license and they're in that internship year, they're part-time. So they need to be able to renew their license, because it's going to take them 2 years, or it may take them 3. Okay?
Thank you. And then I guess the next question that's related to the interns, and you see the note, but it's also what C3 about CE. Do interns take continuing education then? That's one of our questions. From the rules, it didn't seem like it, but.
So, this is Sherry Sinsibrin. Your continuing ed is tied to the license that you hold. So, if Patty's situation came up and you had a 1-year license and you don't complete the internship and you need to renew, then you would need continuing ed to renew. So I think it's only smart that interns get continuing ed, because continuing ed is a requirement for renewal of any of our licenses. So that very few people will ever renew the intern's license, but if you do, you need the continuing ed.
And the other piece of that is, we're noticing with the 2-year licenses, so it's 20 years, or 20 hours.
20 years CE.
Yeah, 20 years of CE.
Lifetime work.
Sorry about that. 20 hours of CE, and so if this was a requirement, we were proposing it to be 10 hours, which you see the highlight text there, per 1 year renewal. Okay. All right, that's our question. And again, up at the top of 23, if they are renewing with the CE, that they be subject to the audit process of retaining that, and number 5, those highlights, submit an evaluation of the intern's progress or performance from all supervisors, and any intern plans and supervisory evaluations completed segments. I guess our question is just to get some more information about why that's important, or why the department would need that information in terms of renewing.
So I think the issue is that you're supposed to be evaluated each 1/3, Sherry Sinsibrin, of the internship. And so if you change in jobs and you need to renew, I think that the department had used that information to see if you had first of all, gotten that evaluation from previous supervisors before giving you another license, and maybe you hadn't even done what you're supposed to up to that point. So what else has come up, Patty? I don't.
Well, this is Patty Brennan. It mimics what the American Speech and Hearing Association requires in order to complete the credential for CCC. The other thing is too that you have interns that practice in the public school system, and they may practice also in a geriatric facility. So their competencies in both of those facilities are going to be different. So you need that evaluation by the supervisors.
The question that we had was, is it going to be a throttle to deny their renewal if that evaluation says it's not good? Is that something we would use in the renewal process to deny their renewal? Or is it information we're gathering?
Brian, I don't see it as being a throttle for license renewal. It may just be something that needs to be maintained by the licensee. So
Yeah,
I
because
don't.
we're gonna get at the completion
Yeah,
of
so
the
I
process.
understand where you were going with that question. Does TDLR need that?
At that point, exactly. That's what we're asking, because we know we're gonna get it at the completion of their internship, the evaluation, when we get that, but we're talking about the rare case where the person has to renew. Is this one of the boxes they need to check, and is this the information we need to see for that renewal?
Patty Brannon, for renewal, I don't see it as important for licensure. I see it very important.
Absolutely. And that's not changed in the requirements, and I'm appreciating this dialogue. Patty is a look up to the left when she is really going through the process. She goes, looks over there and accesses, I absolutely love it. This is great dialogue, and we appreciate you guys being open to us asking these questions about these provisions.
Sherry, since I don't think it should be any kind of barrier to renewal. I think the issue we'll have to keep in mind is that it's possible to extend your internship over 48 months at the max. And then at the end of the 48 months, they don't know about where their records are from that first year. And so I think this was a stopgap to go, each time you renew, you better show us that you've got the records for the first year. So if there's a better way to educate licensees and to make sure that they don't come to the end of the time and then not have the proper records, maybe we don't need it as a rule, we just need some other mechanism.
Well, from our end, a lot of that's going to be captured electronically.
Yeah.
We're going to be getting it in a database from that supervisor on those, the third intervals that you were describing.
Right.
So,
It would make sense if you could capture it each time as opposed to asking them to maybe go back 3 years and get those records from the supervisor who may have moved to Alaska, by now, so.
and we can keep this in there now if you guys want to mull over it. But we just wanted to recognize that on renewal, we wanted to be as streamlined as possible and only get the things that are going to, be in the decision-making matrix. Does it stop renewal? Does it move forward?
Question, this is Manny Bodner. I'm trying to understand the discussion here. All right. Is the question if competency, if a speech pathologist is practicing in a public school or in a geriatric or wherever the practice is, they are not showing competency in that program? Is that a barrier to renewal? Am I understanding that discussion?
Well, you missed a major point. This is the intern.
The intern, I
The
understand.
intern who has held the license for a year.
Right.
Most of the interns will have completed their requirements before renewal ever comes up. But maybe life kicks in and somehow they need to renew it. This is the renewal of that internship. They're always going to be evaluated on their competency. Those requirements don't go away for them to be evaluated as they progress through the internship. We were just simply asking, because this is the list of things they need to provide for the renewal, do we need to have the evaluation document on their renewal and use it as the determining factor or not?
Okay, so let's just say a person is not competent. Okay. Then we renew the license, the intern license. That person continues to receive supervision. Is that correct? Am I on it?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Is there anywhere the number of times a license can be renewed for an intern license? Is there a limit, and what is that limit?
We have 48 months, Sherry said, we have 48 months to complete the internship from the time you started. So potentially you would renew 3 times.
Correct.
At the end of that time, the supervisor has to recommend either that you're eligible to move forward to the unrestricted license or that you're not.
And so at that point in time, the competency is a part of that process.
Absolutely, to decide if they're gonna move up, but even in those intermediate steps, that supervisor is providing information about their quality and could decide, this person's not cutting it, I'm gonna cease to be their supervisor, and then we receive a report of the progress and the evaluation at the time that their supervision is terminated.
Okay, then just procedurally, again, let's just take it to the extreme, and a supervisor ceases, as I will no longer supervise this person. Then where does the agency provide oversight for the intern?
The intern cannot practice without that supervision. They have to have that relationship, they have to be yoked with the supervisor.
Okay, great, thank you.
Absolutely.
So based on the discussion, that will stay in here for now. Am I reading it all right in terms of leaving that now, but thinking about that? Is that, my understanding correct, that provision stays in here, or is,
I
comes out?
think it should stay for now
Okay.
and mark it as something to consider.
Okay.
We'll put it in the parking lot, we'll come back to it another day.
Just wanna make sure I captured what your decisions there. Again, similar, standard language about denial based on the provisions in the statute, reasons it can deny. And again, back to the late renewal, fee sections as well. And again, you can't practice with an expired license. Any other questions, comments on that license type? Subchapter E is the requirements of the assistant speech language pathology license. Again, the licensing requirements. We did highlight the grade of C or above, and just to get some more information in terms of some of these, in terms of if a person passes or gets credit for that course. Is there a standard in the industry that it's C, or if they've gotten a D, or it sounds like here they've said on C or better, but just a little bit more information on that.
This is Brian Francis. I'm grateful to the conversations that I've had with Sherry and working her best to educate me. And what I don't know is not her fault. And I won't blame my mom and dad for genetics, but it's probably my own, right? But Sherry had said that, because I asked the question, I said, why is the C grade there, but you don't see it for the intern and you don't see it for the speech pathologists for their coursework? And she informed me that the intern and the speech pathologists are dealing with graduate work, level work, so they can't receive the grade of C or lower, or B, C or lower. And she said that most universities will not provide credit for coursework approved if it is C or lower, but she said there may be a few that don't do it, so that's why this is in there. And that was sufficient enough for me. I don't know if the world has changed and now across the board all universities are operating the same.
This is Sherry Sincerely. For credit toward your degree program, your major, it's pretty typical for undergraduates that it has to be a grade of C or above. For graduate, I guess it just wasn't spelled out because that's a requirement of graduate school. You have to make A's and B's to stay there, so.
Thank you, we appreciate just having that information, that knowledge, yeah. Page 24, setting out the license requirement, bachelor's degree. B1 is the transcript, and it's, again, we kind of touched on that coursework in the past 10 years, the 4-hour academic credit, the titles, and then what's in B2 as well, the coursework was earned more than 10 years before in terms of submitting proof of current knowledge, just to note that 10-year issue again, those time frames. Other highlights on that page. Again, stop me if you've got questions or comments or want to talk about any of these particular provisions. Yes, sir.
Proof of current knowledge, how do you operationalize that?
Where are we at?
On page 24, B2, in the event the coursework and clinical experience on subject A were earned more than 10 years before the date of application, the applicant shall submit proof of current knowledge and practice. And that is just how that works currently at DSHS.
Okay, we can get you, thank you so much.
Katie Bryce, Executive Director. If this were to come up, it would probably be a requirement of submitting some continuing education credits, but we don't have any, like, we don't make them re-enroll in, you know, a class at school or something like that. It'd just be continuing education.
Makes sense.
Mr. Val Bryant, so I think I'm a little bit uneasy with how vague that is. Can we make that more specific? How much continuing education? What is, I don't know what that means.
Well, Board Member Bryant, we're gonna let you, since you are actually in the driver's seat, hand by the ignition and your hands are on the steering wheel, you get to drive that discussion. What would you want to see in there? As we move forward, again, the current process is what it is, but this is building something future, so what are the things that you may want to consider?
I mean, I don't want to make the decision, I want the discussion to be open though, but I do just think that's very vague. Maybe I'm the only one who feels that.
And, I'm sorry, and jump right in here. I'm sorry.
This is Bob Novak, and I agree, it's very vague. And that's not a good thing, I don't think. Certainly, the American Speech Hearing Language Association has a program for membership, an assistance membership, level of membership in ASHA, which they're trying to help provide opportunities for continuing education and to try to coordinate supervisor, supervisee continuing education so that they're learning together and they're learning to be better supervisors and their assistants and all of that to try to just upgrade the quality of care that the payer is delivering to patients. So I think we should look at that in terms of what exists out there and what we may want to encourage supervisees and assistants to do in terms of that available ASHA membership status. How we might incorporate that.
This is Tammy Camp, and for the Texas Medical Board, in my world, if you have someone who's gone a long time without licensure and they want to reapply for license, they may have to go back and do a little bit of kind of residency training again. It's not going to be the same prescribed training that they had initially, but there may be so many hours or so many months that are prescribed for them to do that. It seems to me that the equivocal thing with a speech assistant would be those observation and the direct supervision hours that were required to obtain this license to begin with.
Right. So we could add some language, and maybe not today in this go-around, but particularly after the chair appoints a work group, but something to the effect that current knowledge, proof of current knowledge could include the following: continuing education hours of X, residency and observation hours of Y, and something of Z, but to give them some ideas of what we're looking for when it comes back to us, so they'll have some guidance as opposed to, does this fit? Nope, that doesn't work. And That's great, that's good stuff.
And actually, if you, back to the current DSHS rules, it's that double column document, page 14. That was stricken language, it has this within 10 years. Shall submit current knowledge of the practice of speech-language pathology be evaluated by the board's designee within 15 working days of the receipt. The board's designee shall evaluate the documentation, shall either approve the application, request additional documentation, or require that additional coursework or continuing professional education be earned. If necessary, the applicant may reapply for the license when the requirements of this section are met. So there is some, like Brian said, some general language there, if you want that put back in. I would say this is having the board's designee evaluate that, and this is obviously the board being the State Board of Examiners for Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. But in having that, something like that, insert in the TDR rules for placeholder or.
Wendy, I think that one there talks more process. What I was offering is some specific
Okay.
ways that they can prove it up. Because that one there says you didn't prove it up, so now here's how you can cure it by doing X. But if they already have that in their pocket, so I think it's just something for the board to kind of work out of what would be acceptable.
So going forward, what would be the board's decision behind this provision?
So is there a problem, Sherry, since everybody at this point, with leaving it to be evaluated by the department? Because one of the things that always worries me is when the rules get too specific. If you haven't practiced for 10 years in one day versus you haven't practiced for 25 years, we might require different amounts of proof
That's a good
that
point.
you're current. So is there a way to leave
Not
it?
all downtime is created equal.
Yeah, exactly, to leave it fair, and even to require that you, because you're an assistant, you're gonna apply to, under a supervisor, which even tells us what your work setting is. And so someone who's gonna go to work in a public school, we might require different concurrent continuing ed versus someone who's gonna work in home health. So I'd like to have the flexibility that we could write a prescription for that person without having it spelled out too detailed in rules, so I don't know what the happy medium is.
I think the powerful word may, that proof of current knowledge may include the following. The department still has to evaluate it on a case, we can put that magic language, evaluate on a case-by-case basis. I think that really tells the person who may find themselves in a unique situation. By the way, yesterday's meeting, which went 11 hours, which I'm grateful you guys are not gonna match, they have a section called uniquely qualified, and I said the word unique about 45 times yesterday. And it drove me nuts, and I promised I wasn't gonna say it today, and as soon as it came out of my mouth, I regretted it. So, you know, we can definitely work on keeping it flexible, but giving them a little bit of guidance.
Some examples at least, yeah.
So in this current, Wendy Pello, Assistant Counsel, so in this current language, are you going to leave this alone for right now? Or is there something building in right now, evaluate the department on a case-by-case basis? Or, just to make sure I'm clear in terms of that this particular
This is
language.
Brian, so if we left it that way, at what point would we come back and make changes or propose changes?
We could do it at the next meeting because it wouldn't be restricting, just to add clarity. We could do it at your third meeting because until they give us the money, this program's not gonna be here, so we'll have definitely at least 2 more meetings to really talk it over and to flesh it out.
So my understanding is that we leave this as is for.
We can leave it as it is, and then as we have work groups, a work group could propose some wording, and I think I know someone to go on the work group, right?
Great,
You
thanks.
speak up, you volunteer.
There you go.
And then again, just possessing the baccalaureate degree, D's degrees in coursework for foreign universities. And stop me if there's anything wanting to stop. E on page 25 is 25 hours of clinical observation, and it kind of has the breakdown. We do, at the, near the bottom of page 25, it's under, so it would be E4C and E 26. There was reference to 100% direct in-person supervision, or proposing taking up the 100%. The direct in-person supervision is sufficient.
Patty Brandon, where are you?
I'm sorry, page 25. This is E4C, and then number 6. We've got that highlighted.
100%, I feel very strongly that needs to be left in, because you're training that person. It's, that person doesn't have any experience with communication disorders, direct experience, and it needs to be 100% to protect the public and for training of that assistant.
Board Member Brandon, help us understand the difference between direct supervision and 100% direct supervision. Because we were assuming that direct supervision is direct supervision.
We added in person, that historically we needed to add in person, because if you don't put 100%, they could be on, in the clinic or in the school system and be seeing other kids and seeing other clients and not be there with the assistant to give feedback. You have to know that this person, the assistant, who's wanting an assistant license and has not had any experience, hands-on experience with clients or with students, they need someone in there 100% of the time in person watching therapy.
Absolutely. And we promised you that strike-through would come off. We wanted to have it for conversation because it was different. We wanted to hear the public discussion of what constitutes 100% versus that. So you're going to hear us say this over and over. We're not going to diminish or interfere with your contact with the client. And so that 100% will go back in. We just wanted to have the dialogue.
Yeah, I understand.
We appreciate that.
Sherry, since this probably needs to go on the list of things that our licensees still need some education about, because it is unusual. It's the only time that we require you to provide 100%.
You gotta be there.
The assistant can't do anything without you standing over their shoulder, and that's the only time. It's been spelled out for a long time, but I still know people who don't seem to understand it, or they certainly don't abide by it, so we need some education about it.
Moving on to page 26, FJ, we had highlighted the licensed assistant shall only provide services for the supervising speech language pathologist caseload. Sentence kind of comes at the end of the paragraph it's talking about in the event that there's the speech language pathologist agrees to supervise the licensed assistant. Each licensed speech language pathology supervisor shall be identified. I'm assuming that the licensed assistant can provide services for any of those supervisors named. Just a little clarification there.
We just thought that the modified a singular supervisor when the sentences above say you could have multiple supervisors. So you just wanted to make sure, we want to make sure from our understanding that the assistant can do the caseload work for everyone who is an approved supervisor for that assistant.
The thing that we added throughout the document is board-approved supervisor, and it goes back to that Medicaid Inspector General issue. The same reason when I talked about the definition of the supervisor. Because some licensees say, okay, I supervise the entire clinic, so I am technically the supervisor. Well, no, you're not the board approved. So they would send the assistants over to just pretty much see see a client that wasn't approved by there wasn't a client of their board approved supervisor. So everywhere in the document where there's the word supervisor, we added board approved.
Sherry, since I just think the wording maybe could be a little clearer if it were that the licensed assistant shall only provide services for the caseload of the supervising speech-language pathologist, board-approved supervising speech-language pathologist, parentheses S, so it could be singular or plural. Because I think that's confusing, you're right, it's a singular possessive, but they may have multiple supervisors, and they can work for any of them.
Tammy Camp, is it going to be board approved or will it be department approved?
Yeah.
It'll be department people.
That was the
Department
question I
approved,
had
right,
as
yeah.
well.
And we'll make that change. And page 27, under G,
I'm so excited about page 27. This is a great page.
this under G4, we have some highlighted language. Currently, it was requiring a minimum of 2 hours per week, with at least 1 hour per week, of which the person supervised. We are offering a suggestion for discussion. It's not a minimum of 2 hours per week or 8 hours per month, or 1 hour per week or 4 hours per month to give a little bit of flexibility. So
I'm so excited about this.
Offers some.
This is Tammy Camp, and I think this actually is a very positive thing. You know, in West Texas, sometimes people drive an hour and a half to go supervise somebody, and if they supervise somebody for 1 hour, then that's not necessarily the best use of their time, because they spent 3 hours on the road driving to supervise 1 hour worth of time. And so I like this change.
Well, I'm excited you like it. Let me tell you, part of it came again from our conversations with Katie. This is one of those requirements to where if the schedule for that supervising, the department-approved supervisor changed, then we had to get an amendment for the changed schedule. Well, I'm gonna be out for 3 days, or I'm not gonna be able to work 3 days next week. And so this really allows for more flexibility, again, the burden on the supervisor. It doesn't diminish the contact with the person being supervised. And again, it also makes our life easier here of not processing the velocity of paper, saying, oh, now I'm back to my regular schedule for the previous week.
Bob, no, that, this, I think, should consider including the option of simultaneous supervision. So in terms of your example, that supervisor could have given their supervisee a setup, a camera and computer setup, that they could then directly observe that supervisee anytime from wherever they are out in West Texas. So that we're not requiring them to go on site to do direct supervision when we've got the technology to eliminate that requirement. And it's allowed by ASHA for supervision for purposes of certification. So we should include it here as well, particularly in Texas.
Funny that you should ask that. And remember, so the rules do envision and allow for that under telehealth section. But it's buried and it's not clear that you can use it as an exception. So you're saying you just have it as primary, but if you look on page 82, it allows for the alternative supervision provisions. I think what we could do is to have this section, Wendy, referenced very clearly in number 5, an exception to paragraph 4. Or go with number 5 or number 4. We'll let the board decide. If that is clearly acceptable, then we just need to add a sentence in here saying supervision can be accomplished via section so-and-so without it being an exception. It's just part of the norm. Or if it has to be something that you guys feel still needs to be an exceptional request to us, then I would put that reference in number 5 so people can clearly see the telehealth or the Skype avenue as well.
Right. You know, clearly there are issues of, well, this would typically be for individuals having problems that you would want to be on site. But if it's a routine, weekly, with an individual who is doing well, then this should be an equally satisfactory option, not requiring any big deal.
question. This is Manny Bowden. I am finding the discussion of the technology just fascinating. And absolutely we should deploy technology everywhere we can to streamline and to produce quality results. Is there a requirement, though, for a minimum amount of in-person requirements? Or is it equally substituted? In other words, can 100% of the supervision be by technology? Or is there some amount of time that requires that in-person review?
I think the rest of that, section G4, we're saying a minimum of 2 hours per week or 8 hours per month of supervision with at least 1 hour per week or 4 hours per month of which is in-person supervision. And the licensed assistant, right, I don't know if that's.
That's
addressed.
standard today. That's standard day, and I'm really getting excited. Board Member Brandon, don't you dare hold your tongue. We need to hear all perspectives on this issue. I saw your words crawl up the throat, and then I saw them crawl back down, and then it came out your left eye, and just let it out. This is an important piece. The thing to keep in mind is that technology is here, and it is only going to get better. Now, we do get lazier sometimes with technology, but it does allow us to be in more places at once if it's used properly. The rules envision the use of technology. The staff, the designee can approve an alternative method and say you can do it via Skype. Dr. Novak is just simply saying, let's make this the standard. May use, may accomplish the 1 hour or the 4 hours per week via technology and put it into the process. We were saying do that or clearly reference it in the alternative path that you can do it there. But we need to have this dialogue, and we need you guys. I think this is an important part for the industry, for you guys to have discussion.
This is Patty Brannon. The reason that we had supervision of an assistant be prescribed by alternate supervision request is to ensure the safety of the client. Also to ensure the quality supervision for an assistant. There are too many times when an assistant's not observed at all, but because we're a reporting agency, it doesn't get reported. There are assistants that have excellent skills, therapeutic skills, and there are assistants that don't. Unfortunately, it depends on the supervisor and how they supervise that assistant, and that supervisor is to train their assistant to do their job, because the assistant helps with their caseload. Assistants don't have caseloads. Supervisors have caseloads. So, unfortunately, there are some supervisors that are less than forthcoming on their supervision. I totally agree with Dr. Novak that we need to be able to use supervision via telehealth. But at this point, and we kind of held back on just putting that in the rules like that, point blank, but wanted to make it an avenue for someone to use via an alternate supervision plan. So we have it, and there have been a number of them approved via telehealth. But it was, for assistants, it was we had a lot of discussion on it because of it, because of their competencies.
And I fully see that, and what the technology allows now is even a higher level of the availability of supervision assistance, so that individuals could easily, if you're going to have an assistant and they're at a distance where you're not easily able to be on site with them, then they should have and could have, in this age of available on-site visual, auditory, visual, communicate direct simultaneous system with the supervisor who could access that in a portable way wherever the supervisor is. And they just require that whenever the assistant is doing work, they switch on their system and that supervisor can look in anytime, so that it's unannounced supervision, so they're not at the top of their game necessarily. So I would really encourage us to look at that and really upgrading the requirements even for kind of the existing language with the encouragement to use the available technology to bring up the level of supervision of assistance, because it's there. So rather than saying we're concerned about patient safety and health, we can do something about that now because we can observe those and we can do what we need to do to modify their behaviors quickly and kind of in an unannounced way. So I think we're really going to do a good job that that's something we should implement.
Should I, Brian? So I do think it would be a shame not to take advantage of the technology for supervision. But at the same time, I think that we do need to have some type of minimum requirement for that in-person supervision, even if it's, one of the 4 visits per month needs to be in person. So I would want to keep that minimum amount of in-person supervision for that assistant. But I think, because was said before, there are some assistants out there who are very competent and don't, need that face-to-face every single week or 4 times a month. Just I think as a safety net, we probably need to have a minimum amount of in-person supervision.
Sherry Sinsibri, so this is my question about the wording as Wendy has drafted it. 4 hours per month of which is in-person supervision. Do you take that to mean physically in-person on-site? And so we're saying that half the supervision has to be on-site, but the other half possibly could be done through technology? Is that how I should
Kristen
interpret
Plummer
that?
here. I'm thinking Dr. Novak is saying he believes that, and we all are starting to believe that telehealth is in person. So it
Okay.
needs to be worded as on-site or otherwise.
That was what I
And then
was
back
getting at.
on the page, we were talking about 100% direct in-person supervision. Should that also be added as a reference to the
On-site.
telehealth rules and or put in on-site versus non? So,
It's really great, thanks, that's good information. Keep talking. Sherry, to answer your question directly, we took the existing language and we just did times 4.
Right.
That's all we did. So
Yeah.
the intervals of minimum of 2 hours per week of supervision with at least 1 hour per week of which is in person. And we just did the multiplier of that.
So I was just wondering with fresh eyes, how you guys would interpret it. Would you think that means that the other half could be done by telehealth then? If you were a licensee reading this, was really the question.
Yes.
So, and is that what we?
I would think that, yeah, the 4 of the 8 hours per month could be telehealth. And I love what Board Member Plummer brought into it, is changing that in-person to on-site, which is good. Well, I think we need to belt and suspender it, in-person and on-site. Because something that Ms. Brandon said earlier is that you could be at the other end of the facility if you're on site, but you're not in proximity to the person that you're supervising. The way it's written now was to have the dialogue where you can see the current language and what we think it could be. At the end of the day, we would love for it just to be, you have to have 8 hours per month of supervision, of which, and it could be 1 hour, must be on-site and in person, That would address what Board Member Bryant was referring to, saying it's important to have at least that one moment of face-to-face. And that would imply, and I'm not driving this, it would imply that you could do the 7 hours, the other 7 hours, Skype and however you choose to do that.
Bob Novak again, and I've been involved for about 2 years in telepractice and find that the interaction is very much on-site and real in terms of the person at the other end and the person at the provider end. So I don't see any barrier to the screen, you know, in terms of with the fidelity of the video and the audio, and the ability to then remotely locate the camera and observe what's going on in the room. So I would say, you know, with all due respect, that on-site can be done via telehealth because it's very powerful. And the relationships that are built between the clients and the provider who are at a distance, no barrier, it's immediate. So I don't see any fear, you know, factor relating to supplementing or replacing or with the equivalent language of telehealth or audiovisual conferencing as an equally good alternative to on-site supervision.
Michelle Bryant, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but I think the value that comes with that person actually physically going, for me, being in the school system. So the value of that assistant actually physically being at a school on a campus gives the opportunity for the other professionals to interact with that supervisor. That is not there for telehealth. So, I mean, that component I think is still important in a school setting.
Yep, I see that.
Having been, this is TV Camp, having been on the complaints committee previously, that was frequently where complaints arose from, and where you found issues was not that, it was a teacher stating, my child that was supposed to get speech therapy by this assistant hasn't been taken out of the classroom for weeks, and then that assistant, you would find out, had not been taking them for therapy. And that came to the supervisor's attention because the supervisor was there at that moment in time.
So there's some value in having those collisions of presence.
Again, a comment and an observation, just a question, Randy Bowden. I think we can find a common ground. I would not be satisfied, I don't think, with 1 hour out of 8. The requirement is 8 hours a month, is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
The current one is 2 hours per week.
So I'm not so sure I would be comfortable with 7 hours through technology and 1 hour on physically present on site. Recognizing that we're moving into more and more of a Star Trek technology where you don't have to be physically on site and see exactly what's going on. But I think that we can phase it in and suggest 50-50. In other words, and I recognize the distances in Texas. It's a large state, it really is. And so when you drive an hour in Houston, you're still in Houston. When you drive an hour in West Texas, well, you've made great gains. So I think that we have to balance convenience, and I know we do, convenience with the public good. I would be more satisfied with 50-50 at this point, taking into account the employment of available technology. However, also taking into account the dynamics of a physical presence.
This is Tammy Camp again. So I think that I understand 50/50, and I'm the person, I'm gonna sound like I'm coming at this from both directions now.
That's fine.
But I do think that there's value in that person being there at least a little bit at a time, but I don't know that it needs to be as much as 50/50. And the reason I state that is that I also know that there were many people that were not doing supervision at all. And my concern is that I think that for the client and the safety of the consumer, if we make the ability to supervise easier, then it is more likely that supervision will take place. And so that's why I'm not afraid of doing it, of having a larger number of that being via technology, but I do think there's still value in preserving a small amount of that in person.
Excellent dialogue. Let's keep it going. More perspectives.
Sherry, considering the other piece that kind of fell off the table here is, if you look at 3 right above the section 4 that we're looking at, we've defined indirect. The previous rule specified 1 hour per week of direct and 1 hour per week of indirect. And that whole issue of direct and indirect is not here, so we need to decide about that as well. So there's a little more to it than just how we're gonna accomplish the direct. Telehealth would be considered, whatever we use for technology would be considered direct, right? And then we still have these other indirect hours.
Chanel Bryant, so my interpretation was that the 4 hours, let's see, the 2 hours a week. Yeah, so the 4 hours per month were indirect and the other 4 were direct. Is that what the intention is?
Well,
So in paragraph 4, where it says, 8 hours per month with 4 hours per month, in person, my assumption was the other 4 hours were indirect.
It's Patty Brannon. I think we can't assume. It doesn't really spell that out, so we definitely just need to spell it out in terms of 4 hours indirect and 4 hours direct.
Sure, considering, if we do that, then I think we still need to have the wording that allows for some amount of that direct here we can agree on to be accomplished by telehealth. So what I'm worried about is if we do 4 hours of in-person on-site, that just nixes the whole idea of telehealth. So, you see, so if it's 4 indirect and 4 direct,
So, agree, this is Chanel Bryant. So, yeah, so within the 4 hours of direct, I think we need to make that, more specifically, determine how much of that can be telehealth. And my, the way I see that happening is 3 hours, can be provided via telehealth and 1 hour as, on-site face-to-face.
Patty Brannon, as far as staff, in this, if this person is audited, that would be something that you would need to look at in terms of resources and for an audit.
Bob Novak, it's possible to even maybe more rigorously check up on telehealth sessions in terms of both sites have to log in, so you've got a record.
You've got a trail.
Yes, and so you just would need to determine what the record kind of system is and what the allowable options are for the communication line. And that can be set up, with using available secure options. And that you can really look at that to see how you could make it the best possible model for the United States that you could.
That's what we're going for.
Yeah.
Exactly what we're
Good.
going for. So,
I have a, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that we're at this really good point, and I can hear the brains kind of stalling just a little bit. Madam Chair, this may be a good opportunity to take a break, just a little bit.
Think about it.
And I'm gonna propose something to Wendy on the break, and what it will be is that we have that smart board over there, and it also affects the people. We become smarter just when it turns on. But we have a smart board, and I think in here it may be instructive for us to type the words up there and start seeing what this particular section could look like, as opposed to everyone trying to remember the bits and pieces of it. Okay? Wendy, you will not have to type.
Okay, so does this sound like a good time for a lunch break?
Well, is lunch here?
I would say that was the
Oh,
It'll be here in 5 to 10 minutes.
okay, well, we don't want to waste any time. Need a break? Break, okay.
Break in 5 and 10 or 10 minutes.
Yes, do you need a break now?
No, let's
Okay,
go.
can we keep going
Well,
then?
the food, you're gonna be doing your food here, munching
Right.
on the thing,
Right.
so
Oh,
you
okay.
won't be breaking then.
But there might be a nature break. Would be my point, yes. Okay, so can we keep working for 5 more minutes and see what we can accomplish and then come back to this one?
Dee Dee, will you be our scribe and get that smart board for us? Thank you, sir.
So we'll hold off on this, what's G, 3, 4, and 5, kind of combined conversation, hold off on that, just keep moving through.
I think Manny had a question.
Yeah, just again, a question. I'm looking at it from the public perspective or the client's perspective. Yeah, I really appreciated the comment that Dr. Nova made relating to the simultaneous or logging in or just at some point we're both on record as logging in. And then I'm interested in the doctor's discussion on complaints. As from a teacher, say, if it's in the school setting. I'm just trying, and again, I am not addressing 99.99% of the wonderful speech pathologists that we have in the state, where the rules are written just to ensure that quality, make sure that everybody's on time. But the question is, I guess, is what happens in a situation that the client is concerned, or there is speech therapy that is going on without the supervisor necessarily having to be there. Is there an avenue for input from either the client or the parents or the teachers? Evidently there is, but I'm just trying to, trying to understand procedure.
So ultimately, every assistant, that Mrs. Tammy Camp, every assistant, they have a speech language pathologist supervisor, and those clients are actually on that speech language pathologist supervisor's caseload. And so ultimately, it is the supervisor who is responsible for those particular clients, and that's the purpose of having some of that meeting occur that's in person. But if you have an assistant, assistants don't, when you do supervision, that supervisor may not see every single, I mean, if you think about that they're required this amount of supervision, that assistant may be seeing 24 different clients. That speech language pathologist may not see every one of those 24 clients, because it's still just a requirement of time. So, but they do have their number, they do have their ability to contact them either through the school system, through other ways. But we're just saying that it certainly makes that communication a little easier to occur when they have that in person.
Brian Francis, there are extensive provisions in the rules that we'll come to later on that define and describe what an assistant and what an intern can do and what they cannot do. And those lines, I think, are very clear, and that's besides the speech pathologist and the audiologist being ultimately responsible. I think those provisions that outline what they can do and what they cannot do is the heart of the safety and the health for the program. We have a scribe over there, and the scribe And so, Madam Chair, we can go back and start playing with it. So Dee, the first part could read, the supervising speech pathologist shall provide, look at that, that boy's so smart. A minimum of lunch is here.
Go for it.
A minimum of, I'm gonna put up here just for writing purposes, 8 hours per month of supervision, with at least 1 hour of which is in-person and on-site supervision, where the licensed assistant is providing the therapy. Period. For the purposes of this section, direct supervision includes telehealth provisions identified in section blah, 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 whatever that section is. Madam Chair, that is just to start the dialogue and to give you guys some territory to start on with. And talk as fast as possible for Dee Dee to throw her off. She loves that.
So, Sherry Sinsebring, the other thing I think we have to include is, if we have the minimum of 8 hours per month of supervision, at least 4 of which are direct.
Okay?
So the substitute for there?
No.
No. Go back.
You're gonna go in front of that.
Supervision.
So at least 4 of which are direct and of which 1 must be.
On the second one, comma, at least 4 of which are direct. With at least 1 hour. Yeah, something like that.
And what we'll do is get the concept up there. Wendy will
Yeah.
ultimately craft it, whatever you guys decide in this particular section.
So then you're saying you've got 8 hours a month of supervision, 4 are direct, and at least 1 of those has to be in person and on site. That's the gist.
It's a good starting point.
Ms. Kristen Plummer, do we have a definition of direct supervision? You said there was something being discussed on supervisors, direct supervision.
It is, it's in the rules.
It does seem odd that indirect is defined right above it, but direct is not, so maybe we need to expand that number 3 and add what direct means. Right. How do you know these rules? Do you know where direct is spelled out?
It's 4, it's just below, it's just below indirect method in the rules. It's Patty Brannon. Indirect methods is G3
Right.
and G4. At least 1 hour of which is in person where the licensed assistant is providing the therapy.
Oh, I just meant in the DSHS rules, if we had a definition of direct.
Oh, we don't have a definition of
Okay,
direct.
so-
It's spelled out in 4,
Okay.
So Madam
in
Chair,
G4.
the struggle then that I added to that sentence is, we'll just do the belt and suspender, but instead of using the word direct in that last sentence, just say for the purpose of the section, the telehealth provisions allowing for X, Y, and Z can be used for up to 7 hours, because that's what it's saying.
Right.
Maybe.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
maybe.
may be allowed by telehealth.
And then Wendy will clean that up, so it'll be in the rest of it. That takes the word direct out.
Okay.
I'm getting a warm fuzzy, I don't know about the rest of it. I don't know where it's gonna go, but I'm excited that we're having the dialogue. Maybe accomplished through telehealth provision,
Right, you can play with the wording, but that's the gist, right? So, and then that way we wouldn't have to have exceptions, that would just be an option.
This is it.
People can indicate that as part of their plan, that that's how they plan to accomplish it. Okay. Patty looks anxious.
I love her anxiousness.
That's good.
It's a balancing component to this discussion, and it's necessary. It's absolutely necessary.
This is Patty Brannon. I'm wondering if we need to add something in there about the supervisor and the competency of the assistant and needing more supervision in person on site, just to throw that piece in there. Because it's up to that supervisor and the assistant's competencies to really, I want them to know that the supervisor really has to look at their assistant's competencies. And, you know, it's different in speech pathology versus audiology in this respect because of hands-on with adults and children and seeing exactly what swallowing is, what they're doing in terms of swallowing, articulation, cleft palate, you know, just placement. So I have an issue.
Some kind of a preference, show sincerity. I think Patty's point is well taken that these are minimums, and I'm not sure that that's something our licensees ever quite grasp. These are the minimums for a pair that are working well together, the supervisor and supervisee.
Sure.
I would never think this is an acceptable amount for a brand new person that I'm just starting to supervise who has no background with a swallowing case, for example. So maybe, I don't know if this is the place for it, but just that preface that supervision needs to be, what's the wording from Ashley, you know, about like match to
It needs to be in
the
proportion to the
level.
skills of the person.
Thank you,
And there's
yes.
some language
Yeah.
that's repeated in there, I'm trying to find it real quick.
Yeah, that's
That-
the language that matters, is that you determine the appropriate amount of supervision, a type of supervision, based on the experience and competence of the supervisee. And it needs to be somewhere, I don't know if it has to be in this block, but it does need to be somewhere. These are minimums.
This is
And the
Patty.
issue of risk, what can an assistant do? Not being a speech pathologist with swallowing therapy, with patients who have swallowing problems, what can they do unsupervised?
You know, they can feed. They can implement.
They can't advise other people, they can't answer questions, they can't change the program, they can't change the consistency. Implement the plan, that's all.
So if you have a patient who's choking on site, there are always procedures there in terms of,
If the supervisor's not there, that would be a real problem.
but would there be other medical personnel? I mean, would there be other people
No.
versus this? Would this typically be in a hospital situation, or is it in a? could it
Not
be
necessarily.
Home base?
Could be home health.
Could be schools now, there are many schools with dysphagia.
That's true. Could be any kind of.
Yeah, I think maybe we ought to look at whenever an assistant should be allowed to be more independent, you know, without an on-site supervisor, particularly in that area where you think you're talking about somebody choking and dying. That's a big deal. So there are.
This is Tammy Camp, we're just going back to this, and did we say this in the to 7 hours so that people understand that that doesn't mean you have to
You
do
have to.
7 hours of that. But do something that lets them know that's, you could, but you don't have to.
When you look on page 28, Madam Chair, this is what I think the language you're kind of looking at. Number 3, it has the concept of determine the skills, assigned, and tasks the licensed assistant is able to carry out. And maybe just to give some comfort that adding some of that language there or pointing to this, that you shouldn't have a supervision scenario that's not relative to the skill set of that particular, that team that you described between the supervisor and the assistant.
I think maybe something where we could add some language about the amount and type of supervision needs to be commensurate with the skill and experience of the assistant. So it's still left to the licensed supervisor to decide what that is, but just a reminder that it's on you to make a good decision.
And the risk,
Yeah.
Yes.
the patient, the procedures being done.
That's true. So it's the type of service, the skill and experience of the assistant, those are factors that have to be considered when determining the appropriate amount and type of supervision.
So Dee, let's just put that sentence up there and just kind of play with it. So when determining the amount and type of supervision, the department approved supervisor must consider the skill,
Experience.
the experience of the licensed assistant.
As well as the service to be provided,
Okay.
because there are some that are much more risky than others.
What do you think?
Makes me feel better that we would have a rule to point to, just because people assume that the minimum is just what you should do, and adjusting the minimum up is what you should do when, under certain circumstances, but people don't seem to know that.
Maybe when you determine the amount and type of supervision in excess of this minimum requirement.
Helping them
No, I think it's also within it though.
Within and.
I think it's within
yes,
that
within,
department as well.
yeah,
Yeah, sure, yeah.
within and beyond.
Yeah, if we want to do the belt and suspender, and it may be appropriate to gain more comfort, we could just do the other sentence that says that the hours established in this section do not that a department approved supervisor may exceed the supervision requirements established in this section.
Right.
You know, because some people do zoom right past the word minimum and say this is what I have to do. No, by the supervisor, do you? The department, were you about to do the department approved supervisor? How about I stop? Just let you work your typing magic. Thank you, sorry about that. Okay, let's click on some lights in the room. We're gonna keep that on the board for a while.
Okay.
And I would just say that let's move past it and then let's come back after you guys have had some time to digest that as well as the food that should be coming in shortly. That's really good work, though. I appreciate the time on that.
Moving on to the rate proposed next.
Take a major break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you like to take a break?
break. Yes.
Take a break?
Yes, I think. Think about this. Right.
Madam Chair, I believe we're ready to continue.
Great. So, Wendy, are you ready to walk us through the next section?
I'm ready. We'll take a break from this and just keep moving on and come back. Okay. The next few pages, we have not made changes, and I guess at this point, at section H, 27, and then the next several pages on, this really seems to be about scope of practice issues in terms of what the licensed assistant can do and what can be delegated from the supervisor to the assistant. We did not make any changes to this. This goes on through, we had a discussion earlier about what the licensed assistant could do, and then you see on page 29 what the licensed assistant shall not do. All of this we would consider scope of practice. It was part of Senate Bill 202. There was, in addition to making changes to the enabling statutes for those health-related programs that were transferred to TDLR, there was a new provision added to our enabling statute, Occupational Code Chapter 51, and it's 51.2031. It's rules related to health-related programs. And one of the requirements is that the commission may not adopt a new rule related to the scope of practice or a health-related standard of care for a profession, which this section applies unless the rule has been proposed by the advisory board. So, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, we left scope of practice, standard of care alone. So that is what we, all the way to the end of this section, for the most part. Actually not all the way, K, no. And then we got M as the audit, on page 31, M is the audit, but everything before that, we did not touch. I don't know if anyone had changes or comments or questions about what the licensed assistant could and could not do, and what the supervisor could assign or not. Again, that runs from looking at kind of starting at the bottom of page 27 and goes through kind of middle of page 31, kind of up to M, and then we have the department may conduct a random, not a random sampling.
Madam Chair, just to point out something that Ms. Brandon had said earlier, when you look at section M, and I think Dr. Novick had said this as well, section M is the audit, and so that's where if we did go out and check on an assistant and a speech language pathologist, that's where we would try to identify the records or the documents or the technology necessary to demonstrate that they have met whatever increments of supervision we required, or that they're working consistent with the plan they've submitted to us.
And again, we've added that kind of placeholder or the kind of catch-all provision under N with the whole department establishes some other process and mechanisms for monitoring for that supervision. And obviously, as applicable, it's just another place to put. Any other questions or anything on that section? Moving on to the bottom, at page 31 is section 111.51. Again, the assistant speech language pathology license and it's the application eligibility requirements. Again, very similar in structure to the previous license requirements, department approved forms, supervisory responsibility statement, original survey copies of transcripts, the clinical observation of clinical experience forms not previously submitted. And I guess there's a provision also in terms of the clinical deficiency plan form. We've kept all that the same. Again, you're doing the jurisprudence exam and the fee. And again, this license type requires fingerprints for background check. Comments, questions?
So Wendy, Sherry, and Zebrin, just to summarize things, we're going forward with the rules as they were. And during the comment period, that would be a time when people could speak up if they feel like the scope of practice of the assistant should be something different than what it's been.
Oh, on the previous section?
I mean, this whole section, I mean, if people don't, because we're talking about scope of practice, I don't think that we have the time to hash that out, but that's, it's gonna be open for comment.
It will be open for comment. One of the things, when we publish rules, we put out for public comment, or the response and the changes to be made really need to be made in response to those public comments, and the changes that we make are fairly limited at that point in terms of you can't, introduce a new concept that would affect new parties or new subject matter that wasn't noticed, that someone who had no idea that you were thinking about doing that. If that's the case, you'd need to republish, that way everyone was informed. So there is a pretty limited scope of what we can change without drastically changing the requirements. We obviously can't make it more stringent as well, so that's another requirement. So if folks have, questions about the scope of practice, definitely consider them, and if it's too broad, maybe, hold them at this time and take that up in a future rulemaking.
Yeah, this time I'd be reluctant for a brand new board to start going in and changing what's been in place.
Right, and right
Until
now.
we have time to see what happens.
Absolutely, and really right now, the goal is to put rules in place for that transfer, and so like I said, we try to leave, to the most extent, everything in place in terms of real substantive provisions, and we have changed things that in terms of licensing processes or things that are in our, possibly just go chapter 51 or chapter 60 elsewhere. With a few change things that we brought up today, but try to leave that in place.
Just a question, this is for anybody. So be that as it may, are there concerns with the scope of practice at this point? Are there any such concerns at this point in time?
This is Sherry Sabrina, I think in the field you'll get varying views from, we shouldn't have assistants at all, to assistants should be allowed to do much more than the current scope of practice allows. So it's the depth and breadth is quite broad, so.
Except I suppose the question is, does this board, do we on this board, are there concerns as it's written, or as it's proposed?
And again, these would be the scope of practice kind of standards of care that we have taken from the current DSHS rules.
Thank you.
So,
My feeling is just that we go forward with as it is until this board has had time to learn more and see if we actually get complaints or concerns brought forward.
and moving on to the bottom of page 32, section 111.52. This is issuing a license, and this is the standard provision on all these license types, just substituting the license type in there. Section 111.53, the license term and renewal. The assistant license is 2 years, they're renewed every 2 years. And again, we've put a checklist of items in terms of renewing. Again, partner-approved forms, for application form, renewal forms, criminal history background check, 20 hours of continuing education. And then obviously complying with the audit process if selected. At number 5, we've made an edit here, submit in the manner prescribed by the department, a supervisor's responsibility form or information. Again, this is trying to anticipate a way in the future to maybe have a different way of reporting that. So that's some of that language is put in there, and again, with the reasons for denying tied back to the statute. Again, the late expiration date, and again, your license expired, you may not practice or engage in speech language pathology. Any questions or comments? All right, page 34, so chapter G, requirements for the temporary certificate of registration in speech language pathology. Again, the registration requirements, these are, seem to be very similar to almost the full license in terms of the requirements of education, clinical work. And moving on to page 35, you got clinical work, supervised professional experience. We have some highlighted text here. And again, this goes back to an earlier conversation we had about the internship being completed out of state, and understanding from that previous conversation is keeping that in place and that mirrored kind of what was required if you were performing experience or having your internship in state. And again, on the 36, subsection F, a temporary certificate of registration may not be renewed. And again, the
broad language such as your H of trying to establish other mechanisms for monitoring and supporting that supervision requirements. The temporary certificate registration, the application eligibility requirements are in section 111.61. And again, this same kind of format about what is required. Moving on to page 37, we've highlighted instructor paragraph 8, and the reason is paragraph 8 is saying an applicant who completed the internship in another state and graduated from a college or university with a program that's not accredited, they must submit an original signed letter. This exemption seems to encompass two exemptions that are already before there. Under paragraph 6, it's already writing, you complete an internship in another state, what you need to submit. Paragraph 3 addresses what you need to submit if you graduate from college with a program that's not accredited. So this seemed to be a combo, it just seems to be not being necessary. It's if you, both of these conditions apply in order 3 and with 6. This didn't seem to be necessary, but I didn't know if there was some history tied to that.
Right. Personally, the next time we get the opportunity, I think this whole temporary certificate needs to go away. It exists only to allow the person an additional 8 weeks to try to pass the national exam one more time. It's a lot of work to monitor for that situation, when I think they should just bump down to the lower level of license and suck it up, pass the national exam. So,
Madam Chair, did you say suck it up?
yes.
That's outstanding.
That's a technical term.
Outstanding, obviously is
Yes.
one of those terms of art, standard of care term.
Yes, it is, it is. We'll write that into the rule. Just suck it up and pass the exam.
And the thing is with the temporary certificate, just like the intern and field licenses, those are all in the statute. So,
Right.
section 401.310 is the temporary certificate registration, so.
Yes,
that's-
sadly, I'm aware that it's in
In
the
the
statute,
statute.
so it's at the next opportunity, it would be a great thing to put overboard.
But it's on these rules, was that any objections from the vice board of taking out that subparagraph, or paragraph 8?
That paragraph means nothing.
Okay, it's already addressed. Alright. And again, you have registration fee. Something, under D, the statute talks about you're required to do the fingerprints if you're applying for a license in the statute, not a registration. So we had changed D to they had to pass a criminal history background check, but it's not on the fingerprints. The question we're asking is, you phrase this, it's there's 8 weeks, that are they, and we'll get to this in a minute, are they filing dual license, dual applications at this time? Are they going through a background check and then 8 weeks later they're submitting a license for a full speech language pathology license?
Right. So the person, this is Sherry's delivery, so the person who holds this temporary certificate, once they have a record that they pass the praxis exam, then they'll turn around and apply for the full license. So at that time, they would have to have fingerprints and
Okay.
all the requirements of the full license.
Okay. And that was, and that kind of leads to that next page on 38 of section 11162 about issuing a registration. That second that we've highlighted is the applicant upgrading to a license, are they applying for both of those licenses?
That's right. Yeah, at the time they apply for this temporary certificate, they don't qualify for the full license because they've not passed the national exam. So
Okay.
this is a placeholder, give them 8 more weeks past the next administration of the exam, which is now almost year round. So it's basically an 8 or 10 weeks grace period. And then they'll have to either apply for the full license or apply for an assistance license, both back down.
So is this, they're having this while they're waiting, could it be while they're waiting for the exam results, or is they're waiting to take the exam, or it could be?
Truly, the time that it would be used is someone who's taken the exam 2 times, 3 times. I hear people take the exam 8 times or more. Seriously. And so this is a placeholder. They could be taking the exam while they finish graduate school. They can take the exam during their internship year. It's offered now every other month for speech pathology. But this gives them one more little time. So they've completed their internship, still haven't passed the exam. So this lets them have that little window to try one more time to take the exam.
Thank you, that's helpful, just understanding.
It's just a question, this is Mandy Bowler. On the, and I don't know where they are in the rules, but since we're talking about exams in graduate schools, I raised a question. Are the requirements in all of the universities, all of our states, are they consistent with one another? There's a national exam, so I assume the national exam is consistent, it has to be. So, I mean, I would think it is, but I'm just asking the question just because I think it's an important question.
Yeah, remember earlier in the conversation, we were talking about those colleges and universities that are accredited by
Right.
the National Accrediting Group.
Right.
That's where it ensures that the standards are the same. And even with those universities that were not accredited, we would still submit those odd applications where the person went to that university to have that group and that body say, yes, they still meet our standards across the board.
And so that is what ensures consistency of the program.
This is Sherry Sinsbury. The National Accrediting Body gives individual universities some freedom about how they choose to meet the standard. But there is a national standard in all the different areas of disorder as well as clinical treatment. And all of that then closely ties to the national exam. So although the program can look slightly different from one university to another, what has to get covered is consistent.
Is there anything other comment on section 11162? This is on page 38, and it's, again, it shall expire 8 weeks after. There's not a renewal for this provision for this. It's non-renewable, and it's just good for 8 weeks. You'll see in the next section about renewal, it just doesn't apply here. Moving on to subchapter H, these are requirements of the audiology license. Again, seem to be very similar in some of the requirements to the speech-language pathology in terms of how, at least how it's grouped in the current DSHS rules. So we pulled those apart, so I think we'll probably, even there may be some highlights and things we've already kind of hit, so we can, unless you want to talk about them again, we can probably skip over those. Or if there's new revelations or something, there is something different specific about audiology that didn't come up the first time. Again, section 111.70, audiology license licensing requirements. And the same structure, education, addressing the non-accredited program. Top of page 39, subsection D, the examination, past the exam within the past 10 years. Kind of help put that as a, I think I need to call it the purpose for now. Any questions, comments on that? Section 111.71 is the application and eligibility requirements. Again, very similar format, as you can tell from the note. We've pulled from several different DSH rules in terms of application process, required application materials, criminal history, waiver. So it's been pulled apart, put together. Hopefully it will be user-friendly. And try to have similar structure in terms of what people can expect when they look at it. Again, when you see the bottom of page 39 up to 40, again, we have that out of state. We haven't highlighted here, talked about it before.
You know,
Yes.
in terms of number 5, an internship form. In audiology, there's no longer a clinical fellowship as there is in speech pathology. So when we talk about an internship, it's within the context of the 4-year degree, 3 or 4 year doctorate degree program. So, and it's 1,850 hours of supervised practice dispersed throughout the doctoral program, culminating in passing of the exam and licensure. Often the 4 coursework, and they are out in internships. But it's no different than the third year practicum and the second year practicum. It just has probably less supervision in that fourth year. So we need to make this clear that it's not parallel to speech pathology in terms of being postgraduate. Some are paid, some are not paid.
A lot of this is Patty Brannon. A lot of this has been, it's in the Texas Register right now. The whole F has been stricken as a master's degree in audiology. Continuing ed. Dr. Novak, I think the audiology scope of practice, trying to update everything. So
Okay.
it's stricken in the Texas Register. Under the old rules, F is totally deleted.
What page are we on?
What page are you on, sir?
I can't, it's hard for me. This is that whole thing that I can get fun. Let's see, on the old one. E. Under 741.81, there was no change in A and B. C was revised. Let me see if I can find it.
Are you looking at the current usage rules, or are you looking at the proposed rules?
If you look at B3 and under TDLR proposed,
For the, under section 111.71,
yes,
B3 on page 39?
yes. The American Speech Language Hearing Association Council on Academic Accreditation was removed. So is the American Speech and Language Hearing Association, that was removed. Clinical experience earned, removed. Basically, it reads, an applicant who graduated from a college or university program not accredited by a national accreditation organization that is approved by the board and recognized by U.S. Secretary of Education under Higher Education Act, 1965, yada, yada. It's on the Texas Register rules, it's on page 24. At the top. Did you find it?
Okay, so say that again.
I think your copy's different.
Oh.
The doctoral degree in audiology, college or university, is it some of the language that's from section 111.70 on the page 4 on page 38 of the two rules?
Yeah, this is, yeah,
Yeah, I see Secretary of Education or Education.
right.
So let's move through deliberately and slowly.
Yeah.
So in 111.70, Board Member Brandon, does letter B look the way that it needs, looks the way that it is in the proposed rules from the board?
There
sounded like.
There's a lot of changes in this one because of the audiology program's changed, just like Dr. Novak said. So, let me get,
They're saying A through D, no change.
A and B did not change in the service renewal.
let me get the copy that you read. At this point, I'd like to recommend that we go by, in the audiology part, that we go by the Texas Register, because that's all been updated by the audiologists on the DSHS board. And that's,
just to give a little history on C, going to the National Accrediting Organization that's approved by the board and recognized by the Secretary of Education. There, at one point in time, was just one accrediting body for audiology programs, and that was the American Speech and Hearing Association. Now there's the additional accrediting body, ABA, okay. So that's an option that's out there. There are very few programs that necessarily have that one. That's on that road. So that's why this changed, so that there's just now one accrediting agency now as there is for speech pathology.
So Wendy, this is Brian Francis. In looking at the language in letter C, under the board's proposed rules, they modified the language to move away from saying not approved by the accrediting body to not approved by an accrediting body recognized in 1965. So that proposed language that they have in C appears it works, and it's something that I think the advisory board would want to reflect that there's more than just the one.
Looks, you know, if you just look that same wording that's in B, except now it's a program not accredited.
Correct, by those
Yeah, and just
multiple entities.
cut and paste, that would work.
C.
And the rest of it works, just on that one.
And letter E is just, both of them are still accurate. One just moves quicker using the acronyms versus not. So
Sorry, Brian, where are you on that?
I'm on page 39 of our proposed rules, looking at letter E at the very top, and comparing that to the letter E changes in their proposed rules. They just simply defaulted to the acronyms. They didn't make any other substantive changes. So the document that we have in front of it is appropriate. That's the one. When you look at letter F from their proposed document for the board, we have F1, F2 are covered.
So,
To the copies of the transcript of the conferred degrees. RB2, original certified copy of the transcript showing the conferred degree of all relevant coursework, which also verifies the applicant possesses the minimum master's degree. And those are more areas, should not say communication sciences and disorders.
So two is a problem because it now should be a doctoral degree. In the TDLR proposed rules where it still says master's,
It's all that whole section stricken.
that's based on the old wording, and now audiology requires a doctorate.
Now, do we want to include audiologists who've been continuously licensed as master's level individuals in another state or moving into Texas as a audiologist in good standing, licensed continuously, and probably ASHA certified with their masters, because there's no requirement that you have to get your doctoral degree if you're already ASHA certified and licensed with the masters. Are we preventing them from getting a license in Texas? Is that our goal?
This is Sherry. Since we're in page 40D, would still allow the waiver for those who hold Cs to come in regardless of degree. But what it does not do is let someone come in strictly with another state license that is at the master's level. So if that would be your intent, then this wouldn't work. But if they have Cs, they can come in regardless of what degree they hold. So
Okay.
think about what your intent is.
Yeah, well, that allows the door. You know, I know there are, for example, VA audiologists out there who have master's degrees, and VA only requires you to be licensed in one state, and it could be any state, not the one you're practicing in. So they may relocate to Texas and want to get audiology licensure here, but have dropped their ASHA certification. So they're in that no man's land of never being able to get their license here unless they go and get their doctorate degree. So I know individuals who are in that scenario, who've been continuously licensed in another state and who have their master's degree, and who are very good audiologists. So it's like, then are you, and they would say they want to leave the VA, but they want to stay in Texas, and they can't do that. Just throwing that out there.
I think it's a great throw out, and I don't think that should be anyone's goal, to bar somebody who's been in the business and who is doing it well. That looks like a pulling up of the ladder unnecessarily. So we gotta figure out how to provide that avenue for somebody who's been practicing. And they're a Texan who's been practicing in Texas. And doing it, for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, the numbers can get absurd. And all of a sudden we're saying, because you don't have the doctorate today, but you didn't need before, you can't do what you've done.
There will be a declining number of these people, so
Sure.
it's a self-limiting group. But it would seem that our goal should be not to prevent their ability to practice. If they're in good standing with their existing licensure board and they've been practicing continuously. So I would suggest that addition to which section?
We go in 11171B. The applicant for on page 39. The applicant for the audiology license. I think the typical applicant now would be required to have the doctoral degree, but would the reciprocity with another state work in a fashion similar to the waiver based on the ASHA Cs?
It should and it could. Typically, reciprocity has a language that says substantially equivalent to. And one could make a very clear, easy argument that a doctorate versus a master is not substantially equivalent.
Right.
So it typically gets overcome by saying a person who has practiced for more than 5 years or 3 years with that other license, that difference in time and experience overcomes the time period, the difference in education. And that, we've done that for our other programs.
Yeah, if you have example language, I think that would be good to review just as an option.
So if I could offer just for conversation, to have Wendy craft what would just be placeholder language that would allow for the department to review on a case-by-case basis a person who's been or currently licensed in another state. And then we'll start with, if we start with 5 years, we can trim it down to 3. If we start with 3, we can't move it back to 5. So I'm just throwing out this for your conversation.
Well, yeah, and those folks would have at least 5 years of experience. Because we haven't graduated and went with a master's since 2009, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gives a basis, it gives a point of
Well,
reference.
that's great.
Wendy Pelly, just a clarification, so is it, holding a current license in another state for at least 5 years, you're in good standing and you practice for continuously? So those concepts in the.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the part will review on a case-by-case basis.
That's great.
Is there anything else in this list on page 39 then that the audiology license, the required documentation? We made changes to 2, 3, made the note about on number 5, the completed internship form. So my understanding, is it not applicable, or is just, it's an internship but it looks different? Would you still have an internship form for audiology?
The form, this is Brian Francis, the form language is still included in the proposed rules for the board and Department of State Health Services. I think Dr. Novak was just educating us on that those things are kind of merged together, but this is basically saying that before you can move up, we have to have the completed hours on the form that's approved by us. I think it's just an avenue or vehicle.
And in audiology, it would be a cumulative form that would have all of their practicum and all of the supervisors, their signatures, for at least, in most cases, a minimum of 1,850 hours in terms of ASHA certification requirements. So that would come to you as a unified document representing 4 years of clinical practice, supervised clinical practice. Instead of a final clinical fellowship and postgraduate that SLP would have. Or documentation of what 375 clock hours in SLP, those signed off, or 400.
Yeah, that's a rare. So a much bigger issue is that in Texas, when people are in audiology for a year, they generally hold an intern's license, which not every state licenses folks who are still students. But many years ago, that was when this AUD first came out, there were lots of requests for students to be able to hold a license because licensed providers can do certain kinds of billing that unlicensed providers cannot. And so it's a little bit unusual that in our state, those fourth-year students actually hold an intern's license. Therefore, it's a report of the completed internship because they were interns, which is a little different than in other states. So. And Wendy, in number 3, if you'll change that clinical certification board to council for clinical certification. I don't know where else it might appear, maybe just these 2 places.
I'll do, Wendy Pellet, I'll do a search to make sure we get that fixed everywhere. Anything else without that list of required documentation for the audiology license? Goes on page 40.
Mr. President, I'm gonna just make sure it's doctorate degree, not master's on A.
I'm sorry, where?
6A.
Top of page 40.
The communicative sciences and disorders. Yeah, again.
In that one, in terms of the master's degree requirement for the supervisor's diploma, again, it's quite possible.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
I think it's appropriate for the master.
You're right.
yeah,
That's
masters
supervisor.
or
Because this could have been 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
Right, it could be either masters or doctoral.
Masters or doctoral.
So don't replace masters, but just add or doctoral. And then when you get, Sherry, since when you get down to D2, we'll have this, no, never mind, you know what, because this is waiver under C, so the minimum of a master's is still correct in D2. Because some of them we've gotten C 10 years ago or 15 years ago when the master's was, okay, so this is waiver, all right.
And again, we structured this waiver provisions similar as we did with speech language pathologists. So you have a certain documents plus you need to fill out the completed application form, the jurisprudence exam, and the fee.
Right.
Any other questions, comments, edits on that section? Maybe on page 41, section 11.72, issuing the license again, standard language we've been using throughout all license types. Section 111.73, the license terms and renewals. Again, this is a 2-year license renewed every 2 years. We've again put out under subsection C the list of items that licensee must do to renew allergy license. Again, we've got 20 hours of CE, got the CE audit if they're selected for an audit. So the standard provisions of, again, like renewals. You may not practice if your license is expired. Under page 4.
Question, I'm sorry, this is Manny Bowden. On the license fee, the term license fee has been stated throughout this document. What is the license fee?
Mr. Bowden, we're going to come to that section. We have all the fees in one section.
We have all the fees.
Yes, sir, in one
Thank you.
section. And when you see that in the rules, you should see it referencing that section so somebody can see the fee and know that's going to be somewhere else.
And right now, for this rule chapter, our license fees are under section 11.116, so we'll get to those. Or again, like we did with these licenses, you'll see we've broken them down by license type. Page 42, subject or requirements for the intern in audiology. We had highlighted down in E in terms of the internship plan agreement of supervision that the person's holding a valid license audit and possesses a master's degree. I guess just for educate us in terms of writing, in terms of the master's degree, if they've already met the requirements to have audiology license, is there something tied to also having the master's degree? Was there a different requirement at some point? And then again, we can also revisit the sections above that. It sounds like there may be some other changes based on the previous section about audiology.
Just that we do have masters prepared audiologists licensed in Texas currently, don't we? Who are, right, they're out there,
Right.
they've been practicing. So really the issue, if we do allow for individuals, that additional group we just talked about, who are coming from another, who are licensed in another state continuously, have a master's degree, and now they want to come into Texas, or they'll license in Texas. If we allow that, then kind of that master's degree is redundant, because they could have either the master's or the doctoral degree, if we allow that other group
Right.
in
This is
possession of a master's degree.
This is just to make it clear that someone with a master's degree can supervise an AUD student. So they would have a lower education, but they're allowed to supervise an AUD student.
Yes.
So I think it just has to be spelled out, because some people would assume that you can't supervise an AUD if you don't have an AUD.
Yes.
So I think it's good to keep.
Thank you.
And skip over the other sections, just to highlight if were there other things or similar changes that were made it's probably the same changes that we made back in the full license, provision back under, section 11170, in terms of getting rid of some of the, using acronyms instead of full language in terms of, the college or university not accredited, and change that to a national accrediting organization. It's those same changes we made over here for interns.
The recommendation in this other document, on September 25th, 2018, the registry, the 6564 register document, they suggested adding the proposed board-approved supervisor rather than just a supervisor.
And we've agreed earlier to do that too, but it'll be department approved supervisor for our roles.
So anywhere we have supervisor, it will be
Say
department,
department.
it will change unless there's some place that shouldn't apply.
Okay.
I personally believe that it could be covered with one statement saying, for the purpose of this chapter, the word supervisor means department approved supervisor wherever it's at.
Yeah.
I think that's easier to the tongue and the ear. However, if it is something we need to do to make sure that Medicaid is comfortable and our licensees are protected by that, we can add that department approved hyphen supervisor.
Because right now, we don't have a definition in the definition section about supervisor,
The supervision we just added today.
supervision, so if there's something we wanted to add it there, what we need, instead of spelling out every, however, either way will work, it's just whatever the board would like.
Patty Brennan, we discussed that in the past and felt like that most of the time they go to the rules rather than the definitions. So if it's in the rules, then they're more apt to get it.
We've done either way.
So these are the people that have the doctorates, right?
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that this is who we're talking
They
about.
don't like to read.
Masters and doctors.
Masters as well.
Yeah.
I understand completely.
Well, so we can make sure it says department approved supervisor, correct?
We will also probably have the net, Wendy, that if we don't have the word department approved in front of one of the supervisors, that we have a net that says, by the way, if supervisor is used. So we'll have it where they see it clearly. We'll also say supervisor or department supervisor means the same thing. Because I don't want to miss one of them and then someone says, oh, well, that one's not the supervisor.
Ms. Patty Brennan, just heads up, some of it doesn't make sense, so you kind of have to go look.
I know. Just reading a couple sentences, I'm like,
Yeah,
that's not gonna work
It's
there.
not gonna make it, no.
Okay, so on that page 42, there would be changes to B and C based on the previous comments made on the full license. Is there anything else that needs to be, we're keeping the highlighted language in E, is there anything else under that list that goes on to page 43? And then we have the internship requirements under F on page 43. It has consists of 1,600 hours. Again, we have the highlighted comment under G about the changes to the internship, about whether primary well, this one adds language to primary supervisor, but again, it gets into the, whether you need written approval from the department is required, so we kind of discussed that before, unless it's something different for internships with audiology, so I don't want to skip over that if that's something we need to.
Yeah, so that 1,600 hours, tell me about that. Where did that come from?
What have been from the DSHS current rules? 49.2. Yeah, it's, current DSHS rules, 741.82,
subsection D, the internship shall, one, consist of 16 hours of supervised clinical, yeah, this is not something we changed.
It's been there since the beginning, before, I think most everybody's doing 18.
1850. And that's dispersed throughout a whole degree program, so it's.
But Novak, do you want shall consist of no less than 1,600 hours? So that it doesn't preclude it, but it encompasses the ones that have more.
Ms. Kristen Plummer, is the 1850 standard?
Yeah, 1850 is standard, so. So I would say no less than 1,850 hours.
And that's standard for today's
For
program, or a program
certification.
five years ago,
For an
10 years
internship?
ago?
That's for a certification and an audiologist by the American Speech and Hearing Association, current. So it's 1,850 hours dispersed across the AUD program, because this is all pre-graduate.
But this intern license is not gonna be throughout that whole program.
So this, in
The
terms of
fourth
this
year,
internship,
maybe.
this is the fourth year.
Mhm.
Okay, see, you know, if you're looking at 1,850 over even 3 years of the program, that's like 616 hours a year. So if we're talking about just the, what's the period of the internship?
It's a one-year license.
But it can't be renewed.
Right, could be renewed if necessary.
And it might happen after they have graduated, not necessarily that fourth year. So maybe 1,600 has come from just those out working past their degree plan. And that's what never was changed to the degree program itself.
And the statute's different.
Whatever, just that.
Yeah, what is the statute?
Well, statute under section 401.311 doesn't address the hours, but under subsection B, the applicant who successfully completed the academic and clinical requirements of sections 401.304A 1-4, but who has not had the degree officially conferred on the applicant may be licensed as an intern in this chapter. So I don't know if that affects when
Or
you're
licensed as an intern under this chapter.
may be licensed as an intern under this chapter. So I don't know how that fits in. If
So
it's
they're
happening
in-
before graduation or not.
So they're in the process of getting their licensure, but they've completed their academic program, they graduated. Right? Is this the group we're talking about here?
It sounds like it's that narrow moment that we're talking about, but not necessarily the group, because what Wendy read said that the degree has not been conferred yet. So they've completed their coursework, but they're.
They complete everything under section 401.304 in terms of,
Basically,
Friday.
if you're in your degree plan, you're going above and beyond this requirement. There's maybe not a need to change it. As long as the year you can prove you have those hours.
And Madam Chair, just hearing the discussion, my comfort level goes back to defaulting to what it is now, and then just over time, we can figure out if we need to match, because it seems like there's a traditional concept of the intern idea that's built into the graduate program or the doctoral program, and then there's an internship idea that is built into the law. And I don't think they're completely 1850 and 1600 the same.
right,
But there shouldn't be an internship program post-degree granting. I mean, the whole concept of the AUD degree is that it's all done by the time you apply for your licensure. So whatever the requirement is, it should be completed by the end of the degree.
But then what about those master's level coming from out of state, trying to get there?
Well,
They-
they,
Oh, well,
They
they
wouldn't
just
apply for an
license,
intern's
yeah.
license.
Or speech pathologists.
This is Sherry Sensibrine. I think part of the wording is understanding what 401.311B actually says, that people who've not had the degree officially conferred, don't think audiology students, may be licensed as an intern. So if we have a student who graduates in August, but degrees are not conferred until December, they can be licensed as an intern even though there's not been a ceremony and granted their degree. It's not really talking about just the audiology student.
This is their temporary license. That's what it's amounting to.
Yeah,
It's
you
the
don't have a
stopgap
degree in
between.
hand because there's not a ceremony for another
Right.
3 months or 4 months or whatever. But you can go ahead and be an intern. So, but in our state, students who are practicing in their 4th year as students are also holding an intern's license.
so I would say no more than 1,600 hours, because they should have completed everything. You know, they shouldn't be completing required hours, they should have finished that. So if we go beyond 16 hours, we're saying, why, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So it should be no more than 1,600.
Well, I'm wondering out loud, and I'm looking at Katie, I'm wondering if these people, as an audiologist for the intern, are in there just brief and then they're upgrading very quickly. Because it's just their ticket to work in Texas until they have that final degree that says, I have my doctorate, and now I can become the full one. It really sounds like it's working as a provisional or a temporary license for this side of the statute.
But it could easily be for a full year. If it's
Could,
their 4th year
could
of
be.
school, right, I mean, that, in practical terms, that is what happens with our students. It's the full 4th year of school. They're out working and they hold that entrance license, so.
So on that, you know, based on a 40-hour work week, 46 hours or 46 weeks or something, that comes to about 1,600 ultimately. So it would be a full-time job of over a year period.
So, I think,
So no more than that.
Sherry, since I think, we'll have an audiology work group as well. I'm sure quite ably led by Dr. Novak to decide whether in the future that number of hours should be raised or lowered, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think it should be lowered because we don't want them out there practicing. It says enough is enough, you've got to get your license, right? And should have already had, yes,
Right.
the majority of your
One
practice.
lower.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are there any changes to the section at this point, or are you leaving it consist of 1,600 hours, or consist of no more than 1,600?
I would say no more than 1,600 hours.
So the question again would beg that, I suppose there's consistency in the universities where your 1,600 hours is the magic number. So sorry.
Thanks.
I guess I'm not trying to look for what is universal, I'm trying to find the exception to what's universal. Is there a situation where a student would not complete everything they need with 1,600?
Well, while they're in their 4th year in Texas, with this internship, with this intern license, they'd be finishing out their 1,850 hours. And so the total is 1,850 minimal, and then more than that is wonderful. But to prescribe 1,600, it will consist of 1,600 hours. That just doesn't make sense.
See, I guess I'm a little confused. Because what I'm hearing is no more than 1,600 hours, but should it be not less than 1,600, or am I just missing the whole discussion?
He's thinking that, sorry, this is Sherry Sensibrine, if the standard for the profession is to have 1,850 before you actually go work on your own, he's thinking that 1,600 in this one block is reasonable because the other 250 should have been obtained someplace else. But to be devil's advocate, the issue also is if your supervisor of your internship does not believe you're ready, then you may earn more than 1,600 hours with that internship. They may require you to keep working some additional time before they approve you for the full license. So, you know, one of the problems with writing no more then is someone in trouble if they work more than that? Or can they not keep their license at
Right.
1,600 hours?
And yet we've said will consist of exactly 16 hours, so there has to be a modifier there. Because it isn't a prescription.
And I think it moved away from the model that speech uses of the more, full-time kind of employment because it could be scattered across time. But
This would be about 40 weeks of 40-hour-a-week work. And everything you do as an audiologist on site counts toward the 1,850. So, so this is unreasonable. I guess my reaction is the prescription of it, that would typically consist of approximately 1,600 hours or something like that.
Would you add up to?
Consistent. Well, then getting at Sherry's thing about maybe needing more, say you wanted to go another couple of weeks, which would take it over that.
Right.
Is there any danger, I think, in addressing the board member in terms of, does there need to be a minimum though that somehow somebody's coming with 5 hours or
It's at
100
least-
hours, or, I mean, is there, kind of swings the other way, is there that concern? Address that concern.
Right, and most of these often aren't a full year,
Right,
right?
right. So it's 40 weeks
Right.
could be.
So here's the thought, to try to remove the boulder of burden from your shoulders today. We're probably gonna look at rules not even probably, these rules are gonna be adopted by our commission in March. We have that much time to figure out how we're gonna do this, and they're probably not going to apply to anyone until July or August. So we've got some time to work through the specifics of this particular issue, and I think it's gonna require a little bit more study about what currently is going on, what students or individuals are included in that category, and what's been their habits. Have they actually been just holding this for 3 months and then upgrading? Have there been 1 or 2 that have held it for the full 1,600? I think it's gonna be a transient, provisional type of license, but I think we just need to get some more data on what it really is.
So can we agree to leave it as is
Leave
and
it as is.
have the work group just come back with a recommendation after we investigate a little more? Great.
And that's just the current DSHS rules right now, so. Is there anything under changes in terms of written approval from the department? We had this discussion earlier, we did highlight here, there's a primary supervisor concept in the audiology, I don't recall seeing in that. Specialized pathology. Concerns or questions?
Madam Chair, on page 44 on the top of number 3, the reason why we took that provision out, because I really feel like we could get in a loop-de-loop of saying, and the 3rd supervisor must tell us, and the 4th supervisor must tell us. There's a provision on page 43 in G1 that clearly says, when your relationship as a supervisor is terminated, you need to report the hours. It doesn't matter if you're the primary, the secondary, the 3rd, if your relationship ends, you need to report it, so.
Right. So does that mean back on number 2, the word primary could just be deleted?
I didn't know if that was a term of art for the audiologist. I don't think it's necessary.
No, it's,
to
I
have
think
that.
it's not necessary. Here, number 2, a primary supervisor, just any supervisor who ceases supervising should inform. the-
Because they're all equally responsible once they become a supervisor.
Right,
It
right.
doesn't matter if you were first in line or second in line.
Exactly.
Department approved.
Department approved, that's
There we
right.
go.
So,
Take out primary.
Madam Chair, I think there may be a couple of other moments where that word primary is included. May we please take those out as well, as we find those?
Yes.
So at the top of page 44, you're okay taking out the section, the paragraph 3 that Brian had talked about as well.
Right.
Anything else in that section? Section 111.A1, the intern and audiology, and application eligibility requirements. It sounds like, based on the earlier discussion, under B2, that will need to be doctoral degree, communication sciences, learning disorders. And actually, is that 2 some different, and then 3 will be changed to kind of.
And this, again, is for the intern license, right? So
That's
they're
correct.
not graduated yet.
This is correct.
For a degree. Because their degree won't be conferred yet.
That's right. Because this,
I think that makes sense.
right, because the statute's saying who does not have their degree officially conferred on the applicant.
Page 44, I'm looking at B2.
Oh, and here we go. Thank you, Katie. On page 45, first, that paragraph 4, if the graduate degree has not been officially conferred, the original certified copy of transcripts of verification from the university attended verifying applicant successfully completed all requirements for the graduate degree and is only awaiting the date of next graduation for the degree to be conferred. This is it.
And it probably should be all academic requirements.
Instead of all relevant coursework.
Pardon?
So instead of all relevant coursework.
Right now it says all requirements.
Okay. I was looking at a different one, but I'm sorry about that.
That's in number 4, the second from the last line.
Okay.
What was it? I'm sorry, Wendy, how were you wanting that to be changed or?
Well, because they're still completing, they're registered for an academic unit for their internship, they're still registered. So they haven't, they're in the process of completing that last academic requirement. It's clinic, but it's on their transcript.
Now, all requirements is broader, there's some other piece that they haven't done to earn that degree.
Attended verifying applicants successfully completed all requirements for the degree.
I think that's gonna give us any scenario that could come up.
They wouldn't have completed all requirements though. I mean, they're still registered for their last credit.
Yeah, because they're still students. See, that's the part that's always been strange, and they're still students.
This, the way forward reading is, they're only waiting for the next graduation date, for the degree to be conferred.
I think it's safe to say all didactic requirements because they're done with all their coursework.
I think it's just simply saying that I've done everything I'm supposed to do. I'm literally
this
waiting
point.
for, they do the graduation in May, and I'm waiting for and it's December. I think they've done all their work, they've completed everything.
Well, but that's not always true. So this wording fits just fine for the speech pathology student, but the audiology student is actually enrolled in their final
They're
enrollment
still
of
there.
clinical practicum.
Yeah.
They're still enrolled in a course, if you will. It happens to be a clinical course. So they really haven't completed everything. I mean, I think we've had this wording for a long time, and I've never thought it
Now,
worked.
you hear it out loud then? It's
Yeah,
good.
now I'm like, okay,
It's
doesn't really
rearranged, it
make
looks different.
sense, because we're signing off that they finished everything, but if they're in their 4th year, they clearly haven't finished everything, they're still in their final practicum.
Madam Chair, could we bring Katie up to the table? Looks like she has, her
Great.
body language
She
tells me
has
she has
something.
something to offer.
Some
Come on up to the
experience with
mic.
it, or just agreeing that it's kind of crazy?
Katie Bryce, if you look at number 5, I mean, they're supposed to have their clinical experience completed also to get the intern license. They're supposed to have completed all the coursework and the clinical experience and submit the form.
So maybe what gives us the clinical experience up to the point of the 4th year?
Yeah, I think
Right.
that's what,
Right. That-
yeah, I think you're confusing the part that's part of the schoolwork, and then the intern is 1,600 hours after graduating.
Well, if they're still students and they must be, no, it's not after graduating. They are still students. They are in their 4th year of their graduate degree. They are still enrolled in the program. That's the problem.
Then, yeah, then this is a problem, because this is showing that they're supposed to have already completed everything. So that is something that needs to be worked out.
Right, this needs to be fixed, because it's old wording based on the old model of audiology, where they graduated and then did their clinical experience after, like we
Right.
do. But they don't anymore.
This is
So-
training camp. I like just doing what they said, or what somebody mentioned earlier, just adding in front of all requirements, instead of saying all requirements, just putting all academic requirements, because that fixes it. It goes, because that last year is a clinical requirement, and so, versus an academic.
I think that works.
Or even, like, more specifically didactic, because didactic is non-clinical.
Sure.
Didactic academic requirements, so add the two together.
You were gonna work that in, weren't you?
Just like
Is you-
that.
I love it.
So basically, they've done all their academic, not just the non-clinical requirements.
This is Sherry since every, Wendy, I hate to go backwards, but there's just something
That's
that's bothering me, just on number 2, right on the previous page. I don't know if some words got moved or left out or something, but a copy of the transcript showing the conferred degree of all relevant coursework. That doesn't make sense, does it? Conferred degree of all relevant coursework? You may have copied it directly from DSHS rules, but either way, it doesn't. Page 44, number 2, right there at the bottom. I think you just take out the of all relevant coursework. I don't know what the point of it is.
Does it make sense to substitute the word "and" in place of "on"? You know, the transcript to show the conferred degree,
Oh, it's on the back.
Yeah, that's
the conferred degrees and all relevant coursework. Does that make sense?
It's, yeah, it's the current DSHS rule 741.112. B, section B, which is an applicant applying for an intern speech language pathology license in this title, or an intern in audiology license. And then it's 1, 2, 3, original certified copy of the transcripts showing the conferred degree of all relevant coursework, which also verifies the applicant possesses the master's degree, goes on from there.
Yeah,
So
it
it's
sounds like you just copied it.
Yeah,
If you
just
think
copied
about it, it just doesn't make sense.
So what was
Degree
this?
of- Well, of all relevant coursework, doesn't,
This should outright, it looks to me like just replacing of with and would fix it.
Showing the conferred degree and all relevant coursework.
yeah, maybe that's what was intended. And then you were already gonna plug in the document.
They still don't have their conferred degree.
Right, that's, oh, yeah. Oh, that's right.
It's really the completion of all relevant coursework.
Yeah, because they're not gonna have a degree.
They
when
would have
they're
a
doing
degree.
this.
And then maybe the statute changed and the rules are still reflecting.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right, yeah. Well, and even like for the speech master, Sherry, since every, even if the speech master student does apply for their license before that next graduation ceremony, they go ahead and submit their transcript, which also does not show the degree. It's just a placeholder that I've taken the right coursework, but I don't have the degree yet. So the transcript part's okay, but it can't show the degree. Just don't have it.
So an original certified copy of the transcript showing all relevant coursework.
Uh-huh.
Completion of?
Yeah. Completion of all relevant coursework. Bob needs that didactic.
Is it worded, this is Patty Brennan, is it worded correctly under G3 of the Texas Register? Coursework and clinical experience form for audiology interns signed by University Program Director.
No, D3 doesn't even have a transcript mentioned.
No,
So that wording is the coursework and clinical experience that's over on the next page.
completed all required academic and clinical coursework.
And G4 says an original or certified copy of
Oh, I see.
the current
Of the most
transcript.
current transcript, oh, okay. Yeah, recognizing that it won't show the degree.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, you know, just to backtrack, is this also going to then be an issue for the intern for the speech language pathology?
No.
No.
Is that
They do it
different?
differently.
It's different.
So, interns in speech have actually have completed the degree.
Outstanding.
Okay, so maybe borrowing the wording from the.
Ms. Brandon,
The
thank you.
proposed rules. G4 of just, do you want that changed as to?
Yep, that's perfect.
Here we go.
Here we
We
are.
already did the work.
Yes.
Match the language that's
Borrow it.
in the proposed Department of State Health Services form.
G3.
Thanks, Patty.
Madam Chair, what time is your plane leaving?
Our plane leaves at 5:20.
All right, let's crack it, let's go. Let's get to work.
So number 4, is that,
So, remember.
I think we should make all the changes on this intern section that are included in the proposed rules from the Department of State Board. They did some good work.
I think so.
In
Borrow
practice.
that.
We already had this conversation.
You go with it. Yeah, you've been through it. That's great. Okay.
Again, section 111.82, this issuing a license, same. Substitute the type license. Section 111.83, this is page 46, the dealer proposed rules, license term and renewal. Again, we have that same question we had before about the interns and
Right. And it should be 1 year, and it should have 10 hours of CE, and, yeah, so. Oh, except, I don't know, 10 hours of CE, still in school, or what if they had to extend it? You know what, they can count, if they put some more classes, they can count them.
This is Tammy Camp. In theory, if you're still enrolled in the graduate program, you should not have to do
Continuing ed, right?
continuing
Yeah.
education. So
Yeah.
to me, this one would be just different from speech. You should
Just
not
take
just
out
take
3
out
and 4,
the 3 and
if you're still
4.
in school.
Yep.
and that's different because the intern,
They're still a student in a graduate program.
They're
so
getting-
they're still
they're getting
being
credit.
educated.
They're getting.
no, but I mean, in terms of making the distinction here from audiology versus speech language
Yes.
program. Because we did keep it there, that's just.
Right.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Changes subsector, moving to 47, subchapter J, requirements for the assistants in audiology. Just take a quick look to make sure.
This
that-
is Patty Brannon, this is completely changed in the Texas Register.
I don't think it's completely changed. Where has it changed? Tell us.
Assistant, are we talking about the assistant? Completely.
let's walk through, what pages are you on in the proposed draft text for department, for the board?
It would be, 40, on our documents, 40 text registers, 65, 66. And then the section is 741.84 in the old departments.
So just to share, since you're in for some history, we've had rules for assistants in audiology for some time that were pretty much parallel to assistant in speech pathology requiring a bachelor's degree. The discussion in the DSHS board recently has been to reduce that so that assistants in audiology have high school diplomas, so that is
Get outta here.
substantially different, yeah. Yeah.
Lowering that ladder, that
Yeah.
is awesome. Bring the people in.
So it has a different standard based on a high school diploma and certification course from whatever that group is.
Yeah, K-HOP.
What is it? So that's substantially different.
Yes, because I think there are currently 8 or 9 audiology assistants in the whole state of Texas.
8 or 9.
If that, I mean, there's maybe like
I thought it was 3.
Get over it, that's maybe an
3 or
overstatement.
4.
We've done 10 this year,
Woo.
so.
That's amazing.
It's getting crazy, it's getting crazy.
Yeah, so I would support that, kind of taking this whole section out and replacing it in the existing assistant language with some edits. I got some suggestions.
As the rest of the board fill out. And this may be, check how this is organized, this may end up in a couple of our different, if the board goes this way and the assistant rules just haven't broken it up, but.
Okay, once again, I'm getting a little confused from what you just said about bringing in high school graduates. Where does that fit into state law and rules? And then just how does all of that fit together?
Right, because audiology, again, for the interns, after discussing completed academic clinical requirements, section 401.304A, 1 through 4. And this is
You refer to
intern.
a page,
I'm sorry, this is in the revised statute, page says 10-S. It's section 401.311, intern license. These are the statutory requirements. And so when you, that's for the intern, but it refers you back then to 304A, paragraphs 1 through 4. And again, applicant eligibility, and again, this section, applicant eligibility 401.304, which is in 7-S on that. To be eligible for licensing as a speech language pathologist or audiologist, an applicant must, and then it breaks it down. 1A is for speech language pathology, 1B is for audiology. And so when you've got the intern license, it refers you back to this full licensing. It says a person has completed the requirements of 304A 1 through 4.
This is Sherry, since we're in, so, but the occupations code does not specify the requirements for assistants, and so it left the leeway to have substantially different requirements for assistants in speech pathology and audiology. 401.312 just has the language about assistants, that the qualifications are established, that they have to be uniform, yada, yada, okay? But it's left the door open to have substantially different requirements, and I'm gonna agree with what Dr. Novak said. This DSHS board has heard from audiologists for a number of years that they use assistants in an entirely different way than speech pathologists, and therefore the level of education rightfully can be different. And I think they've researched it so much that I'm very willing to import their wording with whatever edits you have to suggest.
And I need to correct the record. Yeah, I was reading, sorry, the intern license provisions that were referring back to section 304. aircraft license assistants, the commission by rule may establish minimum qualifications for license assistants in speech language pathology and audiology.
So we've got an open door there to set up standards
Yes.
that are not parallel,
Yes,
which makes sense.
right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, so looking at page 65, 66, under the proposed Department of State Health Services Board's Rule 741.84,
Right.
just doing the quick read on it, A and B and B, all of its elements and its sub-elements down to C, I think should just come right over as they are.
Right.
I would ask the board to give some consideration on D, E, and F, so we can incorporate those elements to make sure that we can do it online, the supervisory monitoring aspect
Of
of it.
course, right.
And then we'll have our thorough discussion about what supervision could look like, what we wrote on the board earlier for the speech language pathologist. But it looks like A, B, C, and D, or A, B, and C, I'm sorry.
Those are the really substantive
Yeah.
pieces about education, scope of practice, those are the pieces that.
It makes our rules skinnier, and I want to win that battle.
Hey, that's great, let's pull that over, and the rules about process, I think we should have a uniform system for that.
Just one of the edits, and then under B2, earning a passing score, the KHOC certification, or have, and they'll just throw this out here, or have current licensure in another health profession, e.g. nursing, PA, OT, PT, with the addition of 2B, which is the 25 hours of job-specific training. So this would allow a nurse to assume assistant responsibilities like an LPN or an LPN with additional 25 hours of job-specific training. I'm thinking teleaudiology support, for example. That's what I'm doing right now, is training senior nursing students with audiology students. And the nursing students assume the telepresenter role as the assistant of the patient, and then the audiologist assumes that responsibility. But it's a nurse, it's a very high-level personnel. They're licensed, they have a scope of practice, and often some of the things that we're asking them to do are well within their existing scope of practice. Otoscopy, tympanometry, hearing screening, they can already do that, say as a nurse, for example. So I wouldn't want to necessarily have them have to go do a CAD course when they can train the 25 hours under an audiologist with whom they're going to work, to get the necessary additional skills for what they're doing with that audiologist. So that's my rationale for that. That allows just another option for recruiting an assistant from an existing licensure of health professionals.
Is it important, Dr. Novak, Brian Francis, DTLR, is it important for them to go through that training, or would you be comfortable with, there's always language in statutes that pretty much say that a healthcare provider working within their scope of their license can do these things. Can a nurse do this within their scope? And if so, would you be comfortable with them just having a statement saying they can do this?
Within the scope of their nursing
Yeah.
license.
But that would be without the 25
Right.
hour training.
Right. Which would include the 25 hours of specialized.
So you do want the specialized training?
Yes,
Okay.
job
Okay.
specific, the 25.
It's Chris the plumber, he just doesn't think it's necessary to have certification, because they have good scope.
I'm just being very cautious whenever you talk about another healthcare group, even when you are talking about them favorably,
Right.
about allowing them to come in.
Right.
Sometimes they say, well, I shouldn't even have to go through any door you have, because my license already allows me to do that work. So I'm just wanting us to be sensitive about how the nursing board, folks, lobbyists, and groups will look at this provision and may not see it as a nice thing. They may see it as,
Yeah.
You don't tell us where to go. We can go in any door. We don't need your 25 hours.
Right.
Or your K-Hawk.
So.
I just want to be mindful.
Yeah, just forget what I said.
No, I'm not
Because
saying that. I just
I
don't.
see the rationale, that as an audiologist, I could bring a nurse in. And I said, if you really want to work as an assistant in audiology, you'll have to get the KOC 20-hour course, and I need to work with you for 25 hours to train you in what I want you to do. I guess that's not unreasonable, knowing that that person already has tremendous
You got experience.
preparation to do it. So if they would have a CPR event, they would be prepared to handle that. I don't know that KOC includes CPR certification, for example. I don't think it does. I don't know. But, there are those sorts of things. But,
Yes, sir.
so just, yeah.
And I just wanted to put that out there because my experience in working in
Yep.
a regulatory environment is that people get a little territorial.
Yeah, so just forget.
When you put rules out there, people start objecting for.
Yes.
Yeah, they just.
And we're like, no, that's to help you. I
Yes,
get it.
right. And we do already have 401.052 in the code that allows nurses to practice in accordance with their own scope related to communication and speech-like material.
So you get there.
So they're already covered, in the law.
Thank you guys for bearing with me on that.
This should out, but you could, Brian, but you could have a speech assistant who's also licensed as audiology assistant.
True.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
But I assume that they would have to also take the KOC training and the 25 hours of job-specific
Yep.
training, just like if you went from audiology to speech would require it, so, yeah. Good.
Any other edits on?
See, I have just a point of clarification. In today's world, and I may be digressing a little bit, but in today's world where I hear that students are not prepared after high school graduation, actually to seek a profession that oftentimes are not, sometimes they are. And what I heard just now, that there are opportunities for high school graduates to come into this program with that level of competency.
That they
As
could,
a-
yeah.
As a person in business and as a Texan, I mean, I just have to applaud that and to say this is the direction where education, and I know this is a far-reaching discussion, but it's just on the surface. It sounds as though we're moving, or maybe we're already in that discussion. And I would think that if it's appropriate for this board to look at more such opportunities, I think it would be well worth the time.
Bob Novak, I work in the VA as well, and I've seen technicians, audiology technicians in action there, and there are a number of them that have high school diplomas. That's the extent of their formal education, but they're highly trained within the VA system by audiologists to do their work, and they're just outstanding. So we've seen it work in the VA, so there's a lot of empirical data to say this is okay, this is a good thing, a good way to go.
Okay, Wendy, can we lose you?
And so we're, the advisory board was wanting to import, the proposed rule, DSH board proposed rules 741.84, subsections A through C. Was there anything else that was being brought over and the rest remaining?
Just the issue of supervision, and are we gonna talk about that in another?
What issue?
Just
Of the amount?
That's coming up shortly.
Okay.
Brian Francis, Wendy, so when I look at 111.90, that has a striking through B, C, D, E, F. And then G starts going into the discussion of supervision, which will maybe we can pick up.
Okay. If Aaron's control is moved to page 49, subsection G, this is supervisory responsibility statement.
All this looks parallel, that you have an option to do an online form or whatever gets developed.
So subsection, subsection G will then be replaced, parallel provision, or letter in there.
The point that Bob's interested in is this. H over here, the other side. Right?
Yeah.
H is gonna
H.
fold in the discussion we had earlier about
Yeah, so I think that's what he has an interest in for audiology.
Yeah.
And each, on page 50, it's at the bottom, same place, yeah, this is what we were continuing, this is the scope of practice, we didn't make any changes in here.
And I'm sure Dr. Novak would be interested in supervision for audiologists, looking parallel to what we wrote for the
Absolutely.
pathology assistants, or somewhat similar, right? The option for using technology.
Right.
Under H3.
Uh-huh.
And let's agree to come back to that at the very end,
Okay.
because I think we'll get that language done once, and
And
everybody
it's here in both places.
brains
right?
fresh.
Okay.
I'd say I appreciate you come back to it, but I suppose this is Manny Bowden, what philosophically, again, I'm not gonna stand in the way of being on site physically, or through computer, or through Skype, or through technology rather. But what bothers me, maybe that I'm of a generation that, just me, maybe others are not bothered by this, but I just don't want to lose the personal touch. Now, the comments I've heard, you actually gain personal touch through technology, and that's good, that's good. But the overriding concern behind my comments is not to stand in the way of progress or technology, but by the same token, it's not to lose the feel, the personal feel of proximity. Thank you.
That's good. Brian Francis, Mr. Bonder, to that end, there's language that is folded in both the speech language pathology side of it as well as the audiologist. And when you look on page 51 and number 3, it still keeps that responsibility onto the audiologist, but there's some great language in there that if the licensed audiologist determines the licensed assistant has received the training and skills to accomplish the task, and the licensed audiologist provides sufficient supervision to ensure appropriate completion, it's giving them that entrepreneur and that business perspective where they can make that determination of how much risk they're willing to take on. But it also gives them the ability to say, what works for this person, this audiologist may not work for you, and what works for this assistant under your watch may not work for this second assistant under your watch, that you have that discretion to determine it. So I think if we keep finding those moments to fold that language in there to remind the audiologist that it's your responsibility, but don't let the state set the minimum standard for how you're gonna do your business. That falls on you as a business person, so we'll keep harping on that and finding more places to put that out.
You know, are we in E right now? I'm sorry, in the register
Oh, right.
recommendation.
Lost it. Oh, the supervision issue.
Right,
Yeah.
and I would, for that, in terms of their recommendation, licensed assistant audiologist employment location, and provide at least least 75% of each assistant's work week. I'm thinking that an audiologist should be on site more than what they're recommending in terms of that 10 hours per week. So I was thinking more of a percentage of their work week, whether they're full-time or part-time, that it's more like that they're on site 75% of the time the assistant is at work, with 1 hour of direct supervision per week, as they're suggesting.
This is Patty Brandon. Dr. Novak, have you had a chance to look at the list of duties for an
Yes.
assistant?
In terms of their scope?
Yes.
Yes. So there are some of those areas, and I don't know what page I'm on the register, 6-7, yeah, 6-5-6-7. And that's under I-1. Need not be a direct supervision when the licensed assistant is completing the assigned tasks, however the board approves supervisor. With the exception, except for noted exceptions requiring on-site supervision, accessibility. And those would be, for me, those would be 4A, and I, J, and K. That the audiologist should be on site and ready to intervene directly for those procedures. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Well, here's where Mrs. Sherry's considering that speech pathology and audiology just becomes so different here that if I'm a speech pathologist with an assistant, the person's gonna see the same individual for therapy, session after session after session. So if something goes wrong in one session, I could check them the next time. But for audiology, these are often maybe single visits, they're diagnostic visits. And so the idea of leaving an assistant unattended is a lot scarier, a lot more risk. And especially now if we're working with somebody with a high school diploma and leaving them, without somebody on site. So we're probably gonna have different supervision standards.
Yeah, for example, in A, on page 65-68, conduct or participate in hearing screenings, including otoscopy, tympanometry. So the issue is if they do otoscopy and they see something abnormal, they need to have the audiologist there to say what's the next thing. So that cannot be something that does not require direct supervision, so that would be one of the areas of exception. That there always has to be direct supervision or an audiologist right there that they can ask. And the same is true of, but the others are self-explanatory because they're assisting. Yeah, so they're there 100%. In I, J, and K, they're always assisting. But in A, the screening, I think they shouldn't be doing that by themselves. The audiologist should be there somewhere, not necessarily looking over their shoulder, but available for consult.
Yeah, on site.
On site.
So, Dr. Novak, what I think I'm hearing is that we've got the language that will work up, that maybe it still says the 40 hours a month and the 4 hours a month, that sort of thing for direct supervision. However, for the purpose of this section, the following activities must always have direct supervision, and we can list them specifically and in proximity to the supervision requirement. So it is enumerated, these always have to have it. It doesn't matter if it pushes you to 40 hours a week of direct supervision. If this goes down, you have to be there for that. And I think
You are either direct, which means, does direct mean line of sight, or does direct mean you're watching every move,
No, that's 100% direct, my friend. That's 100% direct that you're on. I got a little look from Patty.
So in this direct, are we saying on the premises, physically available,
It's on site.
on site, but not 100% line of sight?
Correct. What do you want?
I think on site,
Okay.
so that they're immediately available.
Absolutely.
And those are provisions that are listed on page 51 of the TDLI draft in terms of examples of these that can be assigned. So it looks like this, under the DSHS, Rose, A may have been expanded, conducting, participating. We also have I, J, K, which looks like it's just changing verb tense or verb. So making some distinction back on page 51 of the TLR draft, H3, using kind of that smart word language that we were talking about, putting it here, but then making reference over to items in I4A, I, J, and K that need to have, the audiologist must be on site for those.
And Wendy, if we could, to make it easier to the eye, if we could cluster all those that require direct supervision, so then the reference could be section 4A through D, section 4A through, so they don't have to go back and forth. Through it.
Well, and this is Sherry, since the good thing is, as we read them aloud, it really turns out that 4A is really the only thing that requires you to be on site, because the others, since you're assisting the audiologist, you pretty much would have to be on site.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah,
They can't
so
do it
it's
to-
really just that one that has to be singled out, requiring on-site supervision. The others.
And are we talking about the A that's in the Department of Civil Services?
Right, verse 65, 68.
Okay, not the A that's in the DSI, or the TDLR.
Right. They expanded that definition of screening, so once you've got those specific things in there, that's what made it clear that you have to have an audiologist right there.
And on these pages, started back, on 50, going through 51, 52, about what the licensed assistant may do, licensed should not do, we had concerns also given practice up until page 53 up to J, so we hadn't made any changes, were there any changes? We've got J, we have to indicate licensee status of licensed audiology assistant, may not engage in fitting, dispensing, sale of hearing instruments, however.
Excuse me, Kristen Plummer, on Texas Registry, under what's on your page 51 for A and down, it's the same as that page we were just talking about in Texas Registry, 65, 68, A, 4, A and down. They are striking, recommending striking B, C, and D, as you have it written, B, C, D, and E. Completely.
How do you feel about that?
That takes it out of their scope, that they can't do that.
You think it's because changing to the high school diploma, they're saying that
Yeah.
they would not be allowed to conduct oral
And
rehab?
or they may not, these things may not be covered in the KDOP.
That's right.
Yeah.
So,
This may be another place where we would be wise to import section 4 from the proposed rules, because they've already thought through with a high school diploma, you shouldn't be doing those things. And just fix anything that,
and they still, yeah, they have a few word changes on the rest of them. So
right, yeah, those aren't.
Maintain clinical records is now called maintaining.
Right.
And we'll let Wendy decide on that, just,
Right.
that's more of a
Wordsmithing is fine,
stylistic
I think you're right, Christine, that the ones that are struck, I mean, they should not be doing for the high school diploma.
Are the members agreeable to that?
Oh, yeah.
We need to move forward with that.
Looks like under shall not, it's pretty much left the way it was, right?
You would think though, under shall not, they would move
Well,
the
they'd have to, yes.
B, C, the Ds, and E's
Yeah,
over there.
That would be a nice change
You would
for
think
us,
that,
to move the BCD over to the shall not.
Novak, you good with that?
Just
David's-
last time,
So if we moved conductor or we have to shall not,
right?
like David or Norwood.
Saw a hint of a smile from Miss Brandon on that too.
She's liking some shall nots.
Yeah, she's like, my work has not been done in vain, is what she's saying.
Right.
I can respect that.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah, it
This
makes
is-
sense when it's
right.
spelled out.
Used to, especially if they used to be in the permissible list, now, like, those had it.
Right.
Now it shall not, we'll move that over to the shall not list.
So Madam Chair, last night when we were approaching 7 o'clock, started getting a little loopy.
Yes.
7 o'clock at night, and I was saying stuff like, we're moving with the speed of a sedated dragon. We were flying like a one-winged pterodactyl. But I don't have those comments for you. You guys are doing great, so let's keep
We're
going.
moving.
Let's keep
Nothing
going.
like having an airplane hanging over your head. Say move.
Again, at the bottom of page 53, we have the Department of random sampling of licensed audiology assistants for compliance. For any changes.
Madam Chair, Brian Francis, Wendy, on the bottom of page 53, under L1, can we remove mail? Because we may send that via
Could
email
we?
to them. So, and if we have that under, if we have it under other sections in terms of what we do, we should remove mail. But
Right.
they will have to mail their certificates and that sort of thing,
Sure.
till we get better technology. Thank you.
But just under one, but under two,
I think it's still
that's
staying
still
for the
shall mail there.
practitioner at this time.
Fine.
Although I would love to see us be able to just accept scanned copies and submit it.
We will not kick a scanned copy back.
Great. I think that should be clear that that's an option because it's just, it's 2015.
Yes.
Did you want that changed now or?
Can that wording include the option to do it another way?
Let's make it broad, Wendy. So mail or any other,
Shall.
any other means acceptable to that party.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we'll,
And then that way.
when we get there, we get there.
Uh-huh.
So Madam Chair, can we make that change
Throughout.
throughout
Right.
on all the other sections that had the audit links?
I like that wording. By means acceptable to the department, right? And then that way, whatever develops, great.
And so, question, Mandy Bowden. So I would have to assume that just thinking in business, and that very often we email or we fax or we do all of these wonderful things, but we always send it by certified mail, by postal mail, items that are of such importance. So I would think that if the person's gonna be selected for an audit, that's a pretty important item. I would just request, I know you are, but I would request that all of the legal discussion take place prior to any changes. It's a question, that's all.
I'm not sure what the question is.
All right, the question is, it says that we're going to notify the licensed assistant in audiology, the licensed audiologist, to be leaked by mail that he or she has been selected for an audit. How would we contact them or notify them?
So that 60-day provision where we send the email and tell the person your license is eligible for renewal, in that same notification, where we're telling them you gotta renew your license, we're gonna inform them that you're now subject to the audit, and here's the stuff you need to do in order to prepare or provide for the audit. So that notification is where they would get it,
And if
in
they don't
conjunction with the
respond-
So
renewal.
that if they don't respond in a 45-day
They'll get, yes, another one in 45 days, and
Then in
then,
30 day, you send them a postcard.
that's
So
correct.
eventually it's by mail, but it doesn't have to be by mail
Essentially.
initially. Eventually, it could be by mail.
In particular, if they respond sooner, is what we try to do.
Right.
Well, again, I don't mean to question technology, but at the same time, very often emails, they don't work, computers go down, a variety of reasons why one would not receive that, and a variety of reasons why time escapes people, and you don't know it's 45 days out, or 30 days out, or 60 days out. I would just reconsider deleting the postal service. Not to suggest we want to give more business to the postal service, but I would just like us to rethink that.
We'll definitely take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Page 54, assistant audiology license application eligibility requirements, section 111.91. We're going to have the same changes that we had previously for the full audiology license and the intern license in this section. So we can make those changes when there's something different.
Diploma.
On three.
Yeah,
The
it would be
diploma.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 and 4 won't apply anymore because now we're using a high school diploma.
This is
And
Patty.
5, right, yeah.
And this is Patty Brennan, it's all listed in the proposed rule change.
What page are you on in the Texas Register?
6569.
6560. Thank you.
So section M has all of the proposed requirements.
So is the advisory board advising to use the proposed rules from the Department of State Health Services Board for this section?
Here, so this.
Right, so-
What section are we on?
Section M on page 6569 of the register has their updated list with the high school diploma, the K-Hawk certificate. I think we should just import their list of materials,
Madam Chair, I agree with that nearly 100%,
except,
but about 98.34%. I would ask that the board give some consideration to not including number 1, because we don't care if they had it signed within 60 days of them applying.
great.
That's an inefficiency element that we want to avoid. And then just give Wendy the permission to, when we reference the initial license fee, that we've done with before, which is to reference the fee section.
Right.
It wasn't that painful, was it?
That was a friendly amendment, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I just kind of wanted to know how you came up with the percentage.
I'm a finance major with an MBA.
Some fast
It just happens
math.
automatically, it just pops in there.
And with the board's permission, just kind of reordering that where the fee would drop down kind of in our list where it shows up in the list for everyone else. And then what's under M8, the fingerprints, just using it how we've had it in the fingerprint section, if that's okay. That just kind of mirrors across the license types.
Right.
And number 4 as well, the original copy of the birth certificate.
Yes.
Yeah,
Really?
Were you wanting M4 coming over? I'm sorry, just M4, they've got the original certified copy of the applicant's birth certificate.
Yeah, I was thinking we could take that off.
Brian's recommendation is
Take that.
It's 5 and 6, basically.
I mean, we're talking about 17-year-old gangsters trying to sneak in. We'll snoop them out.
So we won't use M1, we'd use our own department group application form, and we would not include M4. There are changes on that section that goes on to.
This is Patty Brennan, and then wouldn't 8 determine how old I mean, And then say how old they are, once they get the fingerprinting through.
Sorry, Patty, I lost you. Go ahead.
Wouldn't 8 show how old they are if they went in for fingerprinting?
Oh,
I mean,
That could be something that's in there then.
I don't remember if it does.
Yeah, we have 2 programs, one with our electrical sign licensees, that they could be 18, and then the apprentices for electricians could be 16. So we've got some experience in dealing with
Okay.
Right.
folks that are.
Was there a requirement earlier that they were 18 years old?
well, it was in 4, which we just said don't use, the one that required the birth certificate.
Yeah, but there's a requirement, preceding sections that says they have to be.
That's it.
Well, that's what I say, if it's
Oh.
not there, we could still say, in terms of, you're not just submitting, but somewhere capturing the fact that they still need to be 18 years old, whether it's,
Correct.
I just don't need the birth certificate.
Right.
All right, moving on. 55, again, under .92, same issuing of license, standard template language. 9.3, section 111.9.3, the license terms and renewals, this is a 2-year. Under subsection C, we said renewal, just verify that it's 20 hours a CD. And then the rest of that's standard throughout the provisions. Questions or comments, edits?
Right, you'll just have to do some edits on that temporary certificate because it refers to their college diploma.
On page 56 on
Page
temporary.
56, yeah.
When you're on page 56, letter G,
Yes,
last part that we need to make that audio.
yep, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. And then the temporary certificate, the same things that we've made before,
Right.
reflect these here.
It's not a degree anymore. Change that word.
That's the standard language is there, and again, this cannot be renewed. So there's no renewal section following. Is there anything on the application, section 111.101, the temporary certificate regarding the application eligibility requirements? Are these going to be reflected whatever we did previously? And just previously with that list of what needs to be submitted.
This is still that same, right, it was the Sherry's incident, so it works the same for audiology, it's 1 more chance to pass the praxis. So it really should have the same wording.
Okay.
Until we can change the occupation code, get rid of it.
Should have the same language as the temporary, but also there's gonna be some space, some specifics about the audiology piece that maybe the other
Right.
audiology license types that we're.
They'll have to upgrade because this is the master's degree, so you have to change to doctoral, but as far as how it works, it'll be the same as the speech pathology temporary.
In the register, this is Patty Brandon, in the register, it was completely taken out.
The temporary license.
Just what I'd
D.
like to do, but as Wendy mentioned, it is in the code.
When he does it say we may or shall?
It's May, I would be thrilled.
Temporary, this is section 401.310, department shall issue a temporary certificate of registration to an applicant who satisfies the requirements of section 401.304, and that section applies to both speech language pathology and audiology. It's not previously applied to take the exam and pays the non-refundable application fee. Holder of a temporary certificate of registration may practice speech language pathology or audiology for a period ending 8 weeks after the date the examination concludes. So this is sounding like, in terms of the statute, is saying it, they've not previously applied to take the exam.
Oh,
So they're not taking, okay.
so that is not how it's been worked and used, I'll just tell you.
Crazy words.
Really?
So Madam Chair, if we could, we'll have Wendy modify the previous sections to reflect the changes that we made for the audiology license in terms of the conferring degrees and that sort of thing.
Right.
And then we'll also have her have this written correctly as it relates to the scenario for which it's determined to be in, which is have not completed the examination.
Yeah.
Because it's very limited in scope when you do that. But is that cool? You good with that? I think.
And since it says shall, I take it that means we still need it.
Yeah, we're gonna go on and keep it in.
Okay.
Okay, page 58, we have the same things about the paragraph 8 note coming out. Same thing about the fingerprints under D. We'll have to do, submit the fingerprints, but then submit the application for the full license. I think we answered the question, it's not an upgrade, it's a flag. Fine, okay.
Madam Chair, in the future, we're gonna come back and revisit this. This is not a true dual license. In some of our other programs, it is one piece of paper that allows you to qualify for the thing. This one says you gotta come and file this application and this application and pass this thing separately.
Right.
So we'll work on that at some point down the road to make it a single document and look like a true dual license or a combo license. But right now, we're gonna keep it as is.
Right now, it's, as Brian said, you're submitting both applications with fees. Obviously, both requirements are passing the jurisprudence exam, so instead of repeating everything, we just referred them back to the licenses that they were into.
Right.
So that's kind of, page 60 still standard language. On issuing license, under 111, 113, license terms and renewals, it's 2-year. So, yeah, just see. So we're trying to make it look like good requirements. Other questions on license? 61, right in the middle of the page, subchapter M, provisional license. We left a placeholder for future rules. Right now, there's not any provisions about provisional license, any rules about provisional license. The Texas Occupation Code 401.308 says the department may grant provisional licenses. I don't know if that's been addressed in the past or how that would work, or if you've already have, because you've got intern license or temporary license and you're filling that.
You know, there's been very little need for that provisional license, Sherry Sensibrey. After Katrina, it was helpful, but truly with PDLR and your record of processing licenses quickly, I see even less need for it than we've had in the past. So maybe one of those things, a placeholder's great, but I don't know that we'll use it.
Right, and it is applicable for an applicant who's licensing and standing in another state.
Right.
Has passed the exam, and I guess it's waiting, while they're waiting to get the license and processing, so it.
Exactly, so like we used it after Katrina, if they were licensed in Louisiana, they could come in quickly, maybe their records were lost. You know, if they just had any kind of record, we could look on the website and see that they were licensed, and somebody vouched for them, we let them start to work so that they had a job, but that's about the only time in recent history when it's been helpful.
Moving on to continuing education, bottom third of page 61, section 111.130, their kind of requirements and hours. I think we discussed this earlier about the 1-year intern license and whether they're taking C. And it seems like if they were renewing that license, they would be taking C. Remind me, is that true for both speech language pathology and audiology?
Say, years of what?
In terms of the 1-year intern,
We decided that the audiology students would not need
Right.
C because they're still in school.
so no C.
So number 3, when you can say with the exception of, and also taking off the list.
Right, so
Right.
number 5.
Number 5, and then D3.
Right. Okay.
That's all speech language. And again, in terms of when we rearrange the rules, that highlighted D3 is about the 1 year and the 10 hours.
Right.
hours. We left that, and we do want to point out in subsection C on page 52, no, sorry, 62, subsection C, about the continuing education, in terms of continuing education hours, block hours, our continuing education hours are 50 minutes. Any other questions or comments on that page or hours? Page 63, courses and credits, took this out of the DSH rules in terms of in the following areas. I think we talked about earlier about that highlighted grade C, so that stays in. Again, continuing education was one of those sections that we broke up into smaller sections within the TDR as rules. We've got records and audits. We're trying to do some standard audit language across the programs, transfer programs. So that's under section 111, 132, records and audits. One thing we did discuss under A, and it's not highlighted here, is having someone maintain their continuing education records of those experiences until their next renewal is complete, because they're like, is it 2 years, is it 3 years? I think in the base rules it was 3 years, but in terms of you've gone through your renewal, you weren't selected for the audit, is there a reason to maintain them beyond that?
This is Patty Brennan. I would say yes, and the reason is because if there's a complaint against an applicant, or if, not an applicant, but a licensee, sometimes you request their CEs, and sometimes when they're audited, they have to go back for at least 2 years, because you've got to maintain, if you're audited, you're going to have 20 CEUs, and that's going to be over 2 years. The CEs, also, if you have over 20 hours, you can use some of those CEs in the next year, audit year. So it's important for them to keep those CE credits at least 3 years.
Does the board feel about that in terms of timing or?
Yeah, so, the question is, if you're looking at 111.132A, that licensees are supposed to keep a record of their CE until the next renewal is completed, do we need the specificity of saying for at least 3 years? The reason it was specific before was that 2-year renewal period and possibly the 1 year prior if you did rollover, so that's why it was a 3-year block. I mean, this still says the same thing, but it doesn't alert them that you better keep at least 3 years at a time. So, just knowing our licensees.
Wanting it to be.
Yeah, I think specificity is
I think
helpful.
so.
That you keep at least 3 years.
At least 3 years.
Because, yeah, they have document in case you do the rollover, which I see we're still allowing, so.
But I can return that back to the current language.
I think that's probably a good idea. Wendy, while you're looking there on page 62, Dr. Novak just noticed under D3, you might just want to add something that indicates once again that the intern in audiology is the 1-year license that is exempt from this rule.
So this revision will only apply to the intern in speech language pathology only.
Right, oh yeah, it's the only one that's 1 year, right? Okay.
This is Patty Brandon. Basically, do we want to, do you think we need to add in their second year of internship?
In their second year?
No, because
Oh,
we're not
oh,
requiring.
I just think we should make them get them from the beginning. We just need to get in the habit.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, because if they're in their second year, that means they already had to renew and they needed CE to renew. So they just need to get CE from the day they graduate.
Any other questions or changes?
That's gonna be an education.
Yeah.
to the records and audits, we've got they have to maintain the continuing education records for at least 3 years. Any other changes?
Ms. Kristen, where's it stated about the 1 hour per renewal for ethics? Am I not seeing that?
Page 62.
62 under D 1, 2, 3, since we
Oh,
combined
2 per 20, okay.
with the 2 clock hours in ethics.
Thanks.
Outstanding.
Any questions on CE's sections? Moving to subchapter O, responsibilities of the commission of the department, section 111.140 rules. This kind of sets up, as I mentioned earlier, kind of our, the unique situation on some of the rules for the health-related programs that are transferring from the Department of State Health Services, and we have our authority to adopt rules, and our permission to adopt rules. Our department has the authority to propose those rules as well. Starting at 65, it recognizes that scope of practice, standard of care rules, that new provision within our enabling statute under 51.2031. What's under subsection C is the fact that we will adopt rules governing those changes. Those are still being drafted. We'd hope to be able to point you to the cross-reference of where those rules are. We can do that in future rulemaking, so we've got a specific spot that this is just at least a placeholder to tell you that those rules addressing those types of rule changes. Any questions, change on that? Subchapter P, responsibilities of the licensee and code of ethics. You'll see a lot of these provisions are from the Department of State Health Services report rules about changes of name and address, customer information, displaying the license. Page 65, these rules changes. Do you want to jump to page 66? This is the advertising rules, section 111.152, advertising. We've highlighted this here. I asked Brian to jump in here. We kind of have a list of the statement is you shall not present false, misleading, deceptive, or non-verifiable information relating to the service of the licensee or anybody they're supervising or employing. And then we've kind of a long list of examples. Just to kind of discuss whether those are important or just the pros and cons of having a specific list within.
When we look at our enforcement division, let me back up. When you look at people who are trying to get over on the law, the moment you define something, they now know how to go outside of it because you've narrowly defined it. What we're looking at is advertising, and we're saying, don't lie. Doesn't matter if it's on the internet, your letterhead, no matter if you wrote it on a napkin, don't lie. About what? Don't be lying. That's what we generally want to do, and we didn't want to take it out without letting you know where we're coming from as an agency, but our enforcement division has more flexibility and more discretion the broader the language is versus every time we're saying, hey, on an announcement, well, they didn't say on an announcement at a so-and-so event. They didn't say, they said webpage, but is it my domain name? Do I have to, you just start getting into all the minutiae, but the bottom line is don't lie. That's what it says. So we wanted to give some thought there. I'm just loving Patty's eyes. They were just something else.
So it's highlighted for discussion. So.
This is Patty Brennan. So when the wording is which includes but is not limited to, is that not wording that we?
It is, but we will be in the habit of the next case of, let's go from your comment earlier. Well, Brian, they don't read it. Who doesn't read but limited to? They're going to go right and say, well, I can't cheat on this, I can't lie on this, I can't lie on this, I can't lie on this, but I can do it here. And the bottom line is, don't mislead. Don't give false information. Don't be deceptive. Where? Anywhere. But Ms. Brandon, if that gives you heartache, we can keep it in.
Right. So highlighted for discussion.
And we're comfortable with that. We're comfortable with starting off with it in there. That's why exactly why this is one of the rare places where we put the strikeout language inside of our rules, because we know that sometimes there's been some thought in history books.
This is Tammy Camp. One danger of having very specified things within those rules is that technology changes, and just as soon as, I mean, are we gonna say don't lie on Snapchat, are we gonna don't lie on Instagram, I mean, and whenever you put something so specific, then I think it really makes it almost more difficult to enforce, and I know that we've had that in there, those were in there long before I was ever part of the last one, but, I think the rulemaking process takes too long to catch up with what's happening with technology. And so I don't like, period.
I'm good with it. I think it's a difference in the philosophy of TDLR versus DSHS. But I've worked with little kids long enough to know that if if you have a list of rules and it doesn't specifically say don't throw rocks at people,
Yeah.
it's not on the rule list.
Well, you didn't say I couldn't hit them.
Right, yeah,
You just told me don't throw rocks.
Yeah, right. So I'm okay with it, and let enforcement interpret it then.
Yeah, I would just, this is Manny Bodnar, I would just like to add my support to this language as well. And I think it's really an example of good government, to reduce the language, reduce the number of words that make a statement even more powerful. And so I would lend my support with this change.
This is Patty Brennan. I mean, we have new graduates. Would they really know not to make representation likely to create an unjustified expectation about the results of healthcare services?
They don't even know what it means, so, and don't give them any ideas.
And it's like, sure, we can fix your kid.
Right, yeah, so.
So are you saying that you'd like that
I
included?
mean, I'm just thinking about all the new graduates that I've hired, and I've hired a lot. They don't even know what is false and misleading and deceptive.
This is Tammy Camp. Do we think that those new graduates go and read this to make it more, and I'm just asking because I'm afraid that sometimes they don't. And so is that more appropriate to take place from an educational standpoint in the graduate programs before they leave? Hopefully, I mean, I think about what I do in my world, and I also train lots of people, and that's one of the things we teach. Don't tell them you can fix them, because you can't always. I mean, that's part of what I teach people to do, and so to not make those statements. And so I would say that's a problem that goes back to those graduate programs. Then they need to be teaching that not everything is fixable.
This is Manny Bodnar. I would concur with that. I mean, if we're not teaching our graduates as to what is false, misleading, deceptive, or non-verifiable, we have failed in our teaching.
This is Patty Brennan. That's assuming that if all the universities do that.
Okay, so this is another point that I bring up earlier about the consistency of the programs in all of the states. I would have to think they are consistent because we have a national exam. Is this not covered on the national exam?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so. This is Patty Brennan. Sometimes it is on the national exam and sometimes it isn't.
The test
It changes.
of course,
The test
every year,
changes.
But they still study the same way.
And it's certainly in our code of ethics,
Right.
which all programs are required to cover, review, discuss, somewhere in their curriculum. How it translates into what the individual understands.
You never have any guarantees of that. Okay, so if we give Patty some chocolate and help her with this, and you go with trusting that don't lie, cheat, or steal could work. without the specifics.
Right, just the, keep
And
that.
and the unjustified expectation, that, is that included in everything else? I mean, that truly is, don't promise them things that you can't keep, that won't happen.
I think that's.
Be it in speech, language, or hearing aids, you know, what these hearing aids are gonna do for you.
Brian, and also you have to consider that you still have that supervisory period where you get that additional, hands-on training from supervisor who will hopefully instill some of those things as well.
Brian, I don't know if there's a parking lot somewhere, but this
Oh, yeah,
list-
it's big.
It's
big.
good, good.
It's big.
I think this list is a good point for some targeted information for licensees, because I think one of the things that TDLR does is to try to send out
Sure.
frequent communication with licensees, and so this could be one of those short communication pieces.
Sounds good.
So,
We've got notes already scribbled up here.
so
Right.
for the rules, is the highlighted language coming out, or is it being put on the parking lot to come back to discuss? Just to make sure I'm understanding what the board is wanting to do at this point.
I'm okay with it going out. Yeah. Heidi's gonna hold on to her chair. Just saying. She's gonna rock a bit, but hold out, but keep the information to share with licensees in a different way.
Okay. So it'll come out in the rules, but we can figure out a different way to communicate this.
This is what we mean by don't lie.
Right, and we just would leave the rest of the text that's currently in there, this part that.
Yes, the unhighlighted.
Except again, this is Manny Bowler, again, if we're gonna communicate outside of the official rules, then I think we're running into the same concern. What if we don't communicate everything? But I leave that to the good judgment of the department. But,
We'll do some education of our licensees.
yeah, but I mean, I think that what the question that was raised is a valid question. We do not want our graduates, or even those in practice for a while, to do something that is unattended. And I would have to think, I just have to think, that 99.99% of those practicing speech pathology, audiology, are going to do the right thing. There's gonna be some that truly, they may say something, they think it's right, but it's not right, so that we can provide counsel with. Those that are going to circumvent or try to circumvent, well, we're gonna get you. It's not gonna happen. I'm satisfied with the
And the ASHA Board of Ethics will tell you that an increasing number of folks are coming across the board's radar screen, and they have sanctions of one kind or another, indicating that practicing folks aren't necessarily following ethical practice. It's not that they don't know what it is, it's just that they're violating it in various ways, and they have their certification revoked, or they're put on probation, or, so that happens, and there's a process for that, dealing with those folks.
Okay, I'm gonna get us back on track because we have a plain catch. Let's see if we can move through here.
67, section 111, 153, record keeping and billing. And that's taken from current DSHS rule. Page 68, this is the requirements to use responsibilities of the supervisor. We have a highlighted text down under 84 regarding supervising no more than 12 or 4 interns and or assistants, and then the exception.
Just know that you were asking about this section, so we are here. And we highlighted it. I think that the national standards are 2, and our rules have 4, and there's been some discussion about that. So we left it, we just wanted to highlight to bring it to your attention. And then we also have, as Mari said, it's our program, there are also practitioners, particularly in rural areas, that have had some waivers where they could do more than 4. And I think it's prevalent, but there are a few.
This is Patty Brannon. The exception in the Texas Register has been removed. And it currently reads supervise no more than a total of 4 interns and/or assistants. The reason the difference between the Texas interns, the number of 4 versus ASHA's 2, is because Texas had this rule many, many years before ASHA did. First, historically, we didn't have any number on how many you could supervise. And then it was moved to 4. Sherry, jump in anytime.
Well,
And
we
then-
had no number, and then we went to 4.
We went to 4, and so when we've had this discussion at the SHS, and to move from 4 to 2, with the need for speech pathologists so heavy around the state, that we just decided to leave it at 4.
Well, and Sherry, since I bring the other thing to remember is that the ASHA standards are based on someone with an associate's degree. And so our state standards for speech pathology being a bachelor's degree sort of justify being able to have folks function a little more independently. But now if we move to audiology, having people with a high school diploma, we may not want similar standards for speech and audiology for a number of supervisees.
And Wendy, refresh my memory, does the statute only refer to the supervision ratio for interns and not assistants, or is it assistants but not interns?
No, I think that's a different statute.
That's hearing critical. I apologize. I'll take that up on Monday with them. Actually, I'm supposed to stand up and say I failed. I failed. You have to admit publicly when you make a mistake. Makes you human.
It's on Tuesday, Brian.
You said, I failed.
So, what would the advice for them to do with that, D4, make changes, or come back for a
Dr.
discussion?
Novak, what do you think about audiology?
Yeah, I agree with Sherry in terms of where we're going with the education requirements for assistants, that I would say go to 2, the ASHA requirement for audiology. Or the recommendation for audiology.
And is it no more than of a total of 2 interns and/or assistants?
Per supervisor.
This is Chanel Moran, and it sounds like that, there's already been some discussion about, speech and before, and I'm really hesitant to say this because it's gonna hurt, it hurts me as being, a manager of a large school district, but I do have concerns about the 4 assistants and interns, particularly in the schools. Because I have some supervisors who, in fact, many of my supervisors have 4, and a combination of interns and assistants. And each of those 4 individuals could have 50, 60, their assistants, sometimes 70 kids that they're working with. And it's just difficult, and the supervisor, even though it says that the supervisor can make the determination about whether or not they can handle it, when they're receiving a stipend to supervise these folks, they're just gonna, say that they can handle it.
So here's the reality, seriously, considering, Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education fought long and hard to increase this number,
Okay.
to go above 4. So I know that any restriction will definitely cause a reaction from them. I think you could supervise 4 interns probably, because they can practice almost independently. 4 assistants, I think is insane unless that's your entire job. It's just to supervise them.
Even if that's
And
your
even then.
entire job.
And even then. And, and remember that the assistants don't have a caseload.
Right.
Caseload belongs to the speech pathologist, so that means then I'm gonna accept a caseload of 240 students.
And the supervisor is performing all of those evaluations, all of those IEP meetings.
Yeah, I think it's too many. I think it's been too many for a long time, but strong pushback from TKs.
I definitely, let me say it. So everything that comes out in this rule proposal is actually not going to say Brandon or Dr. Campbell. It's gonna say, look what TLR did, they didn't even talk to us. If we move to lower it to 2, that's gonna be one of our first introductions to the industry, and I don't think it'll be a good one, personally. Particularly since the 4's been in there for a while, and it was TLR, and they already dropped us down to 2. Then we've gotta work on the transition. Those who have 4 on this date must move down, and it becomes something, that becomes the focus as opposed to, hey, we're gonna do email, let you do electronically. You took away my 2 interns, or you took away my 2 assistants. We have, more than any of the rules, I would say, we are asking you guys to do more to make changes. Ms. Brandon just affected it or felt it in regard to the advertising, and we're talking about doing the months versus the per week and those sort of things. I would beg you not to lower that number this go around. If it's something we want to do, let's get it under a watch and let's talk about it, study it, get it out there for the public to think about it and hear about it. But I'd sure hate for on December 28th, the first document they see published from us is that we've lowered that supervision to 2, because that would be, I don't know if we'd be able to overcome how they think about us, particularly if they have 4 interns now.
I agree with that. I just wanted to express, that it's a concern.
That's my fears.
How do you feel about getting rid of the exception as they were gonna propose?
I think the exception lines up with what they're doing, and I think I'm comfortable with that exception going away, even though as soon as I say it, my Lubbock brethren and sister will say, oh, what about us in West Texas?
This is Tammy Camp from Lubbock, and I would say that I've been a big proponent before on getting rid of the exceptions, and because I, again, sat on complaints, and I think that 4 is, I would agree with y'all that 2, but I also understand very much that how that's going to be affected, because we have people that would sit at meetings on a regular basis wanting to request more. And so I think that dropping it just to no exceptions, leaving it at 4, period, and doing what was already proposed in the register is appropriate.
I think we can survive that Halloween.
Okay.
It won't be too scary.
Not too bad.
This is Patty Brandon. I will tell you, there's very few exceptions that come in, and they're exceptions that wanted to build caseload, and that's not what the exception's for.
Sure.
So I feel real comfortable in eliminating it.
And what we would do probably, if we go forward with the no exceptions, which I think is very doable and good, was we would build some type of transition language and say that persons who have that, we give them some time to.
For the next license renewal or something,
Something.
right, by then it has to be resolved, so.
We'll figure out something.
So when
This
do you-
is Manny Burke. The discussion is very interesting, because if 4 is really too many, okay? We've already looked at, and certainly 5 is too many. If 4 is too many, then 5 must be too many. Okay, so the exception is like to be permitted, but at the same time, we have to balance the health and safety of the public, okay? That's with the conceivable overload of the supervisor, because 4, I now understand it could be way too many. Yet, on the other side, are there enough supervisors? Are there enough people in the profession that will be able to come in and supervise? And so it's a balance, and I'm just asking as really, talking about an outsider, I'm more than an outsider, y'all are in the profession. So, but from the perspective of the public, in my judgment, this is a real balance, because you have to have enough personnel to supervise, and yet you have to have quality of supervision and the public has to be protected.
This is Chevelle Bryant, and you're right. And the answer to your questions, are there enough people to supervise that many assistants? No. And, you know, what was the other part of your question? No way. Quality. So if, and what would happen? If we don't have enough, so if we were to drop it to 2, and that's why I was hesitant, I said it would hurt me. So if we were to drop it to 2, I would have, you know, assistants who, with no supervisors, which meant that they couldn't work, which would mean that there were students who weren't getting services. So, you know, it's a tough spot.
Tammy Camp from again, we also have to recognize that there are lots of people in these professions now who are working part-time because of wanting to be with children at home or other things. And so while sometimes it's possible that a 4 is probably okay because they're having smaller caseloads. And so this is a very tricky rule because it just is very dependent upon how they're used.
And it depends on the skill and the commitment of that supervisor. I mean, their ability to supervise, and the folks that are underneath them, are they interns? Are they mostly assistants? It's not it's not easy.
Bob Novak, and it also relates to the severity of the caseload. Right?
Exactly.
Yes.
So, should we aspire to some clarification in the future about that?
It's definitely worthy to try to noodle through it, and then also to look at what other states are doing. I'm very confident that what we have is the model. Katie Bryce is a superstar. We know that. And the expertise that we're hearing on this advisory board, this is fantastic. So if anyone can figure it out.
It's another, Lanny Bodner. You know, this could be a good discussion point, a good planning tool for our agency, for this agency, to couple together with maybe the education agency or the other agencies or schools and universities, the variety of schools, or the breadth of schools in our state, to have a symposium, for lack of a better word, to talk about the need for this profession, the opportunities in this profession, and the growing need for this profession, to have this addressed. I leave it to y'all to figure out the agenda and all of that, but I would suggest that I would be comfortable, because if there is a great upheaval on the part of the professions, to reduce it from 4 to 2, and even if there's no consensus on this board, which I'm not sensing a consensus, then if we omit the exception, that will bring us a step closer to having that conversation. Yeah, that's what, yeah.
So going forward, leaving it at 4, but deleting the exception. I think that's a good compromise.
Ooh, rebels, I love it.
How do you feel about
Yeah, well, and that's a good question is, can we change one without the other? Since we're in tandem, if we're reducing the educational requirement for audiology, I would hope audiologists would not have a hue and cry if we also reduced the number of assistants you could supervise.
Well, since we're only 10 in the whole state, I think we're at a good place where we could maybe make that case, you know, that it's not gonna hurt people.
It's true. And if you're introducing the new educational standard from the beginning, if we had that lower educational standard and the understanding that you can only have 2 of them, maybe from the beginning, then we wouldn't have the problem of people feeling like we're taking something away.
Yes, I agree.
So,
Just a point of clarification, I think I mentioned it in my previous comments, but I want to make sure that we're recognizing the input of the profession, there's no question about it. But as we move forward, we must also recognize the participation of the public into this discussion. So I just wanted to place that on the table.
Wendy, is it possible, Brian Francis, is it possible to include an if-then, that type statement in there that says, if the high school diploma path is passed or accepted in the rules, then the ratio for the supervisor, the audiologist, to the interns or assistants is 2. If it remains as it currently is, so let's say for some reason it doesn't change, at least if we put those 2 in there, people will hear the arguments side by side. And I don't know if that's a preamble piece or something, but I think that gives us an opportunity for people to really have a dialogue of, there's a change in this qualification that should dictate or maybe dictate a change in the ratio.
And the ratio change is strictly for audiologists.
Correct. No need in having both groups beat us up.
There are fewer of them, so maybe
And
it'll
no
take less of a beating.
And no exception for either
Well, but
audiologists.
targeted
But the exception, no exception to either way.
All right, any other discussion on that section? No, anybody? Page 69, standards of ethical practice, code of ethics. We did have a highlighted text, but it's something that can't wait, it was more of a just an inquiry question of ours. Again, because these are standards of practice, code of ethics, we cannot change these. I didn't know if anyone else had changes or comments at this time for standards of ethics and practice.
I think that's another thing that can wait until this board is a little more mature.
Right, next is 72, subchapter O, the fees. And it's section 111.160. We've broken it up into the different license types. So you have your initial application fee and your renewal fee. One of the things we did with the fee changes that we put those in our format, but we've also used fees that are standard across our programs, like duplicate license fees and $25, criminal history evaluation letter, $25, dishonored check fees, insufficient funds is 50. So those kind of provisions end up at the end of the list of the license types. So those changes you'll see there.
Wendy?
Yes.
This is Patty Brannon. On the, sorry to go back into the ethics, there is a section that was added. And it's on page 6556.
Of the Texas Register.
Yes, of the Texas Register. Regarding deferred adjudication or criminal conviction. And also failure to notify the board office is required by subsection A, violates the chapter. Basically, out-of-state people coming in. I think was.
Ms. Brand, what do you think about out-of-state people? What's
We
the
had no
connection?
way of, if they had a judgment against them, we didn't know.
What do we do if we do know they have a judgment?
It's gotta be, they've gotta notify us and then follow what we normally would do. It's a licensee's deferred adjudication, settlement, or a judgment against them in a civil lawsuit. Any complaints or investigations, they've got to bring it forth, let us know. We didn't have that in there before.
This is Katie Bryce, and I just wanted to say that it was requiring self-reporting of any out-of-state arrests, not necessarily somebody from out-of-state applying, but if you're a licensee and you're renewing and you are on vacation and get arrested in North Carolina, it doesn't currently get reported to us. We only get that on the initial application because they only do the FBI search on the initial. And so that's what it was, requiring self-reporting.
Couple of things. I don't know if Wendy and I knew that the FBI was only done on the initial but not the renewal.
It is, FBI fingerprints are only done on the initial
Okay, great.
application. There is a provision that was for renewals, but that, section 401.3521, for the fingerprints, but that section expired February 1st, 2015. It is still in the statute, so if you look at the statute, it wasn't repealed, removed through Senate Bill 219 or 202. It's a cleanup. It'll need to probably be led to council. We need to go back and clean that, but it's expired. But we would still be doing criminal history background checks.
Absolutely.
That renewal is just not a fingerprint background check.
We get a notification every time an FBI record is updated. So, although we don't do a renewal, they notify us.
Want to make you come up next time? All right. Katie's been following the rules.
And so, this is Manny Bowden. So the question is, I continue to hear reference to the FBI. Is this a generic term, or does it refer to all police departments? Because something may occur in a local jurisdiction rather than the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which I'm understanding the FBI to be.
Your understanding is still correct.
And so the question is, and I don't know if it should or shouldn't, I'm just asking the question, but if we have the original, on the original application, we go through all that background check, fingerprints, so on and so forth, we still have the fingerprints, even on the renewal. So are we not, in other words, if someone comes in and there's something on their record in another state, why shouldn't we know about that? We should know that. Are we not knowing about it?
Then you know you just asked 69 questions in that statement, but not the question, you're just curious.
All right, now, I want this board to be fully aware that I may start an argument and start a line of thinking and disagree with myself midway through the discussion, and I would be the first or maybe second to admit to that. So this is nothing new, sir. This is nothing new at all.
So it is the FBI that you're thinking.
Okay. We have a challenge. Dr. Camp and I are pitching a cab at 4 o'clock. So we're gonna move through these pages. Let's
All right,
move.
all right. Just a point of Wendy Pello, the record, just some clarification on those code of ethics, standard practice, section 111.155. Was the advisory board wanting to make any changes at this time, or were they wanting to include the changes that the Department of State Health Service Board was putting in? Not sure we, just to make sure when we peruse, it reflects what you all were wanting.
Right.
We can cover
that. Sense that that's gonna be covered, that same information, that you're gonna have access to that without including that wording.
Okay.
I think we can hold it. and-
Hold it for now?
Yes. we
Okay,
can
we'll
hold
hold
that
it,
later.
we'll come back. You said you'd want to talk about standard practice later, so just make sure. Great. We talked about fees. Page 74, complaints. The placeholder there in the middle of the page, section 111.171, complaints regarding standard of care. Again, this is the drafting that we're, rules that we're drafting. We'd like to propose just putting in there as a placeholder, the commission will adopt rules related to handling complaints regarding standard of care pursuant to section 51.2031. That's just as the placeholder for that. When we have those, we'll get that to the right cross-reference. Use of private investigator, under 172. This is again a placeholder for future rules. The statute requires us to develop guidelines for the types of complaints that would require a private investigator. I think we need to have further discussions about what that would be and when we would need that. So again, it's just a placeholder. 173, it's in here now. I think we proposed to pull this out and remove it because I think it'll fall under the complaints with the standard of care. And it's also just restating what's in the statute right now about that, the confidentiality of the complaint and disciplinary action under that statute. So the commission would pull that out. 175, we have enforcement provisions under subchapter S. 180, administrative penalties and sanctions in our standard language. It's that hook back to reminding everyone, go back to our Occupations Code, Chapter 51 and Chapter 60 rules, powers that are there also apply here. And that's same with that enforcement authority. Those two refunds, this is section that reflects the DSHS rules and implements the refund provision that's in the statute. Surrender of license, we have carried over the DSHS current stance on surrendering the license. Subchapter T, this is page 76, screening procedures. We have left these exactly as they were with in the DSA just rules. In fact, we have the list of the specific rules they are. We did not make any changes right now. Any changes? Subchapter page 77, subchapter U, fitting and dispensing of hearing instruments. We left this as is as well, and then you've got the specific sites after each rule where that comes from. And that goes on for several pages, 79, this is subchapter B of the telehealth. We left, this is what I'm trying to think if there were any updates to references to us, but we left those provisions alone in terms of scope of practice, standard of care.
Is there something related to the first visit?
Particular provision you're looking for.
Right. There's a provision related to first visit. What page is it?
It's page 81, H. Initial contact between licensed speech pathologist and professional with the same visit to assess the task answer. The issue here is that it could be someone else who is assessing candidacy. It doesn't necessarily have to be the licensed speech pathologist who is actually delivering the service. It could be another licensed speech pathologist who is serving as the initial interview of the patient.
Right, that's why this wording is changed to say between a speech and
A speech pathologist.
Yeah, it was changed a few years ago, so that that's allowed now.
Any other changes? Did point out on page 82 under section 111.213, limitations on the use of telecommunication technologies, specific language pathologists. We had changed, it was department's designee within 15 working days of receipt. We just had the department and left off the time frames, and the department shall approve or not approve the language. And so we did want to highlight that because that is a change from what these.
And Wendy, Madam Chair, Brian Francis, in that section, this is relating to the supervision component. So we'll be touching on that. At the end of the day, when we decide what we're going to do in the supervision component, this language will probably become moot.
Right.
Because the plan shall be for not more than 1 year's duration. It is, it's just going to be in place, so. Dee, if you can start working your way over to that board, so we can finalize that language in a second. That's going to be our spread home.
214, 215, and left requirements for telepractice audiology, all of that the same. Any other comments on any of those standard of practice provisions with your 84?
And that initial, is that the same?
Subchapter W, the joint rule regarding the sale of hearing instruments. I have a highlighted note up here. The statute used to say shall develop joint rules, should be joint rules. That has changed. The statute no longer, it's now saying the commission shall adopt rules with the assistance of the speech, language, and audiology advisory board along with the hearing instrument fitter and dispenser advisory board in developing rules to address it actually is reflected starting at the bottom of page A, implementing the sale of hearing instruments. Discussion point was is whether it should be relocated at night. Each group, each program has its own set of quote-unquote joint rules. And so it may not be decided today, but throw that out there in terms of having one rule chapter, like you have chapter 111, Hearing Aid Fitters has 112, if you want to have a 113 to be where you put your joint rules. And so you have one set of joint rules, everyone's working on, everyone has their own set of joint rules in their own rule chapter.
And we don't need a decision on it today.
Just
We'll just
throw it
simply
out.
say that the joint rules don't mirror each other,
Right.
so they're not really joint, kind of disjointed. But if we put them in one place, then we'll be assured that they're going to look the same, as opposed to having two sections and two different sets of rules that don't meet the letter of.
So we're gonna mark that for the audiology work group.
Yes.
Consider.
So the issue is the rule for non-audiology dispensers versus audiology dispensers.
Correct. And that'll be the joint rule for telehealth that's required. as
Mr.
well.
Plummer, did we have, I think they have to agree with us on making that change?
Well, here's the
The
beautiful
fitters?
part now. We have to agree. And we have to bring you two groups together to
Okay.
agree. Before, there were independent bodies that had to agree, and there was, okay, like that. Now it's like, we're all part of one family, and we're gonna agree. This is it. So we'll get there. And the question really was, do we put it in its own separate chapter that people can go to in one place, and that's where that rule will always be? Or do we keep it like it is now and have the same rule writing parallel in your set of rules and theirs? And right now, we're not touching it. Just wanted to put it out there for discussion.
And as you look through that section on the telegraph, we've highlighted, that addresses your issue in terms of requirements subchapter shall be repealed or amended only through consultation and mutual action by both advisory boards. I think that was kind of the past language and whether keep that in there or not. But we've kind of highlighted through strike-throughs and tried to bold where it's maybe not so obvious because it's in the middle of the paragraph, kind of where we have changed and pulled out references to the speech board of examiners for speech language, or the state board of examiners, changing on page 86, updating it so it's TDLR's contact information. And those kind of changes, but left the rest of that alone. We did change, like I said, the note there explains the changes, but we did change that subsection A just to reflect those statutory changes. And then we get to page 87, we have that same point for the joint rules for fitting, dispensing hearings by telepractice. Again, highlighting those changes and thoughts for future discussion and action about whether we put those in a joint rules chapter, reflecting, and then on page 88.
Just a question, I'm sorry, this is me, we keep referring to the future discussion and future review. So when is the future?
Right now. So the future today is that the rules as we're presenting to you, this is exactly how they're gonna go out to the public. When you come back in your meeting in February, this is exactly how they're gonna look to you. And then maybe in your third meeting, your fourth, your fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, or 10th, we may come to you and say, so guys, what do you think? Should we put those joint rules in its own separate section? And you'll be like, no, it's fine, where it's at, Brian.
So in the meantime, let me just try to understand, these rules that we're going to adopt today, they're going to be published.
As you guys, yes, sir.
As we've amended. As we've amended.
Yes, sir.
And so are we gonna see those amendments again?
You will. You're gonna see them at that February meeting that you're gonna decide in a little bit.
Right, so
And
when
you'll
is
get
it
all the
going-
comments related to it.
All right, so when is it gonna go out to the public?
It's gonna go out December 28th. It'll be published on January 8th, or a 30-day comment period going through February 8th. And then you guys will come back and.
And so then, at that point, we'll see it all again.
Absolutely.
So it'll be our amendments and everyone else's amendments.
Yes, your amendments and everyone's comments to it, yes,
Or
sir.
comments.
Right, that's right. Your
Sorry,
amendments
sorry.
will be
Right,
built
right.
into the proposed rules when they're published, so the discussions reflecting that, and then, yeah, then you'll have everyone's comments.
Thank you.
No problem. So again, let me just highlight the things on the telehealth, just updating reference. Yes.
On page 83, we know the communication that can utilize such telecommunication technology through the telephone. In reality, the telephone is a significant part of tele-audiology follow-up in terms of just consultation follow-up and over the phone counseling, so I don't think we should eliminate, I think we should eliminate telephone as not included in that.
And we will, once we have it, remember this has to be done in consultation with.
I think this might be a non.
Is this telehealth or?
This is a non.
It's not
This is
joint?
Is it
111,
joint?
215.
Yeah.
That's what I get for ducking out the
This
meeting and
program
not
has
staying on
separate
top.
telehealth sections and telepractice separate from the joint rules on telepractice. So,
By all means, carry on, I'm sorry.
so this is 215, 111.215 subsection B on page 83. You're
Right.
saying that last line, including telephone, facsimile, email, pulling out telephone?
Yes.
Is that agreeable to the board? See nods, okay? Okay, Madam Chair, Wendy's being kind. One, I just want to applaud her for her amazing job. Wendy, you did fantastic.
Thank you.
The rules look great, and we would not have been able to get to this point without your effort. On the board up there, what we are looking for is agreement on the concepts. So take a look at it, and remember for audiology, we're going to have similar clustering of language, and then it's going to say, but never can you use telecommunication for this particular, the screening, I think is what we defaulted to.
Could someone read it?
Sure, I've got a great voice. The supervising speech pathologist shall provide a minimum of 8 hours per month of supervision, at least 4 of which are direct and at least 1 hour of which is in person and on site. Supervision where the licensed assistant is providing that they're, for the purpose of this section, the telehealth provisions allowed by, we'll refer to that section, may be used for up to 7 hours. When determining the amount and type of supervision, the department-approved supervisor must consider the skill and experience of the licensed assistant as well as the service to be provided. The hours established in this section may be exceeded as determined by the department. No, it should, yeah, by the department-approved supervisor. That was not as good as I wanted to do it, but I'm gonna go with it. It's a Giddings education.
Lots?
Sorry, Wendy Pellet, this is, I think, being inserted on, back to page 27, G4.
And Wendy, I think it'll take care of a couple of sections there, and maybe 3, 4, and 5. Memory search.
3, 4, 5. And then, let me find it.
So members, we need you not to be shy in this moment. Does that concept work? And more importantly, is that a good starting point for us to include into the rules for people to comment on and have discussion about?
Sherry Sensibrian, I think licensees are gonna be positive about it. We're trying to regulate that 99% of the folks who are the rule followers.
They do it right.
And this gives them some flexibility and less excuse for not providing supervision if they can do it in 2-hour blocks or 3-hour blocks. So I think we should see what we get for feedback.
If the question is this a good starting point, and I think it is.
So with that, and without seeing dissension across faces and brows, we will incorporate this similar language in the speech pathology side as well as the audiology side, knowing that on the audiology side, we need to include that you can never do the telehealth type of Skype presentation for the screening and those other elements that were identified.
On the require the on-site, in-person, whatever, section A, under the assistant. I think they have to be supervised
Oh,
directly
yes,
for it,
okay,
right?
for screening,
Yes,
yes, yes.
right.
Wendy Pellet, I think that's page 50 and 51.
Madam Chair, I want to thank Katie Bryce, very instrumental in helping us get here, and then all the staffers that have helped work on this process. It's been involved, Dee Dee's group, all the groups have participated. We are now ready to receive a motion from the board and to publish. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
This is Patty Brannon. What was the background of deleting all of the military? I thought by law we had to put that in.
We have it
That's
in
a
chapter
change.
60
We have it
and
in
chapter
chapter
51.
60 rules.
So
And in our chapter 60 rules, 16 Texas Code, chapter 60, and those rules apply to all of our programs.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
all right. I didn't,
Yeah, so you don't have to be repeated in all of the different
Good,
codes, it's right
okay.
there.
Katie, if you got something substantive, bring it on. If it's not,
I'm sorry, I know you're in a hurry. Back under the examinations, I'm sorry, Katie Bryce, under 111.21, on page 9, written examination, it goes over to page 10, and under D, it's new language, and it's not something that we regulate, and I don't think we really have the ability to regulate it. Most of the time.
what's the new language? I'm not.
Subsection D, an applicant who fails 2 examinations may not be re-examined until the person submits a new application and presents evidence. We don't have that, and most of the time, they've already taken the test before they even apply.
But they're taking the national exam through
Yeah, it's a
ETS,
national.
not through
So
the
I just wanted to
agency.
point
So
that
we
out.
Not a problem.
didn't
When
know
did we add that?
That was, Wendy Pellet, that's reflecting section 401.307 in the
So it's
statute.
in the law.
It's
Yes.
in
Yeah,
the
I
law.
would say, I know we wouldn't have just like, oh, let's put this in
Right, I
different
knew
hands.
I'd seen it somewhere before,
Yeah.
it was in the statute.
So it's in the
If it's
statute.
helpful, I mean, I
At
could
one
add
time,
pursuant to this statutory section so folks know that's where that's
I
coming from.
think the
if
old
that's helpful.
statute envisioned the board creating a
Sure.
written exam, and instead we elected to go with the ETS exam, so we really can't control whether they reapply and how much they pay and all that kind of stuff.
This is Manny Boger, that once these rules are set forth for consideration, I would request, I'm sure you're gonna do it anyway, but that the members of the board receive a copy.
That's a great request, we'll honor that. And we're gonna top it, we're gonna send it to everybody that's on the speech pathologist listserv or email notification system. So it's gonna be you plus a couple of thousand more people that get it. Absolutely.
So, Sherry, since they're bringing, could we entertain a motion to publish these rules as amended today?
I move that we publish these rules as we've amended them today.
Second.
All in favor? Sorry, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, we have a cab waiting for you. However, how would you like to proceed? Do you want us to continue the meeting and you just simply hand the gavel over, or do you want to conclude the meeting at this point?
I think that would be great if people are willing and able to continue. What else absolutely needs?
We would only have staff reports to do. And then training, and you guys have gone through the training.
Training, oh, okay.
I don't think we would have a quorum.
Yeah, we would not take action, it would just be a gathering. It would be a gathering more so than
The comment I have, or the question I have, is I want to make sure the section for public comment is addressed. And I don't see anyone here.
That's correct.
That would be public comment, but I just wanted to go on record to make very sure there isn't anyone here
That's
that
outstanding.
would like to make a comment.
And we determined that we didn't have anyone sign up, and then the 3 individuals that were not part of the staff, talked to them earlier, and they weren't.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, what is your
I would
preference?
say if we have no further business that has to be conducted today, we should conclude the
The
meeting.
date, next meeting date, do we need to do that before she leaves? We'll
The
do it by
next meeting
email.
date's gonna be between February 18th and the 26th. Ken will be emailing you guys. What day of the week is best for you?
Take a look at February 25th. I've already looked at the calendar and tried to see when I'm able, so please take a look at that. My son's getting married the weekend before, so we we can't have any meetings between the 18th and 22nd because.
Thank you.
Good, because I have to be in a wedding, so
That's you.
look at the 25th, February 25th.
Tuesdays are best for me. I've got clinic on the 24th and 25th,
Okay, we'll look at
so, or
it.
Fridays. Tuesdays are Fridays for me.
I would not be available on the 23rd.
Okay.
That
So Tam
Tuesday.
will have to
Normally
send it out.
Normally Tuesdays are fine, but that Tuesday.
So, Madam Chair,
Take a look. Okay. No further business?
thank you very much.
Concluded.